Past the hour, welcome in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. It's the Good Time Gang. We're settling in for another day, and we thank you so much for being with us. We've got a lot to discuss as only we can, and we'll do that with you. You are always welcome to join the show if you'd like. 866-WE-BE-BIG. I know yesterday was the charity charge at participating Buffalo Wild Wings benefiting Toys for Tots. But they've added a location as part of their group that participate in Charity Charge. Northport, Alabama, Tuscaloosa area, but Northport, Alabama. That location is up and running, and so they say today's proceeds, 10% of those will join in on the total for this month. So if you're in that area, go out and participate. The new kind of to-go Buffalo Wild Wings. There's going to be a sitting area in there, but a lot of them this is just where you can go in, grab it, and leave. But you can sit down, too. That's all there for you. But just wanted to make that announcement in Northport, Alabama, right around the Tuscaloosa area. If you're in that area, the new Buffalo Wild Wings will participate in the total for this month when it comes to the charity charge, and the beneficiary is Toys for Tots. That's an annual thing we do in November. And so we look forward to seeing that total coming up here shortly. Hopefully it's been another great month for them. All right, we'll bring everybody in and break it down. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right is Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Boys.
What's happening?
Well, I learned something yesterday and didn't know that Greg Burgess knew so much about it until about 5 minutes ago.
Okay.
Called my mom and dad, just check on them. I hadn't talked to them in over a week, which is strange for me. It's usually a couple of days, and I'm checking in.
Yeah.
And I said, and I guess these are the kind of things you do when you're retired. I said, what y'all doing? I could tell they were somewhere, but I didn't know where. I could hear, like, background, car running.
Right.
She said, we're in Aniana looking at covered bridges. And I said, what? And when I said that, told Greg this morning, Greg goes, oh, yeah, they're known for covered bridges.
They are, all over Blount County. You remember Barry Johnson that played softball with us?
Yes.
You go through a covered bridge to their house.
Wow.
That's how I knew. And then they said, oh, yeah, people come around from all around, take pictures of them. And I don't know how many.
And that's what they were doing.
Many.
They saw 3 or 4 yesterday for sure. Met some interesting people, and they did. I mean, like you said, people come from all over to see these and take pictures, and that was what they were doing.
That sounds like such a relaxing day.
Yeah,
what did you do? Oh, we just went around and looked at covered bridges.
You know what?
Really? That was your day. That sounds very relaxing.
I know.
That's where they shot the movie
Retired
Bridges
life.
of Madison County. I made that up.
Now, I have seen wedding pictures of people standing there, with a covered bridge, and they were somewhere in the area. And now this makes sense. I know there's more than just in Blount County, but I bet you they were. That's where
I
they
just
were.
didn't know that they were known for this.
Yeah.
Like people come from all over to look at these.
Right.
This was the thing.
Absolutely. If you're into covered bridges, that's the
That's
place
northeast
to be.
of Birmingham. If you're trying to paint the picture,
Place to be.
and somewhere, if you're a different part of the country, that's kind of where we're talking about.
I'll tell you how big of a thing it is. It got my dad away from a sporting event to go. I mean,
can't picture
she
that.
said it was his idea. She said it was your dad wanted to do this, and I'm like,
that'd be awesome.
goodness gracious.
Who doesn't want to walk through a covered bridge?
So-
Just hang out.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was a thing,
your
and I
picture
feel
made
like
right.
I feel like I've missed out.
Yeah.
I wish Speedy would get like 4 different changes of clothes and go to each bridge.
To each
and
bridge.
change out like a model.
Yeah.
and get his
Let's do
picture.
that. What if we had a covered bridges tour? And that's when we did the kickoff hour from the the
could
end of the
each
bridge.
bridge. There you
Yep,
go.
right there.
Why not? Nothing wrong
So
with that.
yeah, well, Helmsy, you know what? I didn't know that either.
Thought
I
that was a
didn't
good
know.
day for them.
Yeah, doesn't that sound like a good
It does.
day?
Relaxing, retired
But you know
life.
what? They deserve it. They've worked hard their whole life, and now they're enjoying it. They're riding around looking at covered bridges.
Yep.
That's
But
it.
the exact sentence was we're riding around looking at covered bridges and going to dinner. And I thought, wow, sounds like the good life.
Yeah, it does.
On a Monday.
Yeah. There's lots of the stories out, and Helmsy, I don't even know with your day if you even know what happened last night when it came to Monday Night Football. And we also have to discuss us going back and forth snapping yesterday, which was hilarious. Which we really use it as location checks. That's really all we do.
Yeah.
But last night, Monday Night Football. I didn't get to really see any of it. I think I saw the first series, and then we turned it and was watching something else.
That was what I did.
Yeah, but at the ending, the Broncos were down to the Bills and had about 20-something seconds left. And the Broncos got themselves in a field goal situation.
Run out, set up.
Yeah, right. Ran out, set up, and you know, and the Bills were ready for that. Listening to the coaches talk about it, we had our guys ready to run out because we knew the Broncos were going to run out. They kick it and miss it. The Broncos do. Well, the Bills had 12 men on the field, and they got a penalty, which means we're going to move it up and get to re-kick it, and they re-kicked it and made it.
Yep.
And DeMar Hamlin, we know who that is. He was running off the field. But a defensive end stayed on the field. So they think there was 13 on the field because the defensive end was not on the re-kick. He was not on the field. So anyway,
like Little League.
there was 12 on the field, almost 13, but 12 on the field, and they had to re-kick. But the Manning cast, that one's going out because, you know, Peyton Manning and his history with the Broncos, he couldn't believe they missed. I mean, he put his hands, on his face and was like, oh, my gosh, I can't believe that. And then all of a sudden they said, there's a penalty on the field. What in the world? And they got the re-kick, and they made it.
Gave the Manning cast a little bit last night.
Yeah.
And not because I was interested in the game, but because, to your point, I watched the first couple series because y'all know why. It had nothing to do with – it was Joe Buck. I had to hear him.
Yeah. You got to hear his call on the miss.
And I was listening to him, and I thought – and I needed to do some things around the house, needed background noise. And so instead of Joe Buck, I thought, let me see what the Mannings have to say. And it was entertaining for a few minutes.
Yeah.
But I didn't give it a whole lot
funny.
after that. They are.
Who was the guy they had on that was is it Brandt? Is it Kyle Brandt? I don't know. Anyway, I saw he was in one of the little windows too. He couldn't believe it either. And I didn't know who that was. Because normally they have somebody on. I'm like, and I should know, and I'm mad at myself because
you don't know who it is, what he does.
No, I don't.
When I flipped it over, there was a center. And I don't know if it was Eli's former center or the guy just knew about the position of center, but he was centering Eli balls.
Oh, okay.
And some kids were involved.
Yeah, Kyle Brandt.
Kyle Brandt. Well, you had it right.
Yeah,
I did.
Didn't know. I just don't know who he is, and I'm mad at myself that I should know.
You didn't feel confident about it.
Kyle Brandt. There we go.
What is he?
American television host, media personality, an actor, co-host of Good Morning Football.
Oh, yeah.
Should know him.
So you've probably seen him. You just didn't.
I should know who he is.
Should you, though?
Co-host of Good Morning.
Everything that you listed off, I've never even heard of.
Good Morning what?
Let's see.
Football.
I didn't even know there was such a show.
He played for Princeton. He was a running back.
Oh, I remember. You should not follow Princeton.
Okay. Yeah, Kyle Brandt. And he, I guess, is the co-host of Good Morning Football on the NFL Network. Previously served executive producer of the Jim Rome Show. Yeah, well.
All right, then.
All right, there you go. I guess that's why I didn't know who he was.
We're off to a roaring start.
I'll tell you what, we're coming out swinging.
Well, we
covered bridges and Good Morning Football.
Yeah.
Probably shouldn't have even brought him up, but I just saw it because he's going to be in the playback because he's commenting on the miss for the Mannings, and I'm like, who is that? You know, I was just when I was sending it to Adler, it didn't hit. So
we never did talk about what we were snapping back.
Yeah,
and forth.
we will. We got to do that next.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who ordered the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Why not take care of your holiday shopping now before the crowds and packed calendars make shopping a total nightmare, especially when Raycon is currently offering 20% off everything on their site with select products up to 50%. So beat the crowds and save now because you don't want to miss out on Raycon's early Black Friday sale. Hurry now to buyraycon.com/Bubba to get 20 to 50% off site-wide. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. buyraycon.com/Bubba. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about My Pillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. A crazy schedule can make it easy to fall back into your old recipe rut, or you could keep mealtime exciting with HelloFresh. Over 40 recipes to choose from each week. There's always something delicious to discover and love. Save on flavorful fall dishes, crowd-pleasing eats, and more when you sign up for America's #1 meal kit. Take 50% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. The code Bubba. That's HelloFresh.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? Why would you do that? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands. Auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year. That's 4 times the rate of inflation. And when you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up. We appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, and we get to choose the mechanic we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Folks, Field of Greens just may be the healthiest thing I do for myself each day. My family loves it too. It's nutrition the way nature intended. It helps with digestion. I have more energy. I feel better and healthier overall. It's working for me, and if you haven't tried it, I encourage you to give it a try. I promise you're going to love this product. But if for any reason you don't, they'll give you a 100% money-back guarantee. Get 15% off your first order with free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Use the code Bubba, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
If you've ever wondered if CBD and other plant-based solutions can help you, well, 90% of customers report better sleep, and 81% say CBD helps with stress and anxiety. If you've been thinking about trying it for a health concern that's not getting better, consider CBD from cbdistillery.com. Visit cbdistillery.com and enter the code Bubba for a 20% discount. No prescription required. That's cbdistillery.com, promo code Bubba, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsor.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
There's never a wrong time to protect your family, but this fall happens to be an especially good time because you can get up to 50% off a brand new Simply Safe home security system. Simply Safe is comprehensive protection for the whole home with advanced sensors that detect break-ins, fires, floods, and more. Get 50% off any Simply Safe system with a Fast Protect plan. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit Rick and Bubba under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
You know how you go into stores and the towels can feel super soft, but then when you get home, they don't dry you? Not my towels from My Pillow. They're really soft, but they really work too. What a concept. They're made with a special ring-spun cotton, making them softer and more absorbent than other towels that are out there. Get a 6-piece set for an introductory sale price of $29.98, and you get the designer premium line for just $20 more. Either way, you save 50% right now on all my towels. So head to mypillow.com/Bubba or find the link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, gonna be a big star. Rick and Bubba, fat will get
22 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. The Good Time Gang sitting in here live, and we thank you for being with us. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us right after top of the hour, and we have a number of things to break down. Yesterday, I was up in Huntsville and had some things to do and was able to go by and with Rick and Bubba and see our great affiliate, 100.3 FM, The River, and some of that staff and some advertisers, and we just had a great afternoon seeing a lot of them. And afterwards, I had some things I needed to do. I wanted to run by my parents' house. I had in the back of my truck, I had the cover closed, so don't think it was flopping around back there.
Flying around.
But I had an artificial tree that was already up and on its stand with lights on it that worked.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just needs
I just
ornaments.
crammed it in there. I had something I needed to take JC that one of his roommates forgot, and he lives around the corner. His parents do, so they brought it over the day before. Had that in the truck, and I had a backpack blower in the back of my truck. My plan
backpack blower.
My plan is that because I was in town, I wanted to go and blow the leaves and pick up some limbs and stuff around my parents' house to keep that, manicured and looking halfway decent, because they have leaves kind of like with Helmsy, and we'll talk about that, all around their house. So when they start falling, hey buddy, it can go ankle deep in leaves if you don't keep them under control. So every couple of weeks I want to do that. So I was going to do that, and then on the way back, I knew that JC had a break from class and everything. I was going to drop off the tree, and so I sent Helmsy a little. Hey, here I am, and it was the blower and me in the backyard. Which, hey, by the way, good night alive.
What?
The leaves. The leaves. I mean, good night. The leaves.
Come on down.
It's like my blower, which is a good one, was like,
Help me. Somebody help me.
I know.
and it's like,
This is all I can do.
Choking her down.
I can't blow any harder.
I don't think a blower would have that voice.
Well,
I
I
think
felt
it'd
like
be deeper.
really?
Yeah.
I can't blow any harder.
Okay, there you
that's
go.
better.
Quit saying that on there.
Daddy, I'm trying.
But anyway, so I get through that, and
You got the mix a little lean.
and Helmsy sent me a picture. And
We
you
had
were out doing the same thing.
We had no idea we were doing the exact same thing at the exact same time, and I
If y'all had just had your dogs beside you.
I knew that was
Same
coming. I
time.
knew last
Yeah.
segment when I mentioned we never did talk about what we snapped.
We were
I
doing
knew this
leaves
would come
and
up.
scratching our dogs' butts at the same time.
Are you listening to this?
Yes,
We're
I am.
twins.
Yeah, because he thinks that everything we do has to do with our dogs, and just goes
Well,
that one time.
Well, y'all bought the same kind of dog on purpose. I mean, that's weird. We y'all dating?
okay.
Goodness gracious.
When it comes to dogs, I think you need to be quiet.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
I'm down to two. One's old, one's crazy.
Well, but you didn't spend a dime on yours, so you're even though you had 8 puppies to deal with.
Amanda gets mad at me this time of year because
Won't y'all go to Blount County?
Here we go. You ain't gonna
and
get
find
to
you a
it,
good
buddy.
covered bridge. And get your picture made with
dogs.
each other. Get
Just
dogs.
have them sit there. Well, look, what if we were wearing our backpack blowers with the dogs at the end of a covered bridge?
Perfect.
Would that not be awesome?
Yeah, it'd be awesome.
And then Mr. Buddy and Millie just came running through, and you were
Boy.
chasing them, and you were like this, hollering
That's
at
how
them,
I was looking.
like with their hands.
I
raised.
actually looked that way a lot with them. Anyway, I'm sorry.
Try it
Bob.
again, Helmsy.
My bad, Gold Dust Twins.
We even blow leaves on the same day.
I know. I'm gonna leave that alone.
It's a backpack blower,
didn't
buddy.
say
That's what
nothing.
you do.
I didn't say anything.
I mean, if you get in your truck, you can't go a quarter of a mile without seeing somebody blowing leaves.
And right now, why? They're just gonna fall right back.
Yeah,
well,
we do
Greg,
our own
I'm
work.
trying to tell
We
you.
don't pay people to do our yard work, Greg. All right,
And if
go
you
ahead.
don't keep them knocked back, and down, then
it's over.
You can't catch up at the end.
I used to.
I can't do nothing if you don't keep it under control.
Oh my God!
That's my
Where I used to live, I had a lot of trees around the house, and I would wait till at least they'd get mad at me. You gonna live on the leaves? I said, I'm waiting till they all fall.
Yeah.
And it was quite a journey. I mean, ooh.
What I normally do is I get on the roof first. Gutters were ridiculous yesterday, so I needed to clean those. Those were the main priority. And the back porch, because Amanda and the kids like to go back there. And I needed to clean off the area with the trampoline. So my main priority was that. I thought if I could get all of that done, I'll be fine. And then if I could hit the front of the grass and the driveway and the walkway and all that.
Just let him talk.
Did you get your gutters too?
See, here we go.
I mean,
I'm just
No,
checking.
I did look up at my parents' back gutter. I need to get I need to get up there.
Yeah, I got one I need to find. Boy, it's high.
Boy, extension ladder. I can't just take it to Huntsville. All right,
No.
go ahead. It'd stick out so far it'd hit the back car.
I don't know. You call
Have
it
a little red flag on it. Fly.
I-65.
All right, go ahead, bud.
So I will start normally at the top. Once I get everything down, like
Look,
off
he's
everything,
giving us his routine.
that's down, then I go to the top and I work my way from the top down. I blow everything past the house.
Yeah. Well, that's smart to work top down.
Well,
It's like washing your feet before you wash your head.
well, and the wind's got to be right for that to go. But Amanda does it this time of year. She gets mad at me for removing all the leaves. She wants the leaves on the ground, off the grass, because she wants the nice fall look. So what she will ask me to do is, there's certain areas where I don't want leaves, like in the we've got those grass areas in the front. Get the leaves out of there, but push them towards the pine straw. Don't just push them
real
away
good.
so I can't see them. I
Don't
want to
haul
see
them
that
off.
the leaves have
What about a good leaf burning? You ever got a big pile of leaves?
But
and-
the state has like a no burning thing.
yeah, I
right
know,
now.
and I got some stuff I need to burn.
Okay.
So anyway, so that's what I did. Is I listened to her instead of getting rid of all of them. I blew them in certain areas where she could actually see where they had fallen and all that, but still cleaned up everything, real tidied it up nice.
Is that
How
okay
many
with you?
days
Is that okay
before
with
the
you?
areas that you cleaned off will be back
Oh,
covered in
Greg,
leaves?
this morning when I was
think-
leaving, I thought, my gosh, look at the leaves that are already fell
It's
since
so
I
frustrating.
mean, it was very frustrating.
Hey, that was happening before I was even finished with my backyard. I'd look behind me and they were falling. I'm like, come
Yeah,
on, you
as
can't have
pick
nothing.
them up.
It's like I finished and you couldn't even tell I was out there. Nah, you could.
It was crazy.
Well, you felt better.
Yeah, but anyway, we were going back and forth a little bit on our situation, and there's a little location checks. Is all it is.
You crazy guy.
But I was able to do that.
I was giving you some before and
Yeah,
afters
yeah,
too, what
yeah.
it would look like, and then
Did you
finished
see
product.
what JC's house looked like? Were you
Yes.
surprised a little bit with that?
I was.
Yeah, I
I
thought
was.
you might be. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's never too early to start your holiday shopping, and why not take care of it now before the crowds and packed calendars make shopping a total nightmare, especially when you can shop Raycon products and save up to 50% off because their early Black Friday sale is going on now. Raycon first made a name for themselves in the audio space, and this past year they've expanded their entire business with the introduction of Raycon Home and Raycon Power Tech. Raycon is known for delivering high quality and thoughtful features at half the price of the other premium tech brands. It's no wonder their products have racked up tens of thousands of 5-star reviews. Raycon is currently offering 20% off everything on their site with select products up to 50%. So beat the crowds now and save. Because trust us, you don't want to miss out on Raycon's early Black Friday sale. Hurry now to buyraycon.com/Bubba to get 20% off site-wide. buyraycon.com/Bubba. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week Quick Start Pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week Quick Start Pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands.
That's true, and auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year.
If an unexpected breakdown happened today, would you be ready?
If you had carshield.com/Bubba, you would be.
If your car is just over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. We all know our daily drives are more than just getting from point A to point B. Traveling by car is a way of life.
When you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, carousel.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up.
That means for as long as you own the vehicle and the mileage increases or how many claims you file.
They offer plans starting at just $100 a month with no long-term contracts and options to fit every budget.
Now, we appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, choosing the mechanic that we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Get coverage today and save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, my coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got my coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of my coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Helix Sleep mattresses are terrific, and right now they're offering 25% off all mattress orders, plus a free gift with purchase. Just head to helixsleep.com/Bubba. Use the code HelixPartner25 to get 25% off a mattress order. Now, the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses, including the award-winning Luxe Collection, the new Helix Elite Collection, a mattress designed for big and tall sleepers, even a mattress made just for kids. How will you know which one is right for you? Take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find out in less than 2 minutes. Once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test out a new mattress than by sleeping on it. That's why they offer a 100-night trial and a 10 to 15-year warranty. And unlike a lot of other mattress companies out there, Helix owns its own manufacturing facility where skilled manufacturers make your mattresses and ship them straight from the facility right to your door for free. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba today to save 25% and use the code HelixPartner25.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without him.
All right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning into the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us right after top of the hour. If you are out and about in the Northport area in Alabama, the Buffalo Wild Wings location opens up today, and they are going to give 10% of those proceeds and add them into this month's total of the charity charge benefiting Toys for Tots. The charity charge day was yesterday, but they're going to include Northport today, and so be looking for that if you're in that area. Be looking for that part of the Buffalo Wild Wings locations. They've added another one in Northport, so that's awesome news today. We've been, sitting around shooting the bull on a number of different things. We've recapped some days yesterday. We've looked into Monday Night Football. The Bills lose with 12 men on the field. They gave the Broncos a chance to re-kick a missed field goal, and they made it. And so the Broncos defeated the Bills in Buffalo in Monday Night Football. I don't know if this means that Dan Lanning is leaving Oregon, but if history says anything, it probably means that he is, and I'm kind of joking here. But he has come out and says there's no chance he's leaving Oregon as the head football coach because, his name's been rumored as maybe going to
Oregon
Texas
will reach
A&M or
out
something
and
like
give him
that.
some ridiculous extension.
Sure.
After 2 seasons.
He in July, Oregon gave Lanning a 1-year contract extension through 2028 and a significant raise to $7 million annually. And also boosting his buyout to $20 million if he elected to leave. And so that's a decent amount. Yeah. And so he says he's staying, and that means normally when a coach comes out and says he's staying, then he'll leave.
See you at College Station.
But there's a story out today about the Power 5 teams and how much they owe to pay off coaches.
Fired coaches. Yeah.
Yes. Since and
At
we're
what
not-
point do y'all start calling it? I know this is right because it's telling you, but what point do we start calling it Power 4? Is that now?
Right. Well, at least after next year.
I mean,
for
that
sure.
story's legit that you have to say Power 5 because of
they're
the
still
Right.
they're still in. But at what point do we start saying
true.
Power 4?
I don't know because there's only 2 teams left in the Pac-12, right?
Yeah.
After this year, was it Washington State and Oregon
Correct.
State?
Yeah, what are they going to do?
What are they going to do?
And they're
they
not-
haven't announced anything.
independent?
They're not a power level, so we got to drop it. We got to drop one.
Yeah,
It's
but
Power
right
4.
now,
but in this discussion, it is
since,
Power 5.
Since 2022, the Power 5 owes $146 million to fired football coaches.
How about this? Since 2010.
Can we pause right there and let me just say this? Can you imagine how much we could fix in college sports? All the problems we have with NIL and all these different things. Can you imagine what we could fix for the student athlete with that right there?
According to ESPN analysts, they have looked at the athletic department financial records and contracts, and Power 5 and Group of 5 programs spent more than $533 million in dead money owed to coaches who were fired without cause with time left on their contract.
Yeah, this is money to pay people that you have let go.
That
Yeah.
That you do not want working for you.
Good night.
You know why? Because you didn't think they were doing their job.
You thought they were doing so bad, you've paid them millions to go away.
Yes.
There you go.
They go through an 11-year period from 2010 to 2021 and broke some of that down. But since 22, okay, $146 million has been owed since the beginning of the 2022 season. And again, we're not going back
For
further
people
than
who
that.
failed at their job.
Yeah. Because we know about
For whatever
Auburn's
reason.
2020 buyout with Coach Gus Malzahn of $21.7 million. So we're not going back there since the beginning of the 2022 season. $15.5 million for Brian Harsin, fired from Auburn.
We're just talking about less
That's money
than
well
we're talking
spent.
about less than a year.
Yeah.
And
That's what
think
we're talking
about the
about.
carnage that was left
Oh yeah.
in that particular situation.
Yeah.
They're still recovering.
Right.
Not only are we paying a lot of money to somebody who we got to get players
Yeah.
and get where we were.
$15 million to Scott Frost, fired from Nebraska,
Little Scott
September
Frost.
of 2022.
Where is he at right now?
I don't know
Is
if
he
he's
just
coaching.
sitting there on the money?
Probably
He might be at a lake
Smart
somewhere.
on him.
He might be at Covered Bridges. Maybe
He may
your
be
dad will
in
bump
Blount
into him.
County.
I know if I was getting paid out,
I'm gonna call Barry and ask him if he's seen him.
$11.4 million to Jeff Collins from Georgia Tech, fired September of 2022.
Don't even remember him.
$11 million to Paul Christ from Wisconsin,
Yeah.
October of 2022. He was fired. That's $11 million.
Was
to
he the
him.
one? Was he like the offensive line coach and got promoted to head coach? I think I don't remember. I'm just not familiar with him.
$8.7 million to Carl. Is it Dorrell? From Colorado, excuse me, fired October of 2022, and then Prime came in.
We saw their
$8.7 million.
record.
$8.7 million to him.
They won one game.
Yeah.
I would have fired him too.
$4.4 million to Herm Edwards, fired from Arizona State in
that's
September
jump
of
change.
2022.
That's jump change.
$4 million to Zach Arnett, fired yesterday from Mississippi State. These are all fires without cause. And then, of course, the $76 million that is going to Jimbo Fisher. He was fired Sunday, and he's got quite the buyout. But you got $76 million contract buyout for fired head coach Jimbo Fisher. Accounts for more than half of the approximate $146 million Power 5 schools owed to fired football coaches since the beginning of the last year's football season. That's a lot of money. A lot of money.
Yeah, that's a lot of situations that didn't pan out.
No.
Guys, I mean, whatever. They make the deals.
What do y'all
Live
think?
with it.
What do y'all think Jimbo does next? He's 58. I mean, I
know
would-
everybody goes, "Oh, go kick back,"
I
but a
know.
lot of these people, they want to coach. That's what they like
absolutely
to do.
they do.
If I was him, I would take that money and go coach high school. And
Can
just
he
teach
do that, though?
Just teach football.
Can
again.
he do that?
Oh,
I don't know what the stipulations are on once you've taken another job. When does all that kick in? And
I think
but
we've had scenarios that were explained to us that like whatever you're making at the new job, they deduct that from your pay.
I don't know what this deal
I
looks
guess it
like.
depends on what you've set up.
But I feel like he's a guy at 58 that probably still wants to coach.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to be kind of a weird moment here. I think within the next month on what we see from some of these these teams right now, and the other ones that are going to fall. I saw Feinbaum talking about Arkansas last night, or towards the end of his show. And then, you got the rumors out of Florida and Vanderbilt and all these others. Just interesting to see how many other coaches are going to fall.
I think Napier should get another year.
I do too.
Because it ain't like he took over a great situation. And he may and now if he doesn't do any better next year, then because they've lost how many this year?
I don't know. I hadn't looked at their schedule here, but
and
I think I know it's not to their standard for sure.
I think I heard on the radio the other day that he recruits pretty good. That there's some people committed that they think will help him. But
I think he should have got another. I know, Speedy. I don't know if you want to hear this or not. I think Arnett should have got another year. I don't think Jimbo. I think Jimbo had plenty of time, but I think you put yourself in a corner with this big contract extension and things that you were doing there. That was just dumb from the jump. So.
I think Pittman deserves another year.
I do too. That's what was going to be my next one. Is I do think Pittman deserves another year.
That one's the one that Feinbaum said is going to hurt because he's such the type of person he is that one's going to hit home for those that cover him. He said does not feel sorry for Fisher.
Yeah,
they had one
which
of those
kind
years.
Of goes back to what we said yesterday.
Pittman had one of those years where you're in every game just about.
Yeah,
Auburn hammered them this past week, but majority of their losses they were in the game against some good teams. Yeah. It's just they couldn't get it to.
I think
it's one of them. I go. Let's look at next year.
Yeah, and I think a coach gets a more of a chance if kind of like Freeze coming into Auburn. It looks like every week they're getting better.
Yeah,
or they have.
Yeah.
But you have these other schools. It seems like they're getting worse as the season goes, and those are the ones that are in trouble. And Arnett's an example of that.
You're right. He wasn't. It ain't like you were going. Yeah, they need some players, and it's a changeover, and the Leach dying, and we give. But you're right. They didn't get. They actually got worse.
Yeah, and it's almost somebody said it best there locally yesterday. He said it was almost an impossible situation, and you feel for Arnett because what he had to get through, and the fact that he inherited the team after as head coach. He was already defensive coordinator. After Leach,
one of his good friends
passed away.
Yeah, one of his good friends passes away. That's tough enough.
Yeah.
And if you're Mississippi State, this will hold the team together.
Holds them together, gets them to
wins
8
the bowl game.
Yeah,
and
he did a really good job. But when he did that, he had that coaching staff, that offensive scheme. They kept running it, and then in the offseason, he gets 2 different coordinators that I don't think have worked out. So we'll see though. But that's just an update on how much the Power 5 is paying out since last season.
Money for
I know
people to go to the house.
Our attention's on Jimbo right now, and he does take about half of that.
Yeah.
But there's a lot more still getting paid at the house.
Oh yeah.
and that list will continue to add up.
Oh yeah, it will
over the next few weeks.
And of course, all the rumors is Dan Mullen coming home to Mississippi State.
Would you want that?
I don't know. The way he left, I don't know.
They always say
I have no idea.
Tough to come home.
Yeah, it is. But let's say it's not State. I see him getting back in the game.
Yeah, I think so too.
I just don't know where. We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. Not only is it open enrollment for a lot of people, it's also a time you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, switching to MediShare saves about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. But what's more, they like it. MediShare has double the member satisfaction rate compared to health insurance. Double. MediShare is a proven thing, too. For over 30 years, it's a Christian community of more than 400,000 members. And here's the thing, too. If you join before November 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, you'll get another $150 savings. So I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline's November 15th. So call now and you'll save even more. Here's the number, 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE, 855-51-BIBLE.
Just be natural. Try to roll around in it gracefully and not like a puppy.
Maria's photography studio is zooming into a flurry of projects.
Where did I put that memory card?
She needs an assistant to keep business in focus.
Hang on while I change the external flash. Oh,
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
At SimpliSafe, our award-winning home security has advanced sensors, HD cameras, and now this 24/7 LiveGuard protection. Only from SimpliSafe. Monitoring agents can see and speak to intruders through our indoor camera to help stop crime in real time and for fast police response. Now get 50% off any new system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplisafe.com/radio. Advanced home security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
I was afraid to cut the cord, but once I did, I couldn't believe it took so long to do it. Paying too much for my cable bill had become a bad habit. I either wasn't getting what I wanted or never knew where to find any of my favorite shows until it was too late. Plus, the prices just kept going up. Thankfully, I discovered a new way to watch, called Philo. For just $25 a month, I can catch all my favorite shows on networks like BET, MTV, and TLC. It even has Nickelodeon for my kids. I can watch anytime I want, anywhere I want. Plus, Philo lets me have up to 3 streams at once, so everyone can watch what they want at the same time. Throw in the unlimited DVR that saves all my favorites for up to a year, and this really is the best deal in TV. I just wish I hadn't waited so long. Sound too good to be true? Well, try it out for yourself, and you'll see why people who love TV love Philo. Go to philo.tv, that's philo.tv, and start your 7-day free trial now.
From pumpkin spice to apple pie, fall is hands down the most delicious time of the year. But it's also the busiest. So this time around, get HelloFresh and treat yourself to the best of the season's flavors without the stress. It's simple. HelloFresh does the shopping and the planning for you so you can relax. Not only do their chefs create fall-perfect recipes to enjoy, all the ingredients arrive fresh and pre-portioned, so whipping up a home-cooked meal is easy. And make sure and check out all the fall flavors. A new limited-time lineup of easy autumn-inspired eats from HelloFresh Market, fresh on desserts like apple cider cake with caramel sauce, or please a crowd with appetizers like the barbecue pulled pork nachos, and just as always, everything you need to get cooking quick is delivered right to the door. How easy is that? Join America's #1 meal kit today and get 50% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. It's never too early to start your holiday shopping, and why not take care of it now before the crowds and packed calendars make shopping a total nightmare, especially when you can shop Raycon products and save up to 50% off because their early Black Friday sale is going on now. Raycon first made a name for themselves in the audio space, and this past year they've expanded their entire business with the introduction of Raycon Home and Raycon Power Tech. Raycon is known for delivering high quality and thoughtful features at half the price of the other premium tech brands. It's no wonder their products have racked up tens of thousands of 5-star reviews. Raycon is currently offering 20% off everything on their site with select products up to 50%. So beat the crowds now and save. Because trust us, you don't want to miss out on Raycon's early Black Friday sale. Hurry now to buyraycon.com/Bubba to get 20% off site-wide. Buyraycon.com/Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start
9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. As we get back, this story here, and Greg, I apologize. I don't know why this falls into your category. It's probably unfairly, but it seems like anytime there's a story about alcohol or beer, we go to you.
Good Lord.
And I don't know. I think it's because of your knowledge of the brew world and the different
Well, it's
beers.
an art. There is a.
You know about the hops?
Yeah, it's a craft. People.
Well, Auburn University is now the first school in the country of its kind to offer a master's program in brewing, science, and operations of beer. According to the university, the program started in the fall of 2015 as a graduate certificate, but has recently expanded the program to have a Master's of Science program that began in 2021, and the first cohort of students graduated in August of 2023 here recently.
Brewmasters.
It is a bachelor's degree in brewing.
How about that? Well, you know, these microbreweries, they're big time. I mean,
it makes sense that a school like this that have plenty of farmland around that you'd, invest in the grains and hops and yeast and water that you already have to make it the science project.
Like a War Eagle beer.
They've taken the science project and made a degree out of it.
They have.
And again, you need brewmasters. That guy in them Sam Adams commercials, I bet he's made a ton of them.
Yeah, and I should say the basic requirement is having a bachelor's degree, and then you go on to the master's program. Yeah. That's what I meant to say. The master's program takes 2 years to complete over 6 semesters.
Tell you what I say to
That's some serious studying on making beer.
WDE.
Mm-hmm. Additionally, the university's partners with on-campus brewery New Realm Brewing Company, which allows students to have a hands-on approach and learn the ins and outs of the industry.
Listen, I bet it is interesting.
Well, here come the jokes.
Different things you put in to get different flavors.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look, they get serious about it.
I mean, because I don't know about y'all, but I know I heard from my dad a lot as he's listening now. Hey, Dad, good morning. Great seeing y'all yesterday. Son, what'd you go to school to major in partying? Did you? What are you doing?
No, actually, I learned to make beer, not drink it. I learned to make it and sell it.
Yeah, actually, Dad, I've got a master's in brewing.
Have you ever seen these wineries? There's at least a couple of them not far from where I live.
Yeah. Well, they think enough of it to go, you know what? There's an industry here, and you can get
microbreweries.
You can be a brewmaster.
Yeah. Got them right here in
Literally.
Birmingham. We got them in Birmingham.
You can get a degree in brewing beer.
How about that? It does sound weird. What's your boy doing at college? Well, he's learning how to make beer.
Right.
It does.
He's doing what?
Not drink it. I said make it.
No, but he's getting his master's.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not drinking it. He's making it.
Yeah.
All right. But anyway, I thought that was interesting, and I'm sorry I was looking over at you for that.
Whatever.
But look, bald and cheap jokes, they come my way.
Smoke jokes.
I don't get it.
They always throw the smoking one on you.
Yeah. Go ahead. You got some questions here to wrap the hour up.
We've always heard about skunks and how they smell and stink, whatever.
Yeah.
See, okay, so we all know that.
Oh,
and
you smell them even going down the road.
Have you or someone you've known ever actually been sprayed by a skunk?
That's a good question.
No, I have not.
I have not.
I have not, and nobody that I know.
I know.
I'm gonna go ahead with this. I've never seen a skunk in the wild.
I haven't either.
I haven't seen one wobble
I've been
off.
in the woods a lot.
Yeah.
Where do they live?
Greg, I don't know.
I mean, I'm sure we got skunks. Well, I know we do because I've seen them run over.
Yeah. You really can if you're going down a rural 2-lane or something. You come up on one. Oh boy,
City.
Something's been either hit or something's going on.
Spray you. That'd be a bad day.
It would be.
We used to always, when I was a kid, they said you had to bury your clothes, bury them on the ground.
But I've never heard anybody go, "Hey, I tell you what, I got it." And are they aggressive with it, or
I know, or they feel scared and they? I don't know. They stink. I'll tell you that.
They do. Changing
I've never been
gears.
shot by a porcupine quill either.
No.
What have y'all ever had to share a driveway with somebody?
No.
It's like a split driveway.
Yeah,
No.
I've seen
I've seen that. I see them all the time.
I wouldn't like that.
And
No.
would you not?
Well, I mean, who blows the leaves off the drive? I mean,
Right.
Well, I think you just probably.
I did on vacation one time. We had a little rental that
Well, that's a little different.
but nothing for like this is my residence.
nope. In fact, I don't.
Yeah.
I'm refusing to do it.
Yeah.
There it is. I'm putting it down.
Somebody puts a hot dog in front of you right now. What do you put on it to eat it?
Ketchup.
That's it.
Mustard.
Ketchup. Yeah.
I used to be straight up ketchup. Now I'm starting to lean toward mustard.
Now
So you don't
Now,
do
I
y'all
like
don't do any
relish-
kind
you
of
like
relish
sweet
or
relish,
kraut?
sweet
Yeah,
relish?
that's what I'm getting at.
I don't want that.
Oh
on mine.
yes, I have a little sweet relish.
This is where we separate. That's weird.
Yeah, I gotta have a little sweet relish on a dog.
Okay.
I mean, I can live without it. But
Now I won't frown at mustard if that's like all
I
we
have to have
excuse
mustard.
me, chili.
Well, that's I'm
Oh, are we going that far with it?
So I got everything's
that's
available
all
to me?
available. Yes.
Oh, I'm
Okay.
chili.
Yeah,
I'm chili,
chili and
all
cheese.
day.
Oh, I'll
With a
tear up a chili
jalapeno.
dog.
Drop a jalapeno.
I
on top
love
of that.
Talk to
jalapenos.
Daddy and feed me.
Oh,
All right. Sorry.
I'm hungry.
I am.
Hot dogs are one of those things that I got to be in the mood before I eat a hot dog.
What kind of
a ball game? I got to be at a ball game. Rarely do I eat a hot dog at the house. Rarely.
What kind of hot dog weenie do y'all like?
I like the Oscar Mayer Angus.
Okay, Angus. Yeah.
bun length.
Go ahead, Helms. What you got?
Have you ever crashed someone else's car?
Oh. Does it mean does the dealer driving a dealer car? Does that matter?
No. I'm talking about you get your friend's.
Well, I hate to even answer this because
am
I going to mojo myself? Up to this point, the answer is no.
I haven't because now back when we were teenagers, we drive each other's cars. You know,
and I wrecked one of my friends.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it's a bad day.
Dana
Quinn. She just got
all
it
your
too.
fault?
Oh, completely.
So you trying to be sharp?
Drunk?
No.
I hope you were trying to spin the tires.
No,
and lost
look, it's
watch me.
Hey,
stay in it.
They didn't see it, but this is awful. This is embarrassing and awful.
Y'all look at Helmsy.
This is what happened. So she had just got this car too. So proud of it.
Oh, you're kidding.
And I was like, I want to drive it. And so of course I get in it.
Famous last words.
And go maybe a quarter of a mile down the road, and it got away from me.
Wait a minute. You just wrecked?
No.
Yes. No. Run off in a ditch.
You didn't just pull out in front of somebody and get hit. You
run.
You lose control of it.
Greg got out it because I was trying to see what it would do because I'd never been in a car like that.
Picture it.
Yeah.
Hey, and got off in the ditch and just I mean, it was probably close to $500-600 worth of damage. So you have to pull the wrecked car back up, get out, and go. I am sorry. I don't know.
How'd she?
I wrecked. She handled it like a pro.
Oh, I'd have been mad.
No, she handled it
Especially
beautifully.
because you was
now,
being cute.
listen. Don't think her dad was very happy.
Did you have to file on your insurance?
I don't know how Mom and
Did you get your
her dad and my dad knew each other, and they worked it out. And so, but yeah, not a good day.
No.
Not a good day.
I like the fact he was trying to get in it a little bit.
I was. It was an Acura. It was a nice vehicle
expensive
back
car.
then. Yes, yeah.
Yeah, we could have wrecked our friends' vehicles. Nobody would have noticed it.
Yeah.
As long as it was running because they were banged up anyway.
I felt horrible.
Oh, I bet you did.
I was embarrassed.
That's
I
that
felt
kind of thing. It
horrible.
was like, what do you even say?
That was one of those days.
You know?
Hey, those days or couple days was when you grow up.
When you got off of that
You know what I
ditch,
mean?
you couldn't believe it.
I mean, you
Could
could
not. So thankful I got out of it and got the car back.
I kind of wish you'd have flipped it.
I did wreck somebody's motorcycle one time. I flipped over the handlebars.
I wrecked you.
He's still got an attraction to females because
he did say that.
Even as a woman, he's still taking a female partner.
Yeah.
So I'm just very confused by this, but I guess I'm not the first.
Well,
Rick, wait a minute. You mean there's something confusing about this situation?
In this story, Rick, there's a lot of people confused.
I can't follow this.
Starting with the subject.
Yeah.
Grammy-winning singer John Legend says that President Trump, regularly inspires killers.
Okay, now.
When we condemn the racist venom coming from the president's mouth and point out the bigotry of his policies, it's not an academic question. It's not a political game. It's about life and death. The president regularly inspires killers. He is part of the problem.
It's John's opinion, I guess.
I still can't get them to clarify his bigotry and racism. They throw it around a lot. If you press them on details, it seems to fall short. They can't quite give me an example.
They got that one thing.
You can't say if someone's against illegal immigration, that magically makes them a racist. And if they make the point that if you just have an open border, anybody can come in, including bad people, I'm not sure that quantifies as. And I kind of go back to Candace Owens' question. So when he was a Democrat, he wasn't a racist, but now that he's a Republican, he is?
Yeah, well, that makes sense, Rick, if you think about it.
It does. Does he have to get back his award for what he did for the African-American community?
Oh, he can't have anything.
Okay. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba.
Finishing celebrity news, we just ran out of time. And I couldn't believe it when I saw this headline because we had an incident with Cassio Kidd. I don't know what it is with people who, I guess once you get so much money and you don't feel guilty like Rosanna Arquette, that you have to always, for some reason, buy exotic animals. I don't know why. And I did not know that Wayne Newton actually had a monkey. And there is
check that picture out of Wayne.
Yeah, Wayne's looking good, isn't he?
He's had so much plastic surgery. He looks like that drug lord that tried to get out of jail posing as a little girl. The other day.
Did you see that? Not creepy. And then that guy ended up dead a day later.
Well, how about
that?
Yeah. Did he really?
Yeah.
If you look at
Maybe
this,
why he's trying to get out.
Bubba, to your point, he's had so much surgery and so much work done, It's like when
y'all. That's gross. That's gross. I'm sorry. That's just awful.
He looks like
Wayne. Come on.
He looks like his wax museum replica that is in that museum.
That's exactly.
Yeah. So
his
anyway,
eyebrows are getting higher.
But undoubtedly,
y'all, that's awful. I don't know who in their right mind thinks that looks good.
I know.
Who?
Yeah.
Do you just?
Look, hey, Wayne.
Dunker Shane.
Wayne, you're getting older. You're getting older. You're going to look
Hair's
older.
not dark.
And eventually you're going to die if the Lord doesn't come.
How about you make a point?
You have to deal with it.
I
bro.
know we need to try to do the best we can.
Yeah, but this is ridiculous.
But sometimes I think that people who have work done look worse if they would just not be aged and look themselves.
Yeah, I know.
You know, when somebody ages naturally, it doesn't look as bizarre as this.
And you know, I hate to tell this to everybody. When you get older and you don't have any wrinkles, it looks weird.
It does.
It does look weird.
Because your neck and your hands and the rest of your body doesn't match your face.
And you got jet black hair.
Yeah,
75.
Problem one.
So here's the lawsuit. Here's what they're claiming.
Look right here.
A Las Vegas woman is suing Wayne Newton for $15,000. That's kind of low. Alleging that his pet monkey bit her daughter during a visit to his mansion. She claimed her daughter, who was 15 at the time, had to go to the hospital, and you will, after the uncaged capuchin monkey bit her on the right wrist during a tour of the home of Wayne Newton, of course. And this was in 2017. So there we are.
Look at him.
Yeah.
Spending time with his little.
So undoubtedly he had a capuchin monkey.
Is he kissing it right
It
there?
looks
in that
like
picture?
it.
Yeah.
Look at his
I don't
old
know what
plastic
he's
surgery
doing.
lips. how
Please
they
look, Bubba.
Oh,
Please look at that.
It's gracious, that's disturbing.
Will you please look at this?
You can't pin those ears any far back.
No.
That's what they
those
do.
lips.
They stretch.
Yeah, they stretch.
And
And
they all get that look like they're in the wind and it's
yes,
blowing them.
yeah, like a dog hanging its
Y'all,
head out the window.
that's awful.
Yeah.
That is disturbing.
You know, just since I've been here, we've encountered two capuchins here at the studio. We had the one on riding the dog.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And then we had the one picking the winter. Remember we had the tailgate going on?
Yeah.
When Rick was gone, yeah.
And it's amazing. I know now Cassio got
That's when we
bit
caught the
years
table
earlier.
on fire.
Yes, that's when we caught the table. on
Yeah.
fire. But they're not real aggressive. I guess do you have to mess with them?
Well,
to
you
get them
can't
to
look
bite
at
you?
them in the eyes. If they
Is that
start
what it
staring at you a little bit.
The
they're
two we met were. You remember that one? He'd do a high five. He'd lean back.
Yeah.
And
Now, are we pretty sure
they were pretty funny.
that
Look at that, Bub.
that it was a capuchin that bit Cassio as well?
Yeah, I think so.
yeah.
And so,
And riding that dog that day.
yeah, and so Wayne Newton's monkey probably had to be tested for diseases, which, as you said, Bubba, many times, that test is
Well, it's called a destructive test.
it is a destructive test.
You have to take their little head and examine it.
Oh, wow.
Without a body.
Newton lived in the mansion for more than 40 years before he sold it in 2010. Said he kept other exotic animals at the estate, including flamingos, penguins. He had a sloth and Arabian horses. So they're saying
Vegas performers have weird pets.
they're trying to hold whoever accountable by saying if you'd have kept him in the cage, when you have people coming through touring the mansion, you shouldn't have the monkey running around unattended. And so this led to an unnecessary bite that has led to return visits to the doctor and a scar. It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show starts right now with our national anthem. 7.5 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba show. Here we go. Going forward, updating you on another day, another hour, as we roll through, and believe it or not, dead ahead, the holidays. Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's, here it all comes. Unbelievable that it's back. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy have given you a kickoff hour. We thank them for that. Hopefully you participate with that. That's part of the Rick and Bubba experience every day. Eddie Van Adler gives you a YouTube experience. He joins us now. For those of you that choose to watch the show, you got two options, watching it live or you can watch the daily archive. There's also a best of hour that goes to Blaze TV. So if you're a subscriber there, you get that as part of your subscription. On the audio-only side, you got America's boldest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. There's a live option. Our TuneIn app, there's a live option. And then your archive option there is our podcast channel with daily archives each and every day, and also a weekly unique podcast called Rick and Bubba University. And there's a new one of those out from this past weekend. So there's all the content that's available for you every day, both live and archive. You choose what you would like, and you can find some information about that at Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. We are missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master out of King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Come on now.
Get up. You get lost. Show as I'm sitting here. Let's go. Here. There it is. 3 Dog Night. Show as I'm sitting here.
3 Dog
Night. Bubba, we have much to do on the program today. We'll unpack some stories that seem to be ongoing. We have some news stories. Who knows what your phone calls and emails will produce today. Sometimes that's all out there. We'll look back over things that have happened since the last time that we were together. And as you know, before I show this picture, we do tend to be caught many times wearing the exact same shirt and the exact same clothing.
Yes.
We don't have a lot of it.
Right.
And I know
I
know it is standard procedure that I do this, and y'all may not do this. If I wear something that will work for the work week to church on Sunday, and it's one of those things where I don't do anything right after church. I go home, then change
clothes,
and change into more leisure clothes.
Yeah.
That outfit may make it Monday.
That outfit will go Monday.
Yep.
We had I got up and changed my routine on Monday and decided to go a different way because I was going to have to drive some yesterday, so I wanted to go super comfy because I knew that I had a road trip. That we all had yesterday, or at least some of us had. So I changed. So when you see this picture I'm about to show, I will acknowledge I have the same shirt on that I have on right now. Okay, even though this was only Sunday. Okay. So,
it's okay.
I don't want y'all to think that we don't own but about 3 or 4 shirts. I
think everybody's just glad we get here.
Yeah,
so,
right. Yeah. So anyway, I want to get out ahead of that, but I did not know, and I've been following this. You see this happening with the Today Show that launched a mascot, right? Was that didn't they do a new mascot? Look at our new mascot.
I didn't know that.
Good Morning America. So one of those morning TV shows. Just did a, hey, look, we have a mascot now. And, everybody loves a mascot.
So why do they need a mascot?
It's a great question. And that's one of those that needs to be pondered by the panel. That's us. But I will say this. Did you know that Publix has a mascot?
I didn't until I saw you post this.
What is that?
I didn't.
Is that some kind of dinosaur?
I did not know that Publix had a mascot. I found out the whole history.
I like it.
Yeah.
Did you really?
Yeah,
I didn't know any grocery store had a mascot.
I'm glad to know it's a mascot and there's not just a random dinosaur wandering around.
Well, I am
in there.
too.
True.
And I find it interesting that a grocery store would go with dinosaur.
Got a dragon look to it.
Did y'all know what beat dinosaur? Because as soon as Sherry and I got in the car, I said we have to research the Publix dinosaur.
And when does he come out? Every day?
By the way, the name of him, Play-Doh. Play-Doh is the name.
Oh,
do you know why I have my picture made with Play-Doh?
No.
Because if I gave to the food bank, I got a picture with the mascot.
Okay.
So I immediately gave to the food bank,
Well,
so I would have
great.
this picture. And Sherry took the picture. Sherry was even correcting a mascot on the picture. Made him take like 5.
Really?
Oh, boy.
Yeah, she said,
Are you
"Look."
serious?
She said, "Look down. I don't see anything but your mouth. You got to look down." So
His
anyway,
snout was looking right in the camera.
Yeah,
tall.
of course, the poor kid in there was probably trying to see.
Yeah.
But anyway, so do you know what the vote came down to?
No,
And the dinosaur won.
I cannot wait to hear.
A farmer, because of them bringing the
So
food.
we go from a farmer to a dinosaur.
Yeah, and
Okay.
What's the dinosaur significance?
I don't know. I think the whole reason the dinosaur won was simply because they thought kids would like it better than a farmer.
They
Yeah,
would.
yeah,
though.
no, I get that.
They think the farmer's a creepy old man.
And he's a
looks
fun
fun.
dinosaur, not a scary
No,
dinosaur.
a lot of fun.
Not like a Gila monster
Right.
eating a pig or something.
No.
That's a bad.
It looks like a fun mascot.
Don't you find it kind of bold, though, that somebody would go dinosaur after the incredible success of Barney, that you would try dinosaur
Yeah.
again?
Oh, yeah.
It's almost like you kind of feel like you're in his shadow.
Yeah.
Dinosaurs are big.
They have dinosaur stickers
Yeah.
for the kids at the checkout,
I didn't know that.
Oh.
but sometimes they don't have them.
Uh-oh.
So kind of wish they
They'd
just
always-
never had them. I kind of
Yeah.
just wish because
Yeah.
now it's a
Oh.
problem.
Either have them all the time or don't
Yeah,
have them.
now it's a problem.
Yeah, now they start looking for those. So your kids are familiar, Helmsy, you were familiar with this mascot?
No, I have
No.
clue. And I go in Publix a ton.
Yeah.
I've never seen
I've
it.
never
I've
seen
never
it.
seen it.
Yeah.
I've never seen it.
When you post, I think you put that on your story or something.
That's
can't
when I
remember.
saw it. I saw it on social
that's-
media.
I was like, "What's that?"
Yeah, Sherry and I were in the checkout line, and I said, "There's some dinosaur over there. What's that?"
I didn't know where you were at.
Yeah, and then the one behind the register, the cashier said, "Would you like to have your picture made with the dinosaur?" And I said, "Well, sure." And
Why not?
yeah, and she said,
Smile,
well, "Are you
dinosaur.
willing to give at least $2 to the food bank?" All I thought of was, "Speedy will never have his picture made with this dinosaur."
Right.
It's the first thing I thought of.
Yeah.
Wow.
And
Plato, the Publixsaurus.
Yeah.
He's been around since 1991.
Did y'all know that?
Oh, it's Plato, like Plato and
Right.
Aristotle
Right.
and
Not
all
Play-Doh.
that. I thought you were
Play-Doh.
saying Play-Doh. That's
Yeah.
what world
Yeah.
I'm in.
Yeah. But I don't understand. I do understand the farmer. That works for the grocery store perfectly.
I don't know about Plato.
But Plato, a dinosaur, what are we saying?
He's a smart dinosaur, maybe? I don't know.
You know, Rick,
been around
this
that
would
long.
be a high-level marketing
Right.
question that
Yeah.
apparently is eluding me.
Yeah.
But I'm good with it. I like that.
But does it
dinosaur.
get y'all? And I saw Helmsy's face that this thing's been around since '91, and I just saw it Sunday,
Yeah,
and most of
I
us have never
know.
even heard of it. They haven't
Wow.
marketed. They have not used them in their campaigns very much.
No.
And it makes me wonder, too, are there other grocery stores that have mascots as well?
Well, that's all I can think about. Apparently, you have to have a mascot now, and do we need one?
I mean,
is Big Boy ours? Yes, he is. Isn't
I
he?
could see.
Yes, he is.
I could see a TV commercial where Plato is checking out people, where he's stocking the shelves, and he's even pushing carts to the car.
Sure.
Yeah,
I
I mean, there's a
love it.
lot
See,
that
that
would be
would
great.
own me.
Yeah.
I'd go, "Ooh, that's cool."
Piggly Wiggly's got the pig.
Obviously,
Well, yeah.
And then HEB has a donkey, you know.
I did not know that.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
That's, if you know what HEB stands for, that makes it funny. I'm sorry.
I don't even know what that is.
What is it?
It's the guy's last name is Butts.
Oh, really?
Oh,
So
That's
I said-
funny.
I said they've got a donkey.
That is
Yeah,
funny.
sorry
Never
about
even heard of that
I'm
grocery
sorry.
line.
Yeah, I don't even know what you're talking
It's
about.
big in Texas. It's big in Texas. It's the
Right.
biggest
Oh,
one in
it's a
Texas.
San
Well, you heard that
Antonio
Winn
thing,
Dixie
yeah.
used to have the rebel flag, but they had to take it down.
Everybody knows that.
Kroger has a frog.
My gracious, this mascot's been in a movie.
No, it has not.
Yep.
What was it, Cannonball
Gosh
Run?
almighty.
I'd never seen it before.
What movie?
It says something about Mary. I think it made a cameo or something.
Really? Oh, okay.
This person might have been lying. I just said something I don't know.
I think the guy from HEB was in that movie too.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So there you go. Did not know that Cuba Gooding Jr. Has a case coming up.
Yeah, remember he was accused of some
forgot.
groping.
I forgot.
I thought that he that they
it
dropped those charges. I guess I'm wrong.
Says he asked for it to be dismissed based on the video taken of the alleged incident. And there were also 2 witnesses that claimed that Cuba Gooding Jr. didn't do anything wrong, and that this woman is only money, no pun intended, grabbed.
Yeah.
So said the court disagrees. They say there's conflicts, and the factual allegations between the criminal court information and the defendant's motion should be resolved at a trial, because he's saying I can't get enough clarity on the he said, she said. So we're going to put this thing in a courtroom and see if we can't work it out. It alleges that he grabbed this woman in an area that you should not without consent on a rooftop bar in Manhattan, and the alleged victim said she thought that he was drunk at the time. So that is going to go to trial. But you're right. They were trying to say, hey, video shows this is not what she's describing, and then 2 witnesses said we were there, it didn't happen.
Right.
But the judge says he does not see enough to throw it out. It's still too confusing. So they're going to have to take that to court.
Who put the snake photobomb story in?
Well, that was just handed. That was the next story. That was the next story I was going to.
Yeah, I saw it this morning, and I wasn't even going to mention it.
Well, I'm sorry, that's on me.
We've had so many discussions, but this is really kind of creepy and disturbing.
It is very, and all of us were seeing them, even our own families.
Satan's little hand puppet
doing it.
There he is.
The kids are going back to school, so you go out and take your picture. Look, everybody's going back to school.
Have y'all seen this picture? Are y'all familiar with it?
Yeah, and so we have a young lady, looks like she may be, 12 or so? And
yeah, they're taking a back-to-school picture. She's got her backpack on, her new ripped jeans. Everything looks good. Standing next to a tree in the front yard. But if you examine the tree closer, you realize that there is a snake climbing up the side of it.
And that would be do this and lean.
Yeah, that's your old basic chicken snake, rat snake. We call it in this part of the country. And this is in Auburn, Alabama, right?
Look at it slithering down that tree, looking directly at the student.
And the scary thing is, she doesn't see it. Apparently, the people taking the picture doesn't see it.
Look at it.
Yeah,
it blends in, which that's what they do. If you're Satan's little hand puppet, that's what you try to do.
Yeah. Says,
and frankly, that's a fairly small chicken snake. Usually, they are the biggest ones we see around here. They get 6-7 foot long. I mean, monsters.
It says,
you think, what in the world is this?
Here's what the mama says. The mama says she didn't notice the reptile until the photo session had already begun. She said it was very scary. I got 2 pictures, and I said to my daughters, show your teeth, please, baby. Then I saw the snake. I said, Brooke, come here. And she looked at me like I'm done taking pictures. So I said, Brooke, get away from the tree now. I said it calmly, but I'm sure my face said everything she needed to know.
Wow.
She said it looked like the snake was about to bite her. And but I mean, it's non-poisonous, but it's still, who wants to be bit by any animal?
No, like a briar scratch.
I mean, just like a briar scratch.
You know, them old chicken snakes, too, they can just climb up anything.
Here we go.
That's what I don't like.
They're climbers, man.
Here we go.
Well, I mean, he's on the side of the tree. That's
terrible.
Climber.
Well, I don't like snakes.
I've seen them go around. They'll just do old candy cane around a post and go right up it like nobody's business.
Post office.
Yeah,
See, and I think that's a foul. If y'all want to slither around the ground, we'll do our best to avoid you. You shouldn't be allowed to get up above us and stuff. And trees and drop.
You know,
down.
I almost just bumped heads with one day looking for one on the ground, and I was studying up under this concrete in the barn. And I looked up, Mary was right up high. And I thought,
look at that right there.
Oh, I know.
What a terrible thing.
I know.
What a horrible thing to see.
I feel like I'm staring into hell right now.
Yeah, Bubba, is there anything that you can
think?
think?
Moves too.
Is there anything with you?
Does that make the hair on the back of your neck stand up? I hate to see them move.
How much for you to sit there at that picnic table and eat?
That picnic table? Yeah. Well, that wouldn't be any amount.
Well, that may be the diet we get you on.
There you go. The snake table diet.
Oh, this is it.
We call it snake table.
We have found it.
That's it.
We call it snake table.
We set food out and put snakes beside it.
I saw that umbrella in half, you know.
Rick and Bubba.
The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Bubba, I honestly, I don't know how you have not just combusted, just exploded from just sheer joy on the run you've been on lately in the high-tech world.
Yeah, it has. It's been quite a run.
You speaking to an amateur radio club, then going right to a ham fest, and then yesterday you're in one of the most high-tech cities, not just in our state, in the country.
Yeah, Huntsville's my people. There's no doubt about it.
That's your people,
Yeah,
and which explained the banner, "Welcome, Bill Bubba Bussy." Yesterday, I know that you discontinued this streak, and we all, well, three of us, me, you, and Speedy, all separate journeys yesterday. Of course, I realize now there was one thing I should have done while I was there, because I try to make trips count, and I did get a lot done yesterday. I just realized I should have gone by and looked at a storage unit I've been paying for 2 to 3 years I've never seen.
Yeah,
dang
it.
That
would have
that sentence, I don't understand.
I should have done that,
Rick.
But anyway,
I'm mad that I didn't remind you.
Right,
Rick,
I was right there too.
Rick, it's so kind the way you take care of so many people.
I do. I mean, I don't want there to be any attention brought to it. That's just what happened. Okay, huh?
There's a part of me that if you would have done that yesterday, gone by to see what was in it, I may have gone to Huntsville as well.
Really?
Kind of like the Storage Wars thing.
Yeah.
I'd kind of want to know what's in it.
I just want that door to open and go, let's see.
Yeah,
I want everybody out there to know something. Seriously, I don't know how it's going to go, and we're off to a rough start. We established that yesterday. But this attempt, and I'm going to say the word attempt, okay, because I don't believe it'll ever happen. This attempt to build a house and move to the farm, it's an attempt. That's all it is, okay? And everybody keeps reassuring me it's going to happen. I'll believe it when I see it. But if it does happen, there's going to be one of the greatest garage sales, and I hate them, that the world has ever seen, because I am going to be a purging son of a gun.
Oh, yeah.
And there's some cool stuff in a storage unit that maybe I'll see at some point y'all may want. And I mean, I'm just thinking. I was looking around the other day, because we're going to go to a house about half the size of what we're in right now.
Yeah.
And I mean, there is going to be a purging, and I cannot wait for that. It's going to be a hassle, but I cannot wait to purge it.
You know, yesterday we did stop by and visit with our affiliate there, the River 100.3. Always a pleasure to see them. And I had to go on and see my friends at Gigaparts.
Oh, of course
yesterday.
you did. You can't go to the
Robbie
high
and Patrick.
Yeah, you were in town.
They, excuse me, choked up just thinking about it.
It's a cough button right there.
Yeah, they. I still
Tom.
I've used it some, but I'm still learning.
Right,
Still
yeah.
learning.
It hasn't come off the spine yet.
It's tough when you're talking, too. You know?
Bubba, what are you looking at there? You are.
Wow.
Yeah, I got a tour of Gigapart's new their technology superstore that they're moving into next year.
Yeah,
and,
what's Chris Woods doing?
Rick, this thing is big as a Home Depot, literally.
Wow.
It used to be one. And I mean, it's incredible. They're scaling up what they're doing. They're adding professional photography, astronomy, and some other things. And man, I'm excited about it. I can't
draw back like a fool.
I'm excited. I'm pumped. Huh?
Oh,
you know it?
Yeah. Now, are you? Are you going to be part of it? I mean, like, other than just a customer?
I'm just a customer, but I may go up for the grand opening.
Oh,
for sure, because they'll have some deals, buddy.
Yes.
Huh?
Yeah.
Some deals.
I mean,
where
deals.
is it located?
Speedy, that's a good question. I'm not exactly sure where
But you
I
were
was.
there. You really?
Yeah, but I don't know where
GPS,
I was. I rode with Robbie. I don't know where I was at exactly.
Now, where? Yeah. Now, did you go by the current standing Gigaparts?
I went by their warehouse. Yeah.
Didn't go to the place.
The retail store. No.
Oh, well.
Well, that's all right. I was visiting.
I know, but I know how you like to look. Might be something there you might want.
Well, you don't think the warehouse had stuff?
Well, that's true.
On pallets.
Oh, that's true.
Huh?
Okay, yeah.
Oh,
that's
boy.
like going to high-tech Costco.
Rick, when I see ham radios lined up as far as you can see on pallets, yeah. Now there you go. Now you're talking.
Hey, now.
I don't know last time.
But I'll tell you this: they shared some of the things they're going to be doing. Some of it I can't talk about, but I'm
secret.
excited. It really is. I can't. I'm going to say there's a little something for everybody.
Okay. Can I tell you what was funny?
It's going to be a happening place.
Greg, you and Helms and
They're
Adler.
thinking out of the box.
Yeah,
I love it.
Here's what you're going to love, Greg. So Bubba, of course, we're all if you work here and you hang out with this bunch, you're constantly thinking that somebody's messing with you.
Well, yeah.
So Bubba got to looking for everybody because we all drove separately to Huntsville yesterday, and Bubba's looking for everybody, and I said, I'm here, I'm inside. Well, he won't come in. He thinks I'm messing with him.
See, I think I'm the first one. I thought I was the first one. So I'm just sitting there. I go, Rick, well, that's something he would say.
Sure. He wants you to walk in there and you've been looking for him.
Yeah,
Where's Rick? I kept thinking, why is he not coming in here?
Did you pass me on the highway?
I guess so.
Because I had the jump on you.
Yeah, well, I don't play around.
Yeah.
My point A to point B is a world record.
It was.
You had to violate some laws if you passed me.
I was at that location, I'm not exaggerating, in an hour and 25 minutes.
Mm-hmm. It's about right. That's what the GPS said.
It was, that.
Did you stop?
Not having to go. No, not having to go further down.
Yeah. I don't know how I caught you because I stayed here and did 2 more commercials and then left.
Yeah, I don't know either.
But I do make good time though. I don't fool around.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
Get that baby turned.
Yeah. Y'all wouldn't believe.
You must have
it was
passed me
funny
on the highway.
Seeing y'all's 2 big trucks in that parking lot was hilarious.
Oh yeah. Hey, matter of fact, they got
big lift backed in.
One of the guys in management said, "Y'all all back in, don't you?" I said, "When you mean business, you have to."
That's right. Well, I get asked that a lot. Betty used to ask me a lot, and I said, honestly, it's easier to back in than it is to go front because you got so many cameras.
100%.
You can see everything. And you're kind of blind pulling in straight.
Yeah, and trying to get the right angle.
I get so used to seeing the lines and all the alignment, to pull in. I'd rather see that than I just drive.
When you're trying to go in forward, if you're not paying attention, you'll have to have a meeting with an owner.
Yeah. You'll have to get it right.
Cut it a little tight.
Yeah. But anyway, great trip yesterday. Good to see everybody, and always enjoy Huntsville, Alabama.
I tell you, I was shocked. I knew Bubba was having a tough stomach day. He didn't even eat lunch.
No.
Yeah, I mean nothing. He just piddled at lunch. I knew he didn't feel good.
Had to have some tater chips.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ain't no doubt about it. Money and fame. So we told you that the things that we have going on today, we really have an oldie but a goodie from the last 25 years. We may have the world famous Keep It or Coaster today.
Yeah, I've got that marked down.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, you go ahead and
it's been a while since we've done one.
You put a star by it because I got it right here, and so we'll drop that in today. We were discussing it out here in the kitchen. I just don't know if I can continue to support Donald Trump. Now that I've heard what Tommy Lee has to say about it, the drummer for Motley Crue,
he's opened my eyes.
I just over the weekend I thought, my goodness, so man, Tommy Lee, the drummer of Motley Crue, doesn't like Trump and says if he can get the Democrats to win, they're going to pay all of us back.
Yeah, right.
And
I never pay us back big time. He said.
And he went on the list, and he showed that classy language of his. And I'm thinking to myself,
Rick, I think one of the things he promised was a Planned Parenthood on every corner.
Yeah, but now let me get back to this. This is what Tommy Lee, the drummer, drummer of Motley Crue.
Yeah.
He's got a platform. And please tell me no one's listening. Who cares? I'm talking about, I don't care what your political affiliation. I'd like to know the percentage of people that are waiting for Tommy Lee, the drummer for Motley Crue, to weigh in on anything.
Exactly.
Well, Rick, we actually have the battle.
Even if the crew is reunited.
Yeah, we actually have our battle of hard rockers in that we've got Tommy Lee mad at Trump and all Republicans, and you've got Kid Rock mad at Taylor Swift for supporting Democrats.
Right.
Yeah.
So
it's a battle of the rockers.
And if you'll remember, those two actually battled over the same woman at one time. So they were on opposite sides then, too.
Yeah. I'm just saying,
similar language.
Very similar.
I was just thinking to myself as I tried to grow as a man and human being, and I'm thinking there's certain people that I'd like to speak into my life to help me. And what they say, they have such credibility and such integrity. I need to listen. I can't get Tommy Lee, Kid Rock, or Taylor Swift on that list. I just
No.
I just
No, Rick.
Can you imagine really being concerned and putting any weight in anything any of those three would say, especially Tommy Lee?
Right. Well, it's just like, was it Camp Yahoo? What was that we reported on the other week? So all the world's Camp Google, one of them. All the world's problems. We're bringing
Yahoo.
people who sing songs and act in movies together because somehow
Right.
that's who's going to solve our problems. Right?
I just Greg, let me go back to Tommy Lee. I mean, there's some people that have a vocation that may involve the entertainment business that you go are pretty. You think they got some sort of intelligence, some sort of.
I believe I'd listen to Ozzy Osbourne before I listen to Tommy Lee.
I really would.
Tell me,
Definitely Bon Jovi.
tell me,
Oh, absolutely.
tell me how.
He knows the lip.
And I know,
But he doesn't sound like a complete.
yeah, he doesn't sound like his brain's fried.
Most people, when they get up to try to motivate you or say, "Today I'm going to say some things you need to write down," they are able to present some sort of resume that you go, "You know what?
Yeah.
I'd like to hear what you have to say." Tommy Lee of Motley Crue, the drummer. That who cares what he thinks?
Yeah.
Does he?
His world, I mean, he lives in a fantasy land. He doesn't even, it's not even real.
Does
I mean,
he
the
think-
fact that they made a living as long as they did, he should just be proud of that. And only in America could that happen.
If you want some mindless rock and roll, I'm sure Tommy Lee can put on quite a show.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure that Tommy Lee has any credibility to weigh in on the political climate of the United States of America, and as he made very clear, that we're supposed to now reach out. Now listen, this is good. We're supposed to reach out and let Tommy Lee, the drummer of Motley Crue, hand us his moral compass.
Yeah.
Our hands out, Tommy. Please, let's follow you. Give us your moral compass.
Yes,
I don't.
That is so good.
I don't think he's got a moral anything.
Well, Tommy's opened my eyes.
Tommy, I would go far to say that having the influence of the U's in this country has got us in the bind we're in.
Yes.
People who
And
are
I got news for
people
you.
who are following your way of life is causing the problems that we have.
Yeah. Even people that claim to be in that same.
35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show, thank you for being with us. TheraBreath, one of our own going partnerships. You know, I want you to notice something, and it's a credit to all of you out there. When you hear these products that have been on this show for years, the reason why that is because it's working the way it's supposed to. First of all, they're getting a response from you, or they wouldn't be here. They love you more than us, and you enable us to do what we do, talking to you, the audience, and they enable us to do what we do because they're the advertisers, and without them, there wouldn't be a show. But here's how it's working. They're getting response from you. You like the product so much, you keep buying it, and they're excited about that, and it just keeps running perfectly. So if you've never tried the TheraBreath products, there's a reason you keep hearing them on the show, and that's because our audience loves their products, and we love their products. When it comes to fresh breath and your overall oral hygiene, that's hard to say. Try overall oral hygiene.
That's overall oral hygiene.
Yeah, you see how it all gets a.
I don't want to say that.
A lot of all.
Yeah, but you know what? Good oral hygiene is crucial. Dudney's taught us that for years. And these products are the best. So yes, they take care of bad breath. Yes, they go to the root cause of bad breath. But their gum rinses and all of that are phenomenal as well. Their oral rinse for your healthy gums is better than anything out there. And their whitening products. You know, when whitening became something over the counter, we were like, really? Can you get stuff over the counter that works? Not really. Most of it doesn't do much. But theirs does a great job. It's so much better than anything else out there. So there's all kinds of great products. You hear us talk about the TheraBreath lozenges all the time. I'm always carrying those in my pocket. And then, of course, the mouthwash and the toothpaste. And you can find all these products by going to TheraBreath.com. Are they in retailers? Yes. A lot of retailers? A lot. Over 100. But sometimes because of shelf space, they have so many products, not all of them will be there. But you can certainly find them all by going to TheraBreath.com. But if you're looking in retail, look for that orange cap on top of their bottle. You'll see that. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button for all the TheraBreath products, and they're the best of the best. All right, so have you thought about this? And I saw it for the first time yesterday. So we currently have, we talked about this yesterday, A&M's looking for a coach. We also have Mississippi State looking for a coach.
Yeah.
Has Arkansas announced yet?
Not yet. Not
Okay.
yet.
We think Arkansas might be looking for a coach. I have 2 words for y'all: Deion Sanders. Do any of these schools go after Sanders?
No.
Should they?
No.
Then you have to pack everybody and bring them with him again. I mean, that's 2 moves in 2 years.
Yeah. These are opportunities that might be for him, and of course they'd have to want him. I got that, but that might be more lucrative than trying to make Colorado work.
Well, I think.
I mean, if he could get the
he
opportunity.
got out of the gate good at Colorado. I think Deion will be judged more on the long term work there. Now,
too quick,
if
too
he,
soon.
Yeah, if he has a couple of winning seasons, carries them to bowl games, they win, they become a perennial top 10 team. Yes, but I think I think the jury's still out on him at a Power 5 right now. But I think he will get to that level.
But he
no
seems
doubt.
to have them headed in the right
Yeah.
direction.
If I would have asked you this in September, what would you have said?
Possibly. After the first 3 games.
May be completely wrong on this. Been wrong before. I think this is all about Shador and his sons, and once that's over, he's going to move on.
Do nothing. Just go back into retirement.
I think he'll be more TV guy.
Do you think this is the ultimate daddy ball?
I don't call it daddy ball because his kids are unbelievable.
No. I think what Bubba means by that he likes doing this with his sons, and when that's over, I've known people. Yeah. I know we use the word daddy ball, meaning you let your kids play when they're not good enough. That's not what we mean here.
Okay, yeah.
Well, because there's obvious that they're good enough, and I hate to say this, on the rarest of occasion, is the coach's son not good enough to play.
I think
because he usually, if he's coaching, he spends a lot of time with them, and they're usually pretty well done.
Mm-hmm.
But I will say this. What we mean by that is this a wonderful experience of him coaching his sons, and when that experience is over,
he's going to probably do something else.
Yeah.
Back to TV or just go watch his sons continue to play at the next level.
I will say
I think that's what's going on.
I will say this. When I was, just a completely different thing, but even in the communities, when people have asked us as dads to help coach or to coach a team, we're certainly not getting paid for it, but I'm talking about to be the coach of a team. As soon as my kids were no longer playing, when they asked me to come back and volunteer coach again, I said, I'm not going to put the time into that if I'm not spending time with my sons too. It has nothing to do with other kids, but I have other things I want to do with my time. The only reason why I even considered coaching was the fact that I would get to have that experience with my sons. Once that was over, I really don't want to do it anymore.
And I did, a year or 2 after mine were gone with tennis, but I had got to know so many of those kids and their parents. You know, I kind of felt like they were half mine anyway.
Sure.
And enjoyed it, but there was a time that clearly that needed to be done.
Well, Colorado signed him to a 5-year deal, $29.5 million contract. And so I'm sure they asked those questions before they hired the man. Are you going to be 1 year, 2 year and done? So he has a 5-year contract.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter.
No, I'm just saying I don't see him leaving on his own, like just going, I'm retiring within that 5 years.
Yeah,
I see him at least fulfilling that contract. Now, does he mean he's not going to be hired out or whatever? He could. I mean, nobody's off limits. We've seen that. I mean, they could go after him, to your question, Rick, and he not even be interested until the offer. But he's at least has a 5-year contract with them.
Oh, yeah. I'm just saying in the times we're living in, contracts don't mean anything.
No, I'm just saying that he was playing daddy ball and going to leave when his sons leave.
Well,
his sons could go to the NFL this year, and they've shown interest in it. They have another year.
Now, he announced that he's coming back.
Yeah, but
Deion announced it.
Right,
Somebody had to go again, but
which was a funny post because he was like, no, y'all ain't going nowhere.
Guys, your question was, would he go to a different school? And I don't think the answer is yes to that, because I think once he's done here, whether it's 5 years or this year, he's done coaching. That's my point.
All right, so now let's talk ego. Let's talk about the fact that somebody like Prime wants to show the world that he can win at the highest level. Does an A&M probably, no offense, I mean, because I love Mississippi State and had a kid there and like them, but probably if you're looking at all the money at A&M, all of us said yesterday they should be winning. There's nothing they don't have.
Great recruiting class.
Now, for some reason, nobody can go there and win long term at a high level for some reason, and we talked about that yesterday.
Yeah.
But would a Deion think? Well, I bet I can. I can make that work. And I'm not saying he will do it. That's not what I'm saying.
No,
And I agree with everything y'all all said. So let's go back to this. We've talked about that he probably would not do it. Now let's look at the two-part question. Do you think any of these schools want him?
I don't think A&M wants him, and I don't think Deion, honestly, this is going to sound probably goofy, but I don't think what has he got to prove? He's Deion Sanders.
Right.
You know what I mean? He's one of the top 5 athletes of all time.
Oh, I got all that.
So I don't think he's sitting there going, hey, I got to win at this level.
Yeah.
I think a better question, and really what you're getting to is, A&M has paid this tremendous amount of money to get rid of their coach. Mm-hmm. Who are they going to get?
Right.
Who is better than Jimbo Fisher that they can get?
Let's admit that Deion Sanders, good, bad, ugly, is a splash hire. If you hire him, it makes news.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Absolutely.
Right. Yeah. And it does fire up players to want to come play there.
Yes, it does.
So,
I mean,
I'm with y'all. I don't think.
Look, if he doesn't win another game, he's turned the Colorado program around.
Oh, he has. Yeah.
And then where they go from here will be the real test.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Oh, I would. Deion Sanders, if you just want to make money off merchandise, he's the right hire.
Mm-hmm.
If you just want more money coming into the coffer, if you want to sell tickets to the games, all that, he's the guy.
Yeah.
But
And,
if you're A&M,
they don't need that.
They don't need that.
After this,
Colorado did.
They did.
After this debacle, if you're A&M, do you go this time? Go look. One, you may have to. I know they got a lot of money, but they're also paying out a lot of money. Go. I got it. We're going to try to find an up and comer that will turn into something. We went with the big name with Jimbo. Didn't work out. Won't we try to find a guy that we think's the future? And roll the dice.
Oh, let me ask you this, though.
With Texas and Oklahoma joining the SEC, I think they're going to try to make a big name person that either has a history. I don't know, but we used to think that coaches that aren't coaching are the only ones on the table. They've proven that they'll go grab. In college football, you go grab a guy right now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look at if this happens at Arkansas, is Gus going to leave UCF in the middle of his contract if Arkansas pays him off?
To Bubba's
the answer is yes.
To Bubba's question, who is the splash? When Texas A&M makes a decision today, how's that fire everybody up? Who is that?
Yeah.
Who is the splash hire?
If I'm in that meeting, who
is
do
it
I
Kirby
bring,
Smart?
Who
You
do I
pull
bring
him
to
away
the
from
table?
Georgia? Is it Dabo Sweeney?
Lane Kiffin?
Is it Lane Kiffin? Who is the splash hire
him, but I don't think
for
you
A&M?
I don't think
you can either. But I just
how much are they going to ask for in a guarantee? Because we've already seen what they'll pay.
Yeah.
Are you going to go
Also
in there
heard
to
somebody-
take some measly $15 million?
Well, also I heard somebody say this yesterday. It was very interesting. He was an inside guy at A&M and does some beat reporting and whatever, covers the program. And he said, money is not finite here. It ends at some point, and what you're going to find out over the next few weeks is how much money we actually have. Because if they do go do this splash hire, then the answer is yes. But if they go a different route, like Greg's talking, where it's you pay somebody $6, $7, $8 million a year, then maybe we don't have as much money as you thought we did.
Well, let me ask y'all this. I know we got to go to the break. Are you also a little bit spooked? Because I'm going to tell y'all, and I think y'all all agree, they did the splash hire, and they did the guy who has won, and it didn't work out.
That's my point. Yeah,
Jimbo Fisher was everything you want, and it didn't work.
No.
You're right.
You get an up-and-comer.
Do you try that again?
Or you get an up-and-comer and you don't give him some ridiculous buyout.
Right.
Yeah.
Find a guy that everywhere he's ever been, he's won.
Yeah.
I'm not too sure they wasn't a little quick on this Jimbo thing. If they have that much money, I would have pumped it in the NIL.
Unless there's things about him that
we don't know.
They've been getting players.
Oregon fans, Dan Lanning said he's staying, which means he's going to go.
Yeah,
Which means they're negotiating right now.
He's taking the job tomorrow.
Rick and Bubba.
We're not going to pay him any attention.
No, he didn't even have credibility in the rock star camp.
Yeah,
right.
Somebody said, "Who ate in it? Tommy Lee." I mean, my goodness, Tommy. You know what I mean? Like some guy you went to school with. Now, who said it? Well, what?
He was in the news last week for fighting his son. Remember?
Yeah.
Yeah, we talked about son punched him in the head.
Yeah. Tommy Lee's going to tell us what a bad person Trump is and Trump supporters? Tommy Lee? Look, 16 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming your way right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We were joking about, even last week, the fact that the guy will never see the courtroom.
No.
And we all talked about that.
No, we did.
And here we go. I mean, I didn't know it was going to be over the weekend. But the circumstances for this, how bizarre is all that?
Well, and then you have people. Now, look, I don't know if they have any credibility or not. Here's what we can say.
Well, can we say these facts?
Here we go. Let's throw out the facts about Jeffrey Epstein, and it's one of these things.
Here is the facts. He attempted to harm himself before.
Right.
Okay?
Allegedly.
He was put on suicide watch.
Mm-hmm.
The suicide watch was lifted for some reason. The roommate, or the you wouldn't call it a roommate. Cellmate, okay,
well, kind of a roommate,
was removed from his cell, so he was basically in some type of solitary situation.
Right.
The guards who are supposed to be keeping an eye on him, 2 of them, just don't make the rounds because they're overworked. Rick just couldn't get there.
Mm-hmm.
He's got so many people of all political persuasions that he has been seen with. Trump has had some dealings with him. The Clintons were really tight with him. The royal family, you've got connections. I mean,
Andrew's name came right out of the gate.
You've got some of the top leaders in business and politics. I mean, if there's one guy you don't want out there singing like a canary on the planet, at this day and time, it's him. Now, do we all admit all of those are facts?
The
right?
problem, and I said this,
those are non-disputed at this point, right?
I agree.
And there's some more in this story today that somebody who is very familiar with this place, a former inmate of the Metropolitan Correction Center in Lower Manhattan, this ex-convict said, "I don't know how it would have happened in these type units because the floor and the ceiling are 8 or 9 feet. You can't connect to anything, and the sheets are paper level, meaning if you weigh 200 pounds, which he did, there's nothing strong enough to hold you." And
it gets deeper.
And so, anyway, here's the deal. We don't know what happened, but it looks terrible because, sadly, most of the societies in the world have kind of drifted away morally, but I don't think they've drifted away this much. Meaning there's still things that bother people and destroy people, and one of them would be if you've got very young girls being held on islands as sex slaves, and very influential people or their family members were with Jeffrey Epstein, enjoying what he was providing, knowing the way he was providing it. And so I have to say that one, even today, as bad as things have gotten, that is not something that you want to be tied to. And rightfully so.
Yeah.
It is grotesque. So motivation galore, people who have a lot to lose, and in the lineup, people who seem to have a reputation of having people who have dirt on them committing suicide.
Well, you think about it. The original deal, and he got basically for what he was accused of and convicted of, where he pleaded to, not a very tough sentence, right?
We got 13 months.
Yeah, okay, and still got to be Mr. Rich, blah, blah, blah. So everybody's cool then. Look, influential people might have had something to do with that. He's good. But now this time, he was backed in a corner. There was none of that was going to happen. So he was going to have to give some people up to work a deal.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
And those same influential people might have said, well, yeah, we're going to get what we got last time. He's going to start singing here in a little while. Because if you're on suicide watch for attempting to kill yourself in prison, a month later or whatever, how long it was, what makes you change your mind? Oh, well, he don't feel that way anymore. Go ahead and take him off. You see what I'm saying? His situation hasn't changed. Why would you think that you could take him off?
Well, and that goes back to the story Rick was referring to of this gentleman.
This guy claims it's impossible.
Yeah, who had served time in those same units. He said it's impossible. He said the floor and the ceiling are like 8 or 9 feet. He said the sheets are not strong enough. He said if you're on suicide watch, they put you in a white smock, a straitjacket.
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as the Rick and Bubba Show moves on. 2024. We've got a lot going on in 2024, including the Man Church conferences, and those tickets are moving and moving. Got another update on tickets today. If you're wanting to go, guys, Birmingham, February 16th and 17th, Robbie Gallaty, Bubba's Ham Buddy, will be speaking. Also, Rich Wingo. Talked to Wingo yesterday. He's ready to go. Andy Blanks will be speaking. I'll be speaking. That's in Birmingham. Chuck Hooten leading worship. And those of you that went to this year's Man Church Conference, you remember what a great job Chuck Hooten did as worship leader. So that'll be coming up on February 16th and 17th. It'll be Samford University. Next year it'll be in Birmingham, Alabama. That'll be stop number 1. And so it's a little bigger room than we had in Oxford this year. So we already are past how many men came to Oxford last year. So tickets about 60% gone. So if you're looking to grab those, you can. They're reserved seats. They'll all be together. Also, ladies, great gift ideas for the men on your Christmas list. And then coming up March 8th and 9th in the land of Laser 96.1, Starkville, Mississippi. We'll be on the campus of Mississippi State University. We'll be at the Bettersworth Theater. And we have a lineup there including Scott Dawson, James Spann, Granger Smith, just recently added. I'll be speaking, so will Andy Blanks and Chuck Hooten leading worship there as well. So that's March 8th and 9th. If you want to get tickets to either one of these, they are reserved, and we love that. That way all of you guys can sit together. A lot of these things we did based on conferences we've been to. I just used to hate being in a seat on Friday night, going back to the hotel, then rushing out there the next day going, I hope we can get another good seat. Your seats are your seats for the weekend. So you can get those now at themanchurch.com. When you go there, you'll see both of those conferences, like the logo there. Just click on that logo, and it'll go right to either one, or you can buy tickets to both. All right.
Can I ask you a question,
Yeah.
Rick? Is it a possibility that Bobby Petrino's just awarded the head coaching job since he's already OC and they just stay there?
This is one
at A&M because he's right now the OC, and is that one of those things where they just promote him?
I thought you were thinking he was coming to the Man Church Conference. We did not book him.
No, back to Texas A&M.
Yeah, right. Yeah, even though I think he's doing better, I don't think he's ready for that.
UTSA head coach has been rumored. He's really good, but I just wonder if Bobby Petrino would be promoted.
These are names that if they do get the job, it tells me Texas A&M don't have quite as much money as everybody thinks they does.
Or they want to spend it more wisely.
I tell you, Greg threw out a good one, which is on that B plan. Find a guy that has turned around programs that were horrible, and everywhere he's been, he wins. And the coach at Kansas is a good one.
Oh, okay.
No, he is.
Thought y'all were
You're
going a
right.
different route.
No, you're right.
Don't be bringing
that
up
other route.
Don't be bringing up the other name we were discussing.
You talking about Rich Rod?
Rick.
Well, Rich Rod,
Stop.
you have to think of now. You know Rich Rod is rebuilding, and I love that he's at Jacksonville State, but y'all know he's not going to be there for the long haul. Y'all know that.
Rick,
Boy, that'd be a great state.
Go to break.
Hey,
That'd be
Rick,
a
give
great
us a
hire at
couple
Mississippi
more years.
State.
Okay, give us a couple more years.
Go to
No,
break.
I think I do have a few more years. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think he's. I don't think he's in this.
What I was hearing in the break wasn't a few
no,
more years. It
no.
was go down to Starkville.
No.
But Jeff Taylor, how about
That'd be a good hire?
I don't know that Bobby Petrino might not end up at Starkville.
We can keep him off the Harleys.
UTSA,
Yeah.
Jeff Taylor is the head coach there. He knows Texas high school recruiting. That would be a good hire. But you're right, Helmsy. It just depends on what they want to spend. I mean, to be an SEC coach, and I mean, you're going to be paid pretty well regardless. But you just wonder,
that didn't take long.
Is it going to be a 3 or a 5 year deal?
By the way, does anybody know?
is it?
Does anybody know how Bill Clark's back is doing?
Yeah.
I know.
That's a good one.
If he was healthy, I hate he had to leave coaching because of health reasons. Because that son of a gun wins everywhere he
Yes,
goes.
he does.
Let me tell you.
But
Why don't Starkville? Y'all focus there. Leave Rich Rod alone.
How about now Bill Clark at Starkville? If he was healthy,
Yes.
that'd be a great one.
Rich Rod at Starkville, big good.
Did speaking of the Arkansas job, did y'all happen to see the video that came out of the locker room at halftime of the Auburn game? Now they were getting handed to them pretty good.
Where was the video?
It was in the locker room.
No,
it was Oxford. I mean, Arkansas.
Yes,
okay.
Arkansas. They had a TV on, and Polar Express was playing.
I
and
saw
the players
this too.
were sitting around watching it.
At halftime?
At that
Yes.
point, you might as well.
You sure that wasn't?
Now they have come out and
it
said this was the red shirt part of the locker room, and it wasn't the main locker room, but it was playing sure enough.
That's funny.
Why would you have Polar Express on?
I don't know. It was on
What- what
TBS,
you-
and that's
Rick,
what
it's a
they were
good
running.
Oh, Pete. Okay, so they didn't have it streaming.
They didn't
or
actually
something.
pick it.
I don't
They
know.
didn't because you seem like you'd have Rudy on there or something.
One of the,
Remember the Titans.
one of
Subs
the
up.
reporters went and looked to see where it was playing, and it was TBS, and the times matched up. So that's where they were assuming that. And Arkansas is another team. I've always liked them. They historically have been a good team, solid year in, year out. And they're just not at that level right now.
You would think they'd have greater on or something.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, you would.
Yeah.
But it is pretty funny when you see Polar Express.
I would go through the roof. If I would go in there tearing like flat screens off the wall, throwing them. Y'all watching Polar Express?
Out here getting it handed to us. We're watching Polar Express.
Right. Unless some of this Christmas magic's going to bring us back in this game.
Right.
It
may take a Christmas miracle at this.
Is somebody going to have Santa on the sideline?
We went through the list during the kickoff hour, but the Power Fives, the payoffs since the start of the 2022 season is in the $147 million that they're paying off. We went through the teams that are paying them off. Jimbo is half of it. He's half of it.
Right.
That's amazing, though.
Right. So anyway, and we mentioned this yesterday. Do you think James Franklin stays where he's at? Do you think he gets one of these?
I think James Franklin is an outstanding coach. He runs a program good.
Right.
Again, at Penn State, they just have never got over that hump of we're good for 6 weeks, then we're going to lose to Michigan, Ohio State, and we're kind of 50-50 after that.
Somebody for A&M said they're looking at Harbaugh because it's clear he'll do anything to win.
He may be a better match for them.
I think he would. That's a perfect little place for him.
He would be suspended 3 or 4 games a year. But besides that,
I think Harbaugh would thrive at A&M.
Look, he's a bit of a bird.
Sure he is.
I don't think they were necessarily dealt with him fair in this suspension, but. Due process. He may deserve it, but I think you still ought to have the due process.
No, I'm with you. I mean, you can't suspend me for doing something you haven't proven I've done. I mean, and once you prove I've done it, then I guess you can do what you want.
But do you think too, with Deion's success, that there are some former players that are thinking about trying to get back into coaching? Would Deion's success urge you if you had been in the the civilian, for lack of a better term, for several years, and you think, man, I believe I could do that?
I don't know. That's such a unique skill set. And
being a good player doesn't necessarily transfer.
No, it really doesn't. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so let's spend some time right now talking about our liver. Okay, you may have heard about liver health formula. Not just here. I know here. I hope that's where you heard it. But also HGTV, Fox News, Newsmax, Food Network. They've all been talking about it. Did you know that they've already helped more than 2.6 million people with their products? And that's not surprising. Because liver health formula, one of the reasons it is so popular is because the liver is so crucial. If you were to add up all the residents of Arizona, Virginia, Florida, Texas, you would still not get to 100 million Americans that have sluggish, fatty liver that makes people gain weight and experience fatigue. So if you're suffering from low energy, brain fog, unexplained extra flab, it's time to do something about it. You should try Liver Health Formula. It's an all-natural supplement packed with clinically proven botanicals to help you recharge and protect your liver. Has thousands of positive reviews on Amazon, so it has been tested. But only on Blaze can you get the best offer they have on the entire internet. With your order, you get a free bottle of blood sugar formula. So right here, being part of the Blaze family and the Rick and Bubba Show, this is getting you a 64% discount in total, okay? So head over right now to getliverhelp.com/Bubba. That's getliverhelp.com/Bubba for this special offer. Remember, we can't save America if we don't look after ourselves. Go to getliverhelp.com/Bubba today.
He said, but they said not that it makes it different, but he was off suicide watch. Now, my point is, why would you ever take him off of it when his situation didn't change at all? What would make you go, he's good now, he's not going to try to kill himself?
Well, that's somebody higher up the line signing a piece of paper.
That's my point.
So this guy's trying to say, even though he mentions that, but what he's saying is, even if you were taken off suicide watch, as long as you're in one of these units, he doesn't see how in the world you could have done it.
He said there's a cop at the door every 9 minutes.
Unless they're overworked.
He said even if you're on suicide watch or not.
Well,
have they released what the means of his death?
Yeah, that's important because they keep asking about hanging himself. He said, well, could they have done it from the bed? And he said, no, sir. There's a steel frame, but you can't move it. There's no light fixture. There's no bars. They don't give you enough in there that you could successfully create an instrument of death. Wow. Even if you want to write a letter, you get a rubber pen, and maybe once a week you get a piece of paper. He said they don't give you enough in there that could successfully create an instrument of death. You want to write, well, that's just a repeat of what he just said. Yeah. He said you don't get anything hard, anything made of metal. They're, like we said, the sheets are paper. They're not cloth. There's nothing to hang it from. He's just not.
He said there's no light fixture.
Yeah,
nothing to,
this guy's just saying I don't know how you would do it in there.
Cellmate removed. Nobody knew why. Didn't replace him.
Guys, we're not talking about mildly influential people with power that need this guy dead. We're talking about, like you said, Bubba, the assassins would have to really draw numbers. Who gets to kill him first?
Oh, I think they were probably pushing each other to get in there first. You know, they were lined up outside.
You got royal family. You got Clintons. You got Trump. You got,
there's other politicians I'd never heard of.
Other politicians.
But already named.
Oh, yeah. There's
guys, you wouldn't even have to move
Hollywood.
past. You wouldn't have
Hollywood people. You got it all. You got it all.
You wouldn't even have to move past really royal family and Clintons. that alone is a death sentence. You know?
Well, it's been pointed out that the people who have crossed the Clintons have a dramatically higher rate of suicide, it appears, and accidents.
But in this case, there were a lot of people that need this guy to not go in there and say, all right, I got to minimize my sentence. And
lined up.
I'm ready to sing. It was the number one email over the weekend. We'll take your phone calls about it next. Some of you may have more information than we do.
Get ready for the cover-ups. Get ready for the documentary, the cover-ups, movies. I mean, Alex Jones is probably in overdrive right now. Don't you reckon?
866 We Be Big. Thanks for being with us. Chuck's out of Cincinnati. Chuck, thanks for your patience, buddy. What's on your mind today?
Yes, sir. Hey, I'm a faithful listener. Listen to the podcast, listen to the tune-in, and I preach. And I told the call screener there, the other day I was preaching, and I said, it's kind of like you just saw Bigfoot. I have found Rick and Bubba phrases creeping into my preaching.
You know what?
You can't have nothing. Stay in it. Get after it.
You know what, sir, and I mean this honestly, I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
No. Let me tell you.
As long as you use them properly.
And I have found we get similar emails like this. Where people will say their pastor worked something into, his message that he got from the Rick and Bubba show, and I can't tell you how good that makes us feel. I mean, it really does. So, if you know what you're proving though, Chuck, like the Bible talks about, be careful what you let yourself be exposed to.
It does influence you.
Yeah, whatever you hear and see, suddenly you start finding it in your life.
You become the company you keep.
It's added a little bit of color to the sermons anyway. So,
well, keep on doing it, man. Keep on.
I appreciate it, brother. Guys, appreciate your ministry. Thank you so much. God
thank you.
Y'all.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate that.
Is he talking about like when Jesus told his followers, to be prepared and stay in it?
Yeah, that was it. Yeah. Just, lean forward. Also, and you mentioned it, Bubba, over the weekend, we got an email. Here's the show again from Amber. Says she works for an ice cream sandwich company. This is going to have a very happy ending. By the way,
Rick, I think this is a great story. I mean, I don't want to rush this email. I mean, this is a good one, and I think.
6 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, a brand new hour starting now. Hey! I'm going to make the whole world pay. The gang is all here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Eddie Van Adler, all moving forward for a brand new hour. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. It's the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Daunting comments from Prime Minister Netanyahu out of Israel talking about the current war that is waging with them and Hamas. His message to the rest of the West, if we don't win now, then Europe is next, and then you, speaking to the United States of America. We have to win, not only for our sake, but for the sake of the Middle East, for the sake of our Arab neighbors, and for the sake of Gazans who have been held by this dark tyranny that has brutalized and brought them nothing but bloodshed, poverty, and misery. We have to win to protect Israel. We have to win to safeguard the Middle East. We have to win for the sake of the civilized world. That's the battle we're fighting, and it's being waged right now. There is no substitute for that victory. If we don't win now, then Europe is next, and then you're next. We have to win. And he said, our fight is your fight, and nothing will bring peace. There is no substitute for all-out victory.
Mm-hmm.
And he's exactly right. And so there's, by the way, that's leadership in case anybody's wondering.
Yeah.
But he's not waffling. He's not wavering. He's not wondering. He's saying, look, we're going in this thing to win, and y'all need to be with us because it affects all of us.
Yeah, they. I saw yesterday where they had the hospital surrounded there in Gaza City.
Mm-hmm. And but you know, he's right. And one of the things that everybody's missing, especially some of these uninformed protests in our country, which are embarrassing, he is saying this is also best for the Gazans, the people, the Palestinians who are being brutalized by a terrorist organization that has taken over their government.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's see some of that footage from yesterday at the hospital. Now this is where Hamas actually has their headquarters in the basement.
Right. Yeah. We were talking about that, and that's what they do. Use people as human shields. And
1C would be it.
And you were talking about what would it be like if you were actually in the hospital right now, and I was like, that wouldn't be good.
Yeah. This is IDF seizing the hospital and discovering the reports that they do have a basement bunker headquarters, and this is proof.
We first saw the solar panels, then the electricity goes here, and it goes down directly to the tunnel. Now you can see the tunnel. You can see the tunnel. The tunnel is let down more than 20 meters down. The rowboat found a door that is bulletproof. It's explosives proof, so it looks like a hard evidence, a clear evidence that the hospital direction is connected.
Yeah.
This is a covered tunnel. It's part of the same floor, and it slides down here. So it's a covered tunnel, so nobody can find it. This is Rantisi Hospital.
Mm. There it is.
Yeah.
And this is the place where I showed you the tunnel.
Yeah, so he's showing that they're using the hospital as a shield. So you have to be informed about the things you're talking about, and as they took control of this children's hospital, also it's a children's hospital, don't miss that, they did find all of that underneath. So, I mean, I don't know how much more hard evidence you need that this is how they play. So don't fall for the PR campaign they try to wage that our enemies are always evil because all they do is kill innocent people and we're just wonderful human beings. That really isn't the truth. So we will see how this goes. But again, you hear Netanyahu. He is resolved that they are going to have all-out victory because that's the only thing that is going to solve this problem. And he says this particular problem that we're fighting affects more people than just us, and y'all need to understand that,
mm-hmm.
which is true.
Yeah.
Yep. So and then also we got an email about is this Iceland you were talking about, Bubba?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. More daunting things going on around the world, and this involves volcanoes.
Yeah, they're the southwest part of Iceland has all these big ditches opening up, these big cracks in the ground with hot gas coming out, and they know they're on top of a volcano there. It's what built the island to begin with, and they're predicting that they're going to have a major eruption very soon.
Yeah.
Alarming signs in Iceland where waves of tremors are shaking and splintering parts of the country, and experts say the seismic activity there is likely to get worse. Thousands of earthquakes have struck Iceland's southwestern peninsula in the last few days. Geologists say it's related to an underground corridor of magma that's shifting and could soon lead to a volcanic eruption. In the town of Grindavik, some 50 kilometres away from the capital of Reykjavik, the ground has already split open in places because of the volatility under the Earth's crust. More than 3,000 residents were evacuated Saturday, with a few allowed back Sunday to retrieve pets and essential items from their home. Experts say the magma corridor, which stretches about 15 kilometres near Grindavik, could cause an eruption and possibly destroy much of town.
The magma is now on a very shallow depth, so we're expecting an eruption within a couple of hours, shortest, but at least within a couple of days. Anywhere on that fissure, we can see that an eruption could happen.
Greg, is that too far away, and is it a volcano? I know those two don't.
I feel bad for them.
Yeah, but it is. It's too far away.
Volcanoes are impressive, though.
Greg's always thought he could escape one because you get big warnings like this, and it's lava that's after you.
Right. You might as well. You're gonna have to pack up.
What if you're a structural engineer and your expertise is cracks in the foundation and stuff? You got you a job now.
Yeah, you're booked up.
You are.
Well, all I could think about looking, and like Bubba mentioned, and you could see it in the video, and he told me this prior. You see steam coming out of one of the cracks.
Yeah.
But that's not good.
No.
But I'm thinking,
when you can stay warm by putting your hands over it, it's bad.
I thought to myself, if I'm having a hard time getting a dirt road paved in Chilton County, I can't imagine. I can't imagine what it would be like to be the road crew right now.
Oh, gosh.
What are we fixing? Well, you're fixing where a volcano. There's lava about to come up out of the road. You know,
that's a tough one.
Yeah, that's tough on the road crew.
Yeah,
that'll get a blinking sign.
Well, you know, anywhere that you get warm water coming up, you know, you've got that kind of activity, like at Yellowstone and even in South Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
You know, warm springs there.
How do you fix that?
How do you fix what?
The cracks that are being caused. How do you go back? And
I think right now
you just let it ride.
Yeah, you're gonna have to let it ride till it settles down.
Right.
I mean, they're gonna have to have an eruption of some type to relieve that pressure.
Look right there.
Corruption.
It doesn't care where you are either. The cracks will just go right through a building.
Right through a road.
It doesn't matter.
Look at that. I mean, how about when one side of the road is a foot higher than the other? I mean,
that's not good.
That's going to take a lot of road grading to fix that.
I mean, I hate all this. I don't like any kind of sinkhole, but a sinkhole with steam coming out of it, it's almost like the pits of hell are open.
I know, exactly.
Yes. Don't like that.
I wonder if Waze would redirect you on that one.
No.
You know, when you
Cracking
see a
highway.
volcano, Rick, I mean, the literal lake of fire, you know, you see that, and you're like, wow, so there it is right there.
It would be a nice visual when you're teaching your kids about government. Go, now, kids, it's places like this that Congress comes from. All right, we'll come back. Phone calls are next. We got all 10 lines available. We'll find out what is on your mind at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We've thrown out a couple of pitches already today. You can respond to any of them, or you can bring up your own topics. This is a segment that is just hearing from you. So you're running it. You're programming it. We believe you can handle this responsibility. All 10 lines are available. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Needs to really let this soak in.
Yeah, so she works for an ice cream sandwich company that's based in Southern California. And she said she was recently at a trade show trying to grow the brand, and a buyer for Piggly Wiggly came by the booth and started sampling the product. I noticed his location on his badge said Birmingham, Alabama, and I mentioned to him I listened to a radio show that's based from there every morning. Apparently, this floored him. He was so amazed that a young woman from California listens to you guys every day, and was so excited that he started to bring his colleagues over to tell them, and here's what Bubba's talking about. Eventually, we came back to him, and he was picking up our product for Piggly Wiggly in the Birmingham area, and he agreed to bring us into a few of the stores. I can't help but think that the connection I had with this buyer and the show is large part and due to you guys in an effort to show my gratitude. I would like to send all of you some samples. Yeah. And since it's ice cream, she talks about how she's got to ship it and where she should ship it and all of that. But listen to this. California sees someone with a badge of the home market of where the show comes from. They make the Rick and Bubba connection. The Rick and Bubba connection leads to business being done.
There you go.
How about that? Mm-hmm. See, this is the beautiful thing about this whole.
You know why? Because both of those people know that they're normal folks. Mm-hmm. When you make that connection, you know you're not.
It knocks down all barriers.
Out there.
Suddenly, California doesn't seem weird because the Piggly Wiggly guy sees Rick and Bubba connection. Suddenly, to the California person, Piggly Wiggly doesn't seem weird because they say, "Well, this person listens to Rick and Bubba." So let's all talk about what we all have in common, and what is that? Rick and Bubba.
You know what you got, Rick? California Piggly.
And And I want you to think about this.
Roman handshake.
Only this show could bring California and Piggly Wiggly together. Yeah. Only this show. So and look at the new technology. There was a day when Chuck could be a pastor in Cincinnati all day long. He couldn't get Rick and Bubba stuff. He didn't have an affiliate.
Yep.
You think this woman in California could have ever gotten Rick and Bubba under the old plan? See, as these new things expand out,
Rick, you're talking about our L.A. affiliate.
Yeah. Yeah. Called YouTube and podcasts and streaming. Don't think we'd ever got an L.A. affiliate, do you?
Well, we never have.
So that was another week. And then another email that we got over the weekend, and a lot of people are calling Bank 9 with this guy. It is definitely a wacky world story. And we got Billy Tatum here. And we got a package?
We got a package from WSAZ.
You're going to love this.
Y'all enjoy.
You're going to love
After
this.
years, a community in Huntington got its wish of having a city crew cut down an old and potentially dangerous tree.
But for one college student, that tree came down with quite a cost. Now she might need to hitch a ride to class. News Channel 3's Andrew Colgrove is at the site where the tree came down and joins us now with a look.
A man says he was on his porch Monday morning watching a crew from the city of Huntington cut down an old tree next to Central City Elementary School. He says neighbors have been making requests for years trying to get the tree brought down. He says just a few weeks ago during a storm, a limb was blown off that tree onto the windshield of a neighbor's parked truck. The witness says he watched in disbelief Monday as the tree was cut down and landed right onto a parked vehicle, totaling it. We're told that car belongs to a Marshall student. You can imagine how upset she had to be when she came outside and saw her car looking like this. Here's a little of what that witness had to say.
It sounded like a beer can getting flattened. It just was crunch. It was, I hate to say it, it was kind of cool. You know, I mean, what guy, doesn't like, destruction? Yeah, that's why we go to demolition derbies. But hey, bottom line, that's that poor girl's new car, and she can't get to school now.
Could not have wished for anything any better than that.
If you think that's the last time I'm gonna hear that, cue it up again. I mean, that's got to be Bank 9.
It does.
I mean, that's got to be
Bank 9. Every bit of it. He's wide-eyed and ready to go.
You can't get to school, man. You can't get to school. I mean, it was really kind of cool. I mean, what like a beer can?
Let's hear it one more time.
Like
let's
a beer
hear it one more
getting
time.
crushed.
Flattened. It just was crunch. It was. I hate to say it, it was kind of cool. I mean, what guy, doesn't like, destruction? Yeah, that's why we go to demolition derbies. But hey, bottom line, that's that poor girl's new car, and she can't get to school now.
What in the world?
Get to school now.
That
she
smile
can't get to school now.
The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big's our number. All 10 lines are available. The real Greg Burgess on the phones, and we'll chat with you. Speaking of the real Greg Burgess, meet him in person this Friday if you're going to be in the Birmingham area, the home of 104.7 WZZK. Greg will be gripping and grinning at Henry Hoover Auto Mall, 11 to 1 local time this Friday. And then on Saturday, Protective Stadium, UAB versus Temple. Speedy there, bringing the hype. That's all going on this week. To the phones we go. Let's start with Adam out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Adam, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you? Go right ahead.
Good, guys. How are you?
Good.
Great.
So I had a coaching hypothetical. You guys were talking earlier about former players becoming coaches. So what do you guys think about Coach Prime versus Coach Bo Jackson?
Yeah, again, I go back to skill set. Just because you are an outstanding player does not mean you will be an outstanding coach. As a matter of fact, a lot of great coaches weren't very good players. And those things sometimes come together. I certainly would like to see them, but I don't think Bo has ever had a desire to coach and may not even have that skill set. But I see how intrigued. Yeah, I see how.
Bo can do anything, Rick.
Well, that's true. Bo may know.
Bo knows.
He probably
one
does.
thing I am surprised about. Speaking of that, I'm kind of surprised Auburn has not hired him and put him on the staff just for recruiting. I mean, Bo Jackson comes to your house and says, "We want you to sign here." I mean, that would be a huge.
I think they've probably done that before. Bo just doesn't want to do it.
Yeah, I was going to say, hadn't he done that?
Yeah, does that.
You know, he picked the coach one time.
Yeah, Harsin. I think he had a lot to do with Harsin.
We continue.
Bo's going to kill y'all, and I didn't say
Not
that.
me.
Well,
I'm not going to have him grind me up like a pepper.
You can send it right to my email address at greg@rickandbubba.com.
Right. That's right.
Yeah.
And Bubba, you made fun of that protein bar he was talking that time.
No, y'all put that on me. Y'all put that on me, and he looked dead at me and was going to beat me up.
I know. I enjoyed that.
I don't think Bo wants to
that
be
wasn't
involved.
right.
Bubba, do you find it intriguing?
That protein bar was.
I loved it.
And I'm not making this up.
What was it called?
But
Better Bar.
Better Bar. Yeah. I'm not making this up, but
More
I mean,
like wood shavings glued together.
That's Bubba, Bo.
Yeah,
Speedy said that.
Yeah, those are the early days.
I'm Speedy, and I'm proud of what I said.
Amen. Bubba, when you see a person named Daniel, okay, and his topic is, I'd like to comment on the last days.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah.
I don't care who you are.
That or Lions Den. Let's take his call.
Daniel, go ahead.
Hey, guys. I was listening to y'all talk before the break about what's going on in Iceland, these earthquakes, volcanoes erupting. Of course, we've always had war in the Middle East, but it seems like it's getting worse and worse. You got Russia and Ukraine. China's talking about invading Taiwan. The Bible says there'll be wars and rumors of wars, nation against nation, earthquakes in diverse places, all these natural disasters going on. And I think if it's not a sign pointing to the last days that Jesus is getting ready to come back and take his bride away and take us all back home, I don't know what is. And I'd really like to encourage anybody this morning within the sound of my voice that's lost. If you've not repented of your sins and trusted on the Lord, today's the day.
Well, Daniel, thanks. And, your name being Daniel, that's good.
Yeah.
I would say what we've said.
I wanted to ask him about that 70-week.
Right. What we said already, at this moment, as you hear the sound of our voices, you and I and all of us in this room have never been closer to one of two things ever than we are right now. Our earthly death or the return of Christ.
Yep.
Never been closer than right now. There have been, I would think, if I was alive during the 6-day war, I'd be like, well, this is it.
Yeah.
I would think if I was alive when there was a person trying to eradicate the Hebrews from the earth, I probably would have said, man, this is it. And I'm not saying that, because what I'm saying is we are now closer than we've ever been, and that really should be enough. And I think sometimes when we hear people, and you're doing, Daniel, your job, and I appreciate that, but just about every time that anybody asks me these questions, and I've been guilty of this too, if we were honest, what we're trying to figure out is, don't I have more time? Few people are wanting that information so they can get ready. Most of us, it's kind of like the way I used to study the Bible. I was looking for things that God allowed and ignoring what he commanded. That was more. It's always a pursuit that we're trying to find some way to buy ourselves more time to continue to love sin, and then we'll get our act together. And that's why God, since he made us, and when we failed, knew our nature, and he said, no one knows the time or the day, but be prepared that it could be today. Because, one of the things that's in front of me is I don't really know when Christ is returning for his church. I know what he told me to do until he does. And I do know that that people that I know are now dying a lot because I'm getting older. So my earthly death is the thing that is most pending in front of me, as opposed to the end of all time of the earth. And so I live, when I get up, going, today I'm closer to one of those two than I've ever been before. And he says, if that's the case, repent to the lost, and turn from your sin and turn to me, and I will redeem you. I will make you fully righteous. And for those of you that have already done that, be my disciples and make disciples and teach people all I've commanded. I don't know about y'all, but in my free time, that pretty much takes up all I got. So we continue. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Reggie, Birmingham, Alabama. Reggie, go ahead.
Reggie. Yes, sir. Good morning, fellas. How y'all?
Good.
I actually live on the other end of the dirt road from you, Rick. I bumped into you a time or two. But this is another football question, probably more towards Speedy.
Okay.
I'm from Starkville, a big State fan. Dan Mullins, is a bridge done been burned for him, or has there ever been a coach that left a school and was rehired? But I just he could have coached there till he died.
Yeah, he could have. And you're right. That was a discussion I was having with my dad yesterday. Was that bridge burnt when he left and the way he left to go to Florida. I don't know. That's the big rumor, though. Does Dan come home? But it's always, as y'all said, it's tough to come back and do well. But that I don't know. I mean, he's a heck of a coach. We know that. He didn't do well at Florida. Things kind of fell apart from him there. But that I would think he would be on the list. But he's going to get back into coaching at some point. I don't know where, but that would be an interesting hire.
I'll be honest, he does a really good job on ESPN, SEC, whatever show he does. I always enjoy him.
Yeah. Well, if you look at his coaching career as a head coach, and you look at Mississippi State as a program, it seemed to be the best marriage for both of them.
Yeah. It really did. And
But,
I think
I know there was bad blood. Feelings got hurt. People got mad.
We can get past that if we're going to win.
Well, yeah, if you can win games, nobody cares.
Did he leave? I mean, what was? I'm trying to remember the details of it, Speedy. I mean, he accepted the job and actually left, but. What was it? Was it an ugly breakup, or how what are you saying? Was
I think
so
it was
bad
unexpected, and the athletic director that went from Mississippi State was hired at Florida, and then he brought Dan, it left a bad taste in everybody's mouth, and so you just wonder if we can move past that. Now there's some that's probably like, no, don't want him. He didn't want to be here. Ridden's with him, and he's out. But I think some just want to win. Right here, I'm holding my hand up.
And those people that feel the first way, he comes back and wins, they'll change.
Oh, of course, winning solves all.
Winning
it's the great salve.
Yep.
It's such a salve.
It is.
Amos in Alabama. Amos, go ahead.
Famous Amos.
Yes, here's a question that I've never heard asked on the national news media. Why is it that they never ask Hamas to supply some of their huge fuel reserves to those hospitals? Because Hamas has to have lots of fuel to run the generators, to run the hundreds of fans in those tunnels to provide air for the Hamas people to breathe down in the tunnels. And yet no one asks, why doesn't Hamas give any of their fuel reserves to the hospitals? That's all.
Well, people have tried to educate some of the bleeding hearts out there. You know, everything that we give to Gaza right now, Hamas just takes it.
Yeah. Well, they're the elected government.
Right.
You know?
So you're not helping the unfortunate by just blindly giving it there, because Hamas just takes it and uses it for things like Amos pointed out. So, yeah. Bottom of the hour, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. We got more stories to unpack and more conversations with you moving forward as the Rick and Bubba show continues. Have you shopped the Rick and Bubba store lately? You can find some great swag and a lot of new stuff coming for Christmas and the 30-year anniversary, all at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, boy.
Oh, y'all.
I need that first line, too, about it would sound like a beer can getting crushed.
You reckon that?
Why do you think it
sounded like a beer can getting flattened? It just was crunch. It was. I hate to say it, it was kind of cool. You know, I mean, what guy, doesn't like, destruction? Yeah, that's why we go to demolition derbies. But hey, bottom line, that's that poor girl's new car, and she can't get to school now.
That was funny. All right, let's talk about the idiots that try to cut tree down.
Oh, come on.
Goodness.
First of all, why aren't you moving all the cars on the road?
Yeah,
Why get everybody out?
Do I feel like maybe these are city workers, not professional tree guys?
Yep.
Is that what? I mean, go ahead and.
I mean, how do you do that?
Call the pros.
I think we can barely miss that car.
Well, I've heard these tree guys who are amazing. I do not think this
you better
crew,
know what you're doing.
I don't think this crew knew how to make it lay where they wanted it to lay, did they?
Yeah,
Listen,
I mean, look, there's more to it than just putting a notch on one side.
I used to have to deal with this a lot because they would tear power lines down, and some of the things people try to do and it don't work out, cutting trees.
Oh,
no, I'm gonna do it myself.
It's better to call in the pros.
Yeah. I seen a trailer just get centered one time.
Really?
Yeah, right through the middle of it.
Oh my gosh!
Well, that tree did a lot of damage. That car looks. I mean, it almost cut it in
like
half.
a beer can.
Yeah.
Hey, glad you wasn't sitting in it.
Well, I didn't know looking at
You've
it.
been in the back seat. They had to get you out with a can opener.
When I looked at it, I was like, "Is that a smart car, or did the tree make it a smart
Yeah,
car?"
I know. I thought the same thing. I couldn't tell.
Yeah, you could. It might have been bigger than it looked because the tree took some.
It wasn't really big to start with, Rick, but it's tiny now.
Boy, there it is. That's a bank 9 right there, my friend.
It is.
Yeah. All right, we have a lot going on this past weekend. We'll now jump into those stories, and On my part, thank you to all the people at First Baptist Church, Opelika, Alabama, and the men who came from all over Friday night. What a great event called Making a Difference, and the men's ministry people there did a tremendous job of getting people out. Over 1,000 men made their way in for one Friday night gathering, and it was the way men like things. Let's get right to it, and we had some great food and great time of fellowship. And it was an incredible evening that I hope all of us who left there will leave, thinking, assessing ourselves and making the adjustments, or either being encouraged, convicted, and hopefully changed forever. I was telling Bubba, we were talking in the kitchen, it kind of goes back to what I've learned this over the years, including me being an example of that in my past life. When we were talking about decisions that were made, and Billy Sunday, the great evangelist, he said, somebody told him, well, we had a lot of people give their life to Jesus tonight. And Billy Sunday said, well, we'll see. Nobody knows the sincerity of the situation, but the fruit of that life will show whether they did or they didn't. Because I had to learn, as many of us, if you have been transformed by Jesus Christ, it does change things. And if you think it can't, then that doesn't say much about Jesus, does it? So I have lived otherwise. I've been a cultural Christian and saw no power, and then I've been a person who was redeemed, and there is certainly a difference. And Bubba, you had a big anniversary weekend.
Speaking of blessings,
yeah, man.
How about 30 years married to the lovely Betty Lou today?
1, 2, happy anniversary, baby! I got you on my mind.
Boy, Greg,
words really cannot describe how thankful I am for Betty. And what a wonderful 30 years we have had. We've laughed, and we've had some high moments, and the low moments she has made not only manageable but sometimes special in their own way. So we had a great weekend and reflected on a lot of that this weekend, and it was fun to think back about a lot of things that have happened over the past 3 decades now and laugh about it, and things that were going on that Saturday 30 years ago when we got married. So it's funny. We've changed in a lot of ways, and a lot of ways better, and we're just glad to have each other.
Amen.
For sure.
Amen. And then you had a birthday today, you said.
Yeah,
right?
As a matter of fact, Betty's mom, Bernice Walker, is celebrating her birthday today,
now,
too. So.
Is today the day y'all got married?
It is the date. It would have been this past Saturday, far as a weekend, but it is the exact date today.
But y'all got married on her mother's birthday?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, how about that?
So, what a gift Betty brought home to her mom.
Bubba, that's the gift that keeps on giving.
Miss Walker, congratulations.
I present to you Bill Bussey. That's good.
And we still joke about it because we were trying to, get married before football season, so it wouldn't be in all that because at the time I was still working in a lot of that. And but what was funny, there was we had some room there between the wedding and football now.
35 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as the show rolls on. And we'll get into more of your phone calls coming up a little bit later on the program. All right, so HelloFresh.com/Bubba. What if I told you, and Speedy, this ought to get your attention, my friend.
Come on.
What if I told you breakfast is on me for the rest of your life if you so choose?
Wow.
Yeah, I'm right there with you.
I like that.
Of course, in a way, it already is. But so that's not a big deal for you. But, well, I mean, breakfast is free. Edgar's brings us breakfast.
Around. Don't quit looking at just me.
Edgar's brings us breakfast every single day.
Yeah,
We're so thankful for that.
it.
Right. So we already kind of have this deal.
We do.
As far as Monday through Friday.
Thank you, Edgar's.
But HelloFresh.com/Bubba. If you are looking for free breakfast for the life of your subscription, and if you stay with them for the rest of your life, then you'll have it for the rest of your life. That one breakfast item per box for the life of your subscription. If you go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba, use the code Bubba, you'll get that deal. Here come the holidays. Can you see them, Bubba, off in the distance?
I smell it.
There is here it comes. Probably dreading that song more than ever this year.
Yes.
But here comes. So we're talking about the meat of the holiday season. So HelloFresh.com/Bubba has 45 options to choose from each week. Now more than ever, meal planning needs to be simplified, and buddy, can they do it? And when you pick out the meals you want, they send you not just the recipe, but also all the ingredients prepackaged. All you do is prepare and go. And if you're going to be traveling over the holidays, do they have snack options for the road trip? They do. All that at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. And remember, one breakfast item per box for free for the life of your subscription. If you go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba, use the code Bubba, or use the link we have at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Well, Bubba, always fun. There's plenty of it to go around. Another Biden update.
Where did he go?
Where'd he go?
Where did he go?
Where'd he go?
He's hiding in the basement.
And everybody know.
Basement Joe.
The leader of the free world is attempting to host the NHL Stanley Cup champion, the Las Vegas Golden Knights, at the White House yesterday. By the way, have you seen the new ESPN commercial where they have the Stanley Cup in the dishwasher?
No.
Golly,
No,
that's
good.
funny. It's got two players on the Golden Knights, and look, and one of the hosts of ESPN turns around, and they're pulling out the rack, the bottom rack, and the Stanley Cup is in there, and they look at it and they go, one more cycle, and they push it back in there and push it again. Funny. But unfortunately, this is supposed to be a moment for the Stanley Cup champion, the Vegas Golden Knights, but it turns into a ramble by the president that includes the WNBA and, for some reason, the Philadelphia Eagles. I don't even know what to say, but here we go.
Your work as a team with a winning culture built through hard work and determination. You make folks cheer. And by the way, you make folks laugh. I heard that tradition of giving each game's MVP the Elvis wig and glasses. Only in Vegas. Only in Vegas. And together you're building a legacy in a great American sports city. In fact, Kamala hosted the Las Vegas Aces back in September when they just won a back-to-back WNBA title. Just one promise. Don't get the Philadelphia Eagles to leave and go. Because I'll get divorced if that happens. I married a Philly girl, and it's a long story.
What is he talking
What in the world?
All right, is the guy he's talking to, does that guy have something to do with the Philadelphia Eagles? Did you see the guy's face?
He loves the Eagles.
Did you see that guy's
think he
face though that he's talking to? He's like, "What are you talking to me about the Philadelphia Eagles for?"
It was it was a zoom in on that guy's face because it was just so awkward.
But why is he talking to that guy about the Philadelphia Eagles?
I don't know. Here it is without that.
Am I missing some piece of information here?
Here's that same zoom in without, or here's that same audio without the zoom in. Here's just Joe Biden saying it.
Just one promise. Don't get the Philadelphia Eagles to leave and go. Because I'll get divorced if that happens.
He doesn't.
I married a Philly girl, and it's a long story.
All right, I have the written story that you provided, Speedy, and they too don't know what he's talking about.
No, he brought up
kinda
Philly
random.
when it just makes.
I thought he was
sense.
a Philly fan, but it
Well,
makes no sense.
It
why
looks like he was
he's
talking
brought
to
up,
somebody.
He's brought up the
Remember
Eagles
they're leaving?
before. No, Greg, we're talking about a guy that has no mind right now.
Yeah, that's a great point.
The written story says the same thing. He goes, and I actually see the WNBA tie-in. I thought that wasn't as random as I thought.
Right, because they're both
they're both from Las Vegas. So I'm gonna be okay with that, even though this is.
But the Philadelphia tie-in, the Eagles are not talking about moving to Las Vegas.
But I think
they already have an NFL team.
I think the fact that the Raiders moved out there, he used it as a dumb opportunity to mention the Eagles, which makes zero sense.
All right, I'm going to try again. Is the guy he's talking about, who apparently is the general manager or owner of the Vegas hockey team?
Maybe the manager, I don't know.
And maybe also I don't think is this guy also the one who owns the Raiders? He doesn't own the Raiders.
No,
I mean,
Rick,
that's the guy with the bad haircut.
The guy that's there is more confused than we are.
You're
so
right.
I don't know how we're trying to figure it out. If the guy that's actually there at the White House can't figure it out.
I'm trying to put it together. So is his narrative in his mind that's drifting, here's some Vegas teams. Oh, I'm remembering right now that Vegas also took the Raiders out of Oakland.
That's where I'm going with this.
And hey, I know y'all have a good y'all have a good women's team. You have a good hockey team. Don't come after the Eagles.
That's what I think.
But this guy has nothing to do with football.
No, he doesn't. Well, he didn't have anything to do with the WNBA either. But that is you can't make that tie.
Yeah,
you can't make that tie.
But the hockey guy's not going to bring the Philadelphia Eagles to Las Vegas.
No.
It was kind of random.
Very random. I'm just trying to help the guy. Watch
very
his face.
random.
Watch the.
I can't. I'm looking down. I don't know if you saw me. I look down. I can't look at it.
He's reading something off a teleprompter, and then he moves away with it.
Yep.
And there's no telling what's on his mind at that point.
This is actually a different clip, but this is still to Mark Stone, the coach here.
The coach used to always say, Tubby Raymond said, "No, just get up. Get up." This guy gets up and goes, man.
What an embarrassment.
Gosh almighty.
Wait a minute. Okay, now this has hit me. Is that the coach of the hockey team?
That is the coach.
And he's telling him not to bring the Philadelphia Eagles to Vegas?
Right.
The coach of the hockey team?
He was trying
to be funny.
He was trying to work in that Jill is a big Eagles fan.
He was.
And was trying to make a joke out of that. And there was just no way to tie it together, and he just stuck it in there.
Can I bring up the obvious fact that none of this is about football? That the Philadelphia Eagles shouldn't even be brought up?
That's important to point out.
We could throw that in there.
I mean, I understand his drift into the WNBA because they're both Vegas teams. Got that.
Even though nobody cares.
And everybody gave a charity clap.
They did.
But there's so far in this presentation, football is not even remotely part of it.
Nope.
So to bring up the Philadelphia Eagles doesn't even make sense because it's not the sport anybody's talking
You
about.
would think he'd bring the Raiders up.
Right.
James MVP, the Elvis Wiggin glasses.
Somebody
Only in Vegas.
Who's he talking to over there?
And together they're building a legacy
Not many of
in
them.
a great American sports city. In fact, Kamala hosted the Las Vegas Aces back in
Kamala.
September. When they
He didn't even get Kamala's name right.
WNBA title.
Kamala. Hey,
Now he goes
Just
off
one
script.
promise.
Kamala.
Don't get the Philadelphia Eagles to leave and go.
But this guy's
I'll
out
get
here.
divorced.
He
if
meant
that
the Raiders, y'all. Did he mean the
I
Raiders?
married a Philly
No,
girl.
because they're there.
Raiders are already there.
I'm so confused. I don't know who's on
telling
first.
you,
That poor
This
guy
is
didn't
not-
know what
I
to
don't
do.
know what's going on.
He didn't know what
This
to
is
do.
simple.
Did you say look on his face?
Yeah.
This is he mentions the Eagles a lot. He
I
and
know,
Jill
but this
evidently
didn't even
like-
make sense.
well, Speedy, look who's
In
talking.
his mind, we're talking sports. I got to say
hadn't-
something about the Eagles.
He hadn't made sense since he went in office.
Don't
look,
let the
we ought
Eagles
to
leave.
we ought to count our blessings. He didn't tell the Amtrak story again.
You're right.
Oh, that's true.
May I
Or he didn't tell him not to jump.
May I get a clear answer on this? Did our president, while recognizing the Stanley Cup champions,
Right.
did he look at the coach of the Stanley Cup champion Vegas Golden Knights and say, "Don't bring the Philadelphia Eagles to Vegas"?
Yes,
He did.
Yes,
Okay.
that's exactly what happened.
But he didn't even say it that clearly. He said,
Yeah.
"Don't get them to leave and go."
Right.
Yeah.
What does leave and go mean,
Yeah,
sir?
I don't
Well,
know.
now
Mr.
you're-
The team
President.
are in Vegas.
Now you got the same face the coach has on.
The coach didn't know what to say.
I mean, the coach is standing like, "What in the world are you talking about?"
I'm not. He's not even sure. I know they're from the same city. He's not sure why the WNBA was brought up.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah.
We're here.
And then, by the way, I hate to say it, the president made the mistake that at one time you were called a racist. He did not say Kamala Harris's name right.
He did not.
Nope.
He said
Incredibly racist.
Kamala. And remember, we were told not to do that. And if we did, it's mean we didn't care enough to get her name right.
You notice that none of the players are showing their teeth and smiling?
Yeah.
Look, not one.
Well, that most of them are knocked out.
Yeah.
All right, we'll be back.
Well,
Rick and Bubba.
It's right up against it, so it's earlier than ever before. School is earlier than ever before.
Well, Sherry and I went to a wedding Saturday, and Sherry was asking me on the ride over there, and of course our parents got married in August too, Greg and I, and right before football season.
Yep.
Right before.
Yep.
But anyway, so Sherry was like, August, and I said, please tell me, before I haven't looked at the invitation, please, for the love of God, tell me these people aren't getting married outside.
Well, we had inside.
Yeah, and they weren't. It was inside. Yeah, you can't get married outside in August. Not in Alabama. Please tell me. Did you?
No.
What are y'all thinking? I mean, there's an afternoon thunderstorm every single day.
Yeah, at least one.
Yeah, it was 10 in the morning. Oh, okay, that's better. So we have we have a couple in the audience that got married in August, and then we started getting everybody started. It's never good. It's either a great story or it's something bad when all of a sudden the Rick and Bubba group text comes out and you see a member of the show with a long explanation, you're like, oh boy, oh boy. And I saw Helms go onto the Rick and Bubba group text of all the guys here on the show, and I started reading, and I'm like, oh boy, there's one of those parenting moments.
Well, it was one of those things where I wanted to go ahead and give you a heads up because I didn't know what Monday was going to look like for me because of this. And two, I wanted you to hear it from me. I didn't want you to start seeing pictures or something on Instagram and go like, my goodness, he didn't even tell us about this.
Right.
But yeah, you can't. The words of Gary, you can't even have a tennis tournament.
I mean, hey, you thought little Braden could be on a tennis team, but you thought you could have something.
Pretty special team we had, and I hate when we do this, but I'm going to break
Let me cut Greg's mic off.
I know.
Because it sounds like you're going to be emotional here for just a minute.
Well, and I'm going to break one of our rules, and I just want to. So right here, Margaret Birdie, Sophie Miller, Braden and Caroline Helms, Mary Phelps Holder for Luke Bedwell, Kenley Outson, and John Michael Yanoski. Not in this picture, Gray Johnson. It was the team. They were awesome. We put this together back in May. We've had an awesome run. I love these kids. Gray's the one on the left, by the way.
I can tell which one Braden is now.
Yeah, you can. You can. And
easy to spot him.
We were at Southern's sectionals in Rome, Georgia. Great facility. It was a lot of fun. But Saturday morning, the whole mood shifted. Braden went for a ball and just. It was funny. He stretched out. He gets after it in just about anything he does other than school. But he
That's all right. That's so good.
I know.
That makes him has in common with every member of the show.
Absolutely. He gets it honest. But
he's all boy.
He's getting after it. He's had fun. This is one of those things where I talked him into because he's kind of shifted to golf full time as far as sports. I begged him to play on this team because we needed an extra boy. I thought he could contribute. I thought it'd keep the family, in one place at one time. Yeah. And so he was playing really well, and he went almost he really didn't dive. He was just really stretching out, and his weight was going, and the ball was actually out. So he's calling it out as he's reaching for it, and just lands funny on it. And the minute it happened, he was in obvious pain. And I thought immediately, if we get out of this without a broken bone, I'm going to be shocked.
So you knew
that was kind of my thought. Yeah. Luckily, we have a pediatric doc as a parent on our team. And I asked Dr. Miller to come down there with me, and he walked down, and Braden's in pain. And, of course, typical us, he's feeling of it, and the trainer's down there, and the USTA official, and they're all, kind of walking through some things. We're trying to put him in some kind. They're feeling first, and they start putting. And I just looked at Braden. I said, "Listen, I'm about to ask a real selfish question here."
No, you didn't do this. Not now.
I said, I said, is there any way that we can take 10, 15, 20 minutes, put a splint on it, and you actually finish this?
Yeah.
And I wish y'all. And Braden was kind of confused, like, really, Dad, you're asking me this? I'm upset.
That's a standard tennis question in doubles,
and it is.
Yeah, you always can. You just go stand there.
That's all.
So you don't have to forfeit.
Exactly. And so about that time, Dr. Miller stepped in front of me so Braden could not see what he was saying to me, and he said, "It's fractured. Don't do this."
Okay.
He said,
that was good to have him there.
He said, it looks like, to me, I think it's a buccal fracture of the radius. And he said,
there's the picture.
He said, if
the dang buckle.
If he goes out there, sometimes these things need to be reset, sometimes they don't. He said, I don't think this is a situation where it needs to be reset. But if he goes back out there, you may create a situation that needs to be. So I said, hey, never mind. And I happened to look to my left at the USTA official and the trainer, and I wish you could have seen their face glaring at me because how dare I me ask that question.
Well, we're from a different era.
And for whatever reason, I thought it would be better if I explained it to them that he was my son, and I wouldn't ask this at anybody else.
Here we go, 10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Thank you for being with us today. We'll get to more of your phone calls coming up here a little bit later on. All right, so we talked earlier that Speedy, Bubba, and me, we road tripped yesterday separately, but all had different schedules. And so I had some things I was doing on the way back from our road trip. And one of the things is, lift kit needed an oil change and all that. That's always an interesting endeavor, trying to get it into an oil change place and all that. All that was going smooth. And so, as y'all know, a lot of you have been following, and our lives are, for the most part, right here on the air. And a lot of you already know that Greg and I, our dad, which y'all have heard legends of Dad on the show for years and years and years, he is unfortunately has Alzheimer's and is now in a memory care facility. And so, even though that is a sad thing, there's a lot of this that you have to find. Humor in the fact that Dad can be quite funny. Like I said before, even when it comes to Alzheimer's, nobody does it quite like Dad. So he's real close to the office and to the house. So, various times we'll all pop in and check on him. And so yesterday I thought, well, before I go home, I'm going to go by and see Dad and just see how he's doing and check on him. And Mom had been there earlier in the day. And so, and I got a little bit of an update there. So when I got there, a couple of things that we've been noticing. Number one, everybody there has pretty much come to the conclusion that Dad thinks everybody at this facility works for him. And he's constantly asking everyone if they finished their projects and if they got that done. Dad also attends all staff meetings.
Oh boy!
And
hoping I'm trying to get him lead one.
Complete with a legal pad.
Yeah.
Okay.
So take note.
Right. And
take a note.
So anyway, when something happened yesterday, and I'm not proud of it, you don't know how you're going to react to certain things, and so I walk in and I see the staff's there great, and I said, so where's Coach? And they all call him Coach, and of course, they all love him and all that. And they said, well, he's actually back there where they're playing bingo. And I thought, I bet that's going well. And so I look, and sure enough, there he is. They're all at tables, and I see him sitting there, and I go in, hey, Dad, hey, boy. Hey. We sit down with him, and he's got the bingo card out there. And it's one of those kind that you just slide over.
Yeah.
And they're calling out bingo. And so I'm sitting there, we're playing bingo, and I, Dad is, from a coaching background and hard-nosed player in his day. And, I don't know, maybe some people said that, one of the things that flows through the Burgess veins is where we can be competitive. Somewhat
I've heard a little bit of that.
Somewhat of a competitive.
I see that just every now and then.
Yeah.
Come to the top.
Now, keep in mind, to show you that is true, board games do not go well in our family. It's led to relationships taking breaks. It has, remember one time my nuclear family, studying the fruits of the Spirit, got in an argument and got competitive about who was the most gentle. And I said the fact that we're in an argument over everybody's gentleness score.
I think that rules everybody out.
I think we all need some work here. So anyway, I started out calm, just spending time with Dad.
Okay.
N41. Yeah, you got that one, Dad. Okay, and all of a sudden, let's go B4. Bingo. And I look over and I said, wow, how long is this round been going, Dad? And he just looks at me like, I don't know. And I said, now remember, everybody in there is in memory care.
Right.
Okay.
Somebody's yelling bingo after two numbers.
And so I say to the nurse in charge, you gonna check that card? And she goes, what? And she's just handing her, the prize. And I said, that's a quick bingo.
And she using the card from last game.
And so she looked at me like, well, we've been playing before you came in here. Yeah, I know, but do y'all check the card? and make sure it runs with the numbers you got out over there? And she just started staring at me. What? Like, are you kidding me? I said, okay. And she goes, so is that, do we check them? And she
that's why we're going to play
honor
this?
system?
Yeah, right. Because if so, we got bingo first number.
So anyway, so then look, and before I know it, it's like Dad and I said, hey, Dad, come on. We got to win this now. We got to get a bingo. And, and they call out this and that. And we do about 4 or 5 more things. And I'm helping him. Bingo! And I said, and this is when I got in bad trouble.
Uh-oh.
So the person walking, I said, yeah, I'm not sure about that. And so
might want to check that one.
Yeah, I said it loud enough for her to hear me.
Yeah.
And she goes, "Is there something? May have some people cheating.
Yep. I don't know if it's on purpose.
Don't know whether it's on purpose. I would like there to be some accountability here." She goes,
"We got a winner every time you pull
She goes,
that."
"Are you suggesting that some of our clients are pretending to bingo? I just like to see some way to. Are we confirming it?" And she just basically, I could tell she wanted to take me out of the room and go, we're going to take their word for it.
Yeah, we're just basically keeping them busy.
All we're giving them is fake money where they can get like extra snacks and stuff. I mean, we're not. This is not real money.
Snacks
are
still
right.
Yeah, snacks are real.
Right.
And
The snacks are real.
Yeah, you're taking snacks from my dad, man.
So then you ever heard this part? And this is when I really was basically asked to leave, and or to could I stop playing and just visit? Is they'll do a thing where they go, all right, we're only playing I and O, and you got to fill them all up, okay?
Right.
And so the woman who was doing it, she said I and O, and she called out a B. I said, wow, we're not even playing B. And she goes, who was that? And I said, there shouldn't be B's in there. She goes, I understand that, and I'm sorry that I called a B out.
Yeah.
And
cut me some
I
slack.
said, I thought it was all I's and O's. I don't even know why we got B's in there. and so
And that's it.
And so anyway, and this happened, 100% happened. Now there was a woman that I could see her card.
Oh.
And she claimed a bingo, and I looked over, and all her I's and O's are not covered. And the woman comes over. I said, no, she didn't cover them all. and
that's bogus.
I said, we were 2 from winning. She's got 5 that aren't even covered. And the woman said, are you saying that we shouldn't give her the prize? Did we say you got to cover them all? Do you cover them all to win, or just do a line? She said you have to have all I's and O's covered. Not covered. O's are not covered.
Clearly,
I can see them. And
am I wrong? With bingo, the reading of the card is part of the. It's like you say bingo, and then you have to read your card. And we all chat.
There wasn't a lot of accountability.
Every time I've played bingo, you got to confirm.
Yeah,
right. Yeah.
So what's your dad
Read
doing
them back
during
to
this?
me.
Yeah.
And
Is he saying that's right, son?
Yeah,
I mean,
he's like, and then I bingoed louder than anybody. We finally
Scared
got
a few of them.
Bingo, and people are jumping, and
Scared.
a woman's
Echo.
walker got knocked over.
Legit bingo.
Yeah,
straight up bingo.
Got it right here. That's what I'm showing you. Bingo. You see that picture? You see that win right there? Look at those ends.
He's got to get back to the coaches meeting.
Look at those ends. A little more accountability on the bingo down there at Memory Care.
I like the way you slide that over the cover. It's kind of neat.
Those are not covered.
Rick and Bubba.
And I think it made it worse.
Yeah,
That happened to me one time. It does make it worse.
Clearly, y'all didn't have any of that white athletic tape.
I know.
Because I thought that'd carry you.
See, in our lives, where this pediatric stepped in to save Braden from you, see, our lives, the only person that stepped in was our dad.
Right.
And he stepped in, and he would have had us out there in a splint, and did.
Yes.
The reason why I know that, because he did do those things.
Yeah.
And he and Mom have arguments.
I did that to Hunter one time.
Oh, I
He
remember
had a
that
broke
too.
foot.
Yeah.
Yep.
So thankfully they were there, because you would have done it.
And she looked at me with this glare. She goes, I would recommend he get to the Floyd Medical Center emergency room immediately for an X-ray.
Yeah.
And I was like, yes, ma'am. That's what's happening.
Yeah, right. Thank you for that.
And of course, I asked him. Amanda wasn't around, so I didn't ask this in front of her because I knew she'd be mad at me if she knew that.
Mm-hmm.
But we got him. Thank goodness Amanda was there, because I'm the coach, captain, whatever you want to call it. And so I can't necessarily leave. I guess I could have if push comes to shove, but thank goodness she was there. She took, and of course, poor Caroline. Caroline's playing on a court next to him. She sees her brother just agonizing in pain on the court. That was not good for her. It upset her. Maddie don't know what's going on. She's up in the stands crying because Braden's upset, and now she can't figure out why Caroline. It was just it was 4 or 5 hours I'd like to have back of my life. It never happened. But he's in a cast. He will go to school this morning. He's actually in pretty good spirits, and he's not had a whole lot of pain. But at some point today or tomorrow, depending on schedules, we're probably going to have it X-rayed again, get a confirmation on what. Not that they
don't know what they're doing at Floyd Medical Center.
Yeah, you just want to
They
get
did
a
a phenomenal
second,
job. They got us in and out quick, all that good stuff. But we just want to make sure before had an orthopedic look at it, and we'll go from there. I think it's probably going to be about 6 weeks. He'll be in a cast, and hopefully a little sooner than that. But
it was his left arm, and he's right-handed.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
That's good.
So,
That's helpful for schoolwork and everything.
We were over at a friend's house last night. They have a little putting and chipping green. He's out there one-handed putting and chipping. So
has he blamed you yet for asking?
No, but I'm sure that's crossed his mind. It's crossed mine.
That's a fair question.
It's crossed mine.
Wouldn't be out here, Dad.
Yep.
You could have got hurt on the golf course. I don't know how, but you could have.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right. First of all, I want to talk about this Keep It or Coaster. Some of you that are new to the program, Keep It or Coaster means that this CD cover and Keep It or Coasters seem to always be CDs, no matter how outdated that technology may be becoming. The Keep It
Such a great point.
The Keep It or Coaster people,
yes,
right here, because
you're right.
It was in the
Wow.
CD era. So this means if it's a Keep It from the audience, then we'll continue to work it in. Yeah. If it's a coaster, we'll just take this thing and use it to put a drink on, so we don't get a circle on anything.
So, I mean, you get to use it either way. You
Yeah,
keep it as a treasured musical piece,
Right.
or it becomes a practical household application.
Though it worked out this time, I once again would like to emphasize that what we do here is, even though it does not seem like it, is a functioning company.
Yes,
and it is a place of business.
Yep.
Now, if you're coming during the live show, just like we have someone who did today, and you look and see there's seats available, you certainly can come outside, no appointment needed. Yeah. And if there's a seat available, people don't show up sometimes because our tickets are free, and we'll work you in. But let me tell you what really we shouldn't do. If you have written a new book that you think that we must see, if you have something and you're trying to meet with a member of the show to talk about your charity or those things really need to be by appointment, because you come up here most of the time, somebody may not be here, or if we see you outside,
we already have something scheduled, and have to leave. And I hate that when somebody's come up to say, "Hey, thank you, but I got to go. I'm late already."
Right. Usually, the appointments that we have for the day are already done; they're already on the calendar, and it's really hard just to kind of ad hoc, have that moment with you that you deserve. Because if you want to pitch us something, we need to be able to listen to it. We need to know what's going on. We don't need to be trying to get to where we're going while you're saying something and handed us some stack of something. So that's probably not the best way to go. Appointments are always preferred.
And rickandbubba.com, there's a contact tab. And guess what? Every one of our email addresses are sitting there. Heck, if you want to mail us something, the address is right there.
Yeah.
Attention, the Rick and Bubba Show.
So I wouldn't encourage I'm going to roll up to the studio after the show and try to grab a meeting with a member of the show or the entire show. That's really not the way to go.
Right.
But this time it worked out. So I know
it did.
I know this is only going to encourage this behavior, but that's all right. I mean, it's a if we find gold, we have to go with it.
Well, and what will happen? We're going to play this. We're going to let you listen to it. You be the judge,
There you go.
and then you're going to call in and vote at 866-WE-BE-BIG.
That's it.
Please look,
and just
Rick.
simply keep it or coaster.
Now I want you to know,
like Lance with a wig on.
These are the two.
Wow.
These are the two that brought it, and I want you to look on the left. This is our rapper.
That's Lil P.
Yeah, that's Lil P.
If just at first glance, she doesn't look like a little P.
No. She looks like the person that's run the concession stand.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So
Marge.
Yeah. So now
somebody we all know.
Yeah.
keep
A
it.
beloved neighbor.
Yep. Keep it.
I'll have peppers with my nachos.
Yeah. Absolutely. And if you think this hairstyle's
Says
moving
sugar a lot.
if you think
Hey,
this,
sugar.
Greg,
She
if you-
does.
If you think this hairstyle's leaving the '80s, you're out of your mind.
No, Rick.
Well, why would you leave yet?
No. So
Greatest decade mankind's ever seen. I got married in '89. Come on.
So we present to you, the audience, Let's Wrap It Up with Trump by Pam Glass as Lil P. Keep it or coaster.
We are Trump supporters down to the bone, so this is the reason I wrote this song. So listen to what I've got to say, because he's made America great today. Vote Trump. Yeah, baby, vote Trump.
6 minutes now past the hour. Here we go from the No Name Studio, living out on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the rest of the world. We are here on various platforms, live and or archived. You can catch us on America's boldest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. You can hear us on our TuneIn streaming 24/7 Rick and Bubba channel. You can watch us on YouTube. All those are live options. On the archive side, you can catch the Rick and Bubba Daily audio archives on our podcast channel. You can watch a best of hour on Blaze TV, and you also can see an entire YouTube archive every day as well. There's no reason to miss any of this show. Bubba, the Buffalo Bills. Last night, I haven't really been following the NFL, but I know they have a pretty good team. Were they in?
They're not living up to expectations.
They were expected to have a good year. Hasn't exactly been what they were hoping for.
Okay.
And things like this does not help. They were playing the Denver Broncos last night. Denver is lining up to kick a field goal to win the game, and they miss it. But there's a problem. The Buffalo Bills had 12 men on the field. So they got to try it again, and this time they make it.
Down the bottom.
And they defeat the Bills 24-22.
I mean, you would think.
Here's the Manning cast of that.
Okay.
Yeah, we got to get okay.
Right, we're lined up. Ready. Snap. Kick. Missed it.
Watch Peyton. Look at Peyton. Look at Peyton.
Oh my goodness! Man. Wait, there's a flag. What's the flag? Wait, there's a flag in the end zone. In the end zone. 12 men on defense. 12 men on defense. Oh my goodness.
And they line it up and kick it, and it's right down the middle.
Yep.
What if
12
you were
men.
the guy that was supposed to be off the field?
How about this?
Everybody's
Well, here's
looking
what I don't understand.
Well, there's
there they are. Let's see.
That's 11, and then you got the guy in the back who's supposed to be counting them all.
Yeah, the guy who's supposed to be counting them is not counting them. Here's what I don't understand. The highest level football in the history of the world. Okay, how? Is there a person that sometimes is on the field goal block and sometimes they're not?
Well,
Shouldn't it be the same 11 people every time?
Yeah, if somebody get hurt?
DeMar Hamlin made it off. There should have been almost 13, but they say a defensive end they don't think came off.
Well, if you're trying to get off, that's one thing.
On the retry, that defensive end was not on the field for the retry, which means he shouldn't have been out there.
But why was he out there? Doesn't he know who's on field goal block?
I have no idea. And they even said in the story that the Buffalo Bills knew the Broncos, who were out of timeouts, were going to come running out there.
That was part of it.
And they were ready to get the field goal front that they normally use to block onto the field, but somebody didn't come off.
Boy, and they're in Buffalo.
Why?
I bet the Bills Mafia went nuts.
I don't know.
But why? This is professional football. Everybody knows what special teams are supposed to be on.
Yeah, this is a junior high mistake.
You're not on that sometimes. You're either on it or you're not, unless somebody's hurt.
I don't get it.
Yeah,
that's ridiculous.
Also, so tell me, Adler, on 10, the C.J. Stroud. I know that we're using this compared to the ridiculous comments yesterday from Megan, either Rapinoe or Rapinoe.
Purple hair.
I heard it pronounced both ways. Now C.J. Stroud, and why is he making this comment?
He's a believer. Speedy sent this to me.
He's having a really good year.
Yeah. So why is he saying this? Has he been hurt or something?
No. He's just. I mean,
interview after the game.
He's doing extremely well this year.
Yeah, I heard that.
And leading a lot of categories. And in one of his press conferences, he just alluded to the fact that about his faith and how that helps him get through life. And it was just refreshing, I thought, and a counterweight to what Megan was saying.
Okay, all right.
For me, I mean, it's a lot of prayer. A lot of just knowing that, man, God wouldn't put anything on me that I can't handle. I don't deserve His grace and His mercy, but He still gives it to me, and I love Him for that. Because I mean, it's not about me; it's about Him and His glory. So I think that's where it comes from. I think God made me like that. I've been through a lot, not only in football, but things that made me just kind of chill during when everything's going crazy. And I thank God for putting that on me, because that's something that put that in.
I've heard he's having a great season, and sometimes rookies don't. It takes them either time or they never pan out. And I haven't been following this, but I understand he's having a really good year.
He is.
Yeah. Are the Texans any good, or is he just playing well?
Ryan's the head coach.
I mean, they went from being really bad to now they. I forget their record, but they're kind of close to. I think maybe one back in their division. I think.
Yeah, they're very.
But the bottom line, as a rookie, as a rookie,
He's had a good
year.
Yeah, they're 5-4, and Jacksonville's 6-3, so they're just one back in the AFC South.
Okay. So that is and him the phrase that was that's getting the most attention is something you don't hear a lot of. I don't deserve His grace and mercy, but he gives it to me anyway, and I love Him for that. Yeah, exactly. And we should say thank you for that, because we were in a bind, and God gave us an out that He didn't have to give us, and then our response is to that grace and mercy is our obedience.
You know,
and our love.
I saw a little bit of the game with the Bengals. And I didn't see him play a lot in college, to be honest, but he's got a very quick release type throw. It looks a little different just when you watch him throw, but he's really doing good with it. He's threading the needle right now.
Yeah, I saw him play a few games, the bigger games, playoffs and stuff like that in college, and I thought he was impressive. But as you said, and we've all said, just because somebody's impressive in college doesn't always pan out to them being impressive in the NFL, and all indication is, and we'll see how he does long haul, but his rookie season, he's actually done really well.
Yeah, he has.
So that's a breath of fresh air. We also have the Gavin Newsom stuff switching out of sports and over into more politics. You guys were mentioning it yesterday, and I didn't know what y'all were talking about when you kept making the G comments about California. Because we all know that, we laugh when people buy into when Castro was alive and dignitaries would go to Cuba and they come back and go, what are y'all talking about?
Yeah.
Man, their health care is great and all this is great. And what you didn't know is they set up a fake Cuba, and what our dignitaries would see is how the ruling class lives.
Right.
Not how everybody else lives. And so it's always been a communist thing. If people are coming from other countries, they clean things up and because they want to give the best presentation of communism they can. And so now we're finding out, and we're going to have Governor Newsom admit it. So Xi is going to California and to San Francisco, and they're cleaning up San Francisco, not for the people of San Francisco, but so it'll look good when Xi comes here to see it.
Mm-hmm.
So here is Governor Gavin Newsom of California admitting this. Mm-hmm. So here we go.
I know folks say, oh, they're just cleaning up this place because all those fancy leaders are coming into town. That's true, because it's true. But it's also true for months and months and months prior to APEC, we've been having different conversations.
Yeah, but now let's listen to 3B, because he tries to justify this, but I think we can all make a pretty good counterpoint to this. So here he is just saying, well, this is just common sense. But
why wasn't it common sense before?
Yeah, here we go.
Anytime you put on an event, by definition, you have people over your house. You're going to clean up the house. You have 21 world leaders. You got tens of thousands of people coming from all around the globe. What an opportunity to showcase the world's most extraordinary place, San Francisco.
Governor Newsom, why would you not clean up for the people who currently live in the house?
Thank you.
Yeah, how about
Thank
the
you.
business owners who've had to go out of business because of all the crap and trash in front of their
Literally.
building?
Did we clean our house up when companies coming over? But we also clean it because we want to live in a clean house.
We
Right.
clean regularly anyway.
All the
Yeah.
time.
So that tells you
arrogant son
that
of a
they
gun.
can clean it up. They just choose not to.
Yeah, not for the people of San Francisco, only if world leaders are
That's
coming.
right.
And
So it looks good on them.
And the White House refuses to answer this question. Somebody tried to get the White House to chime in on this, and buddy, they ran from it like it was the plague. Here we go.
Look at that head on him.
Yes, instead of the clean up this, I know folks are saying, oh, they're just cleaning up this place because all those fancy leaders are coming to town. That's true. Does President Biden agree it's more important to impress the leader of China than the American people that live in San Francisco and pay taxes every day?
First, I completely reject the premise of your question, but secondly, I don't know what the context of what Governor Newsom said, so I won't respond to it.
Of course you won't.
Well, of course you won't.
They rarely respond to anything.
He basically admitted it, and everything he said should have been highly offensive if you live in San Francisco.
Golly.
We'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. We'll continue to walk through the stories of the day. When we come back, I will frustrate Helmsy by bringing up something that I know is going to...
And Rick, Greg needs a new TV.
Yes, he does. All that next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Are you...
Businessman with a presidential plan. man sit down here to heal our land. So when you hear this funky sound, you're gonna know that Trump is around. He only wants safe for all. This is why he's got them building the wall. He's brought our jobs back around and put our feet on solid ground. So don't you listen to the lies they say, 'cause Trump has made us great today. He loves our vets without a doubt. They can count on him when they need help. He speaks the truth, what's on his mind, so this is why we like his kind. America now is great again. You'll only trust Trump as your friend. So cast your votes to Mr. Trump and you'll see the Dems start to jump. Vote Trump. Yeah, baby, vote Trump.
Rick.
Trump, Trump, Trump.
Is that Elvis?
Trump, Trump.
Think of all that we have lost. He's making us great, whatever the cost. We'll keep America great again with all our help from within. They've tried to bring him down, but with no luck, he can't be found. So please, everyone, let's wrap it up and put the others in the dump. Vote Trump. Yeah, baby, vote Trump.
Trump, 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 Trump.
We're building our military mighty and strong. Fighting with us, they won't last long. Trump is president, we cannot lose. He'll keep America in the news. So let's come together to win this race, and he'll keep America in first place. Vote Trump. Yeah, baby, vote Trump.
Trump, 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 Trump.
God placed Trump here to see us through. So let's give a shout to the red, white, and blue. This whole world needs peace within. This will only happen if we keep Trump in. Vote Trump. Yeah, baby, vote Trump. Hey, man, vote Trump. Everybody vote Trump.
This is Donald Trump.
Yeah, vote Trump.
This is Donald Trump.
Vote Trump.
This is Donald Trump. This is Donald Trump. This is Donald Trump.
Trump.
Oh, well, there it is.
Wow, little P, Rick.
That is a catchy little tune.
Well, how about Little P?
I'll tell you what, I wasn't ready for that.
So,
Y'all.
keep it or coaster.
We may have the new bed music for the election.
Yes, you are.
I mean, we have Trump like political news, but then running for office election. That might, we might have to have a separate one for that.
We can't let that just lay there.
We'll be saying that all day.
Jennifer in Tennessee, keep it or coaster for Little P.
Keep it.
Thank you.
There we go. Morgan in Birmingham, keep it or coaster.
Keep it.
Okay. Let's go to Nikki out of Alabama. Nikki, hello.
Coaster. I have no problem with Miss P or Rapper P, but the music needs to be changed.
I thought Nikki might use that as her theme music.
Greg
Greg Burgess. I liked it better than the lyrics.
I think it's a takeoff of one of Si's songs. Gentleman.
It always goes back to Si.
It certainly does.
Look, I have a love for South Korean dance music. We all know that.
He does.
Greg in Mississippi, keep it or coaster.
Hey, put up some blackout curtains so he won't be tempted to open the door to the public. Coaster.
Carrie, keep it. Carrie, keep it or coaster.
Keep it. It's keep it, and it's straight up from Dean and Company.
Okay.
Chris in Alabama. Chris, what about it?
Hey, for the love of God, keep that thing.
Carrie in Prattville, go ahead.
Keep it.
There we go. Let's go to Kay in Montgomery. Kay, what do you think?
Good Lord, boys, this was a horrible. Just oh my goodness, this has got the coaster.
I can't get enough of Alabama Governor Kay Ivey. I can't get enough of it. This person is spot on, and they need to keep it going.
I love it when they call.
I like when you just participate. To Illinois, Kyle, what do you think?
Hey, we got to keep it. It sounds like the 1985 Super Bowl Shuffle from the Chicago Bears. That's the theme of the song.
Oh, you know that, a little bit of that there. Bluntsville, Chad standing by. Chad.
Hello?
Hey,
Yes.
Chad, keep it or coaster, buddy?
Keep it and use it as Donald Trump interest music.
Mm-hmm. Greg, as a matter of fact, I think Little P's live in concert in Bluntsville coming soon.
Down at the farmer's market.
Mark and Miss. Here we go. 21 minutes past the hour. So, setting up, Helmsy, I apologize for this segment because, and if you want to, on the Greg issue, we could also just put Helms on display on that one too, and let him deal. He can be a Greg Wrangler here too. But this is, those of you and it's look, as I have told everyone, and I've said this 1,000 times, is those of you that have to deal with Greg and me when it comes to technology, there's that. And then, and we've talked about this in the very beginning, if you ever want to get involved in what I believe to be the hardest ministry opportunity available, that is men's ministry. And, we can be frustrating creatures. So I thought it was nothing the first time it was brought up, but it keeps now coming up. Okay. And just dealt with it again moments ago. We have tried, because we know it's men's ministry, to make the website as simple as it can possibly be. And one of the things we did, maybe we're trying to be sharp, I don't know.
I know where you're going with this, I think.
Is that if you wanted to see the archives of the Wednesday Bible study, you simply go to the media button and you can watch the archive or you can listen to the archive based on what you want. And we thought that would be a good service. I continue to get men that can't operate the media button.
Well, on Burgess Ministries or the manchurch.com?
Manchurch.com.
All right. Well, let's see.
Yeah, because on the Burgess Ministries, you just click watch or listen. But here you have a media button that does a drop down.
It doesn't work.
Oh, it's made Manchurch one word.
And so
I don't.
It doesn't work.
Yeah, that has always dropped down for me. Has it stopped dropping down? Yeah, but maybe it stopped.
No, I thought Burgess Ministries was the drop down, and I thought this one went straight into it. I didn't know this.
It's actually the opposite.
Okay.
So if you look though, like if you go to catch it on your phone, and this is to blocking people too, it works just fine, but you have to hit that little, what I call 3/4 triangle, over on the right side.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm talking about? The little. I'll show you on the phone, not on that.
Greg says he knows what's wrong.
Okay, Greg, do you know what's going on?
You need to hit the completo switch to the left.
Okay. Oh, okay, yeah, that's true.
But now I'm getting that.
See, I can't get it.
Okay, so it's not working now.
So I need to reach out.
Okay, all right. So it was working. I thought honestly people couldn't operate it, but if you hit the media button on your phone, if you hit it on your phone, then it does give you. See over on the side. See that little, whatever that upside down triangle is without the bottom, 3/4 triangle?
Rick, quit talking too technical.
Yeah, right there. See that? If you hit that, there they are. See, listen or watch on the phone. You see that?
Yep.
Yeah, but you have to hit the little thing over here. You know, that thing. So it works on the phone, not on the. It won't work.
Events works.
Yeah.
Store works.
Ooh, yelling.
Yeah.
Contact works.
So the drop down menu.
Okay, because it was working. It was working in the past. Okay, all right. So good. Well, we solved that one then. Then you're not frustrated.
No, not. Matter of fact, this is good that somebody would say this.
All right, guys.
So I can help.
So we can solve that.
Yeah,
okay,
I'll do this right now.
It's not operating. We thought it was operating, and y'all could not operate.
How many did you get frustrated with?
4 people.
Let me go.
And
check.
you know who just told me when I thought we had a problem? It took a woman.
Yeah.
Dana just told me in the hall. She goes, I can't work the media button either. And I said, really? And that's when I thought I'll bring it to there.
Yeah, you talk down to the whole Bible study, Rick. Just click the media button. Click the media button. It doesn't work.
It's not hard. It's not hard, but now it's not working.
I'm sorry.
So
talk
now,
down to them.
Well, now I feel bad about this and accusing a woman at memory care of cheating all in the same way.
Yeah.
Thanks, Rick.
By the way, still to this day, never heard N41 called. Never heard it.
Sorry.
All right, so
That's just the truth.
So
putting in the request now to have this fixed.
Yeah. Okay, good.
Next time they do the bingo, Rick, at memory care, they're going to ask your dad. Now, is your son with the beard coming?
I'll probably be banned from bingo
since he ruined it for most people.
Did get a couple wins there at the end though.
Got some cash money.
So now we take on Greg.
This ain't
Greg needs a new TV, Rick.
Yeah.
And we were discussing the features that Greg likes.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want a lot of change, and I don't like 4K. It looks like crap.
Do you remember when Dad wanted to get channel 42 and he just didn't know?
It ain't that bad.
He just wanted channel 4.
Greg doesn't like 4K because he says it looks like they're coming out of the TV.
Well, no, it looks like a sitcom. You take
I will agree
great
with that.
movie
Yeah,
and this
yeah.
cinematography, and feel like I'm watching Three's
Well,
Company.
I tell you what it looks like. It looks like everything's a soap opera.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
There's
like
a
it.
setting well,
for that.
what you're
Good.
seeing is the difference in what would be like a video setup versus a film setup.
Right, correct.
I like the
I
film
used to
setup.
think, and it did, the sitcoms on NBC all looked like they'd been shot with film.
Yeah, they did.
The ones on CBS and ABC looked like video.
They did.
And it made a difference. How
It did.
funny they
It
were,
did.
I thought.
I prefer the look of film over video.
On some of that, absolutely.
I think
It's
I'm watching
funnier.
Dances with Wolves, and the Wolves look like they're in.
But
in,
Craig declared he wanted to take his Amazon plug-in box, the little box. What do you
Fire
call
stick.
it?
No, my
Fire
Fire
stick.
External.
And just plug it in. I said, that's made into TVs now.
Yeah,
he
but
said,
I
I
don't
don't
care
care.
now.
I just want to plug it in.
I want to hit my list where it goes HDMI 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever, and click the one I want. It's
gonna be
and
simple
then
for
away
you.
I go.
Let Helmsy talk to you.
I don't care nothing about this smart TV. Don't
Nobody,
care nothing about that.
Nobody speak but Helmsy.
Here's the thing, and we can continue to hash this out because it's fun, okay?
Right.
But here's the ultimate solution. You need to let me know when you get the TV.
Absolutely.
We're going through a training block of time now, so I'm gonna be in Jacksonville, but I'm not gonna be as demanding on my time as I was. I'll come by
You
your
gonna try
house
to take my Fire Stick from
and
me?
I will help you maneuver through this new TV situation.
What
Keep
you're
your Fire
saying?
stick is a backup.
So what you're
No,
saying?
well,
He's cleaning up that Fire Stick. isn't
Speedy's told me
he
that
won't
there
let it
is an
go.
adjustment, so I can make that look
Yes,
better.
you can.
Because Chandler and them's got that, and I hate the way it looks.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's an easy click
Super
on
clear.
picture.
You hate that.
Hey,
No,
Helms,
no,
Helms-
do y'all,
Yeah,
you're
do you
telling
remember when
me
your dad said he didn't like
you're
it?
telling
He
me
did.
that you like that look better.
Still
Now,
does. Still does it.
Sports, okay, it's okay.
I only got one 4K TV, and I'll watch sports on it, but I won't watch anything else.
Yeah.
On it. Yeah.
I love 4K.
So Helms, this is the thing. I just want to be sure I have this right. So, we've solved the media button at the Manchester.
Just put a request in, to
and
have that
there
fixed.
was a problem.
There was.
So guys, we're
Absolutely.
sorry.
Yes.
Secondly, and I'm sorry that I got upset with us because I was working. Yeah.
Here's the point. When you asked me about it last week, what did I do? I went to my phone because I was
And
on
it
the
works.
road, and it works.
It works
And
on the
so
phone.
I didn't know that it was a thing. I just assumed
The
it was
drop
for-
down doesn't work, but
Right.
the little half triangle does.
And I
Three-quarter
explained that
triangle.
to our people that need to fix it.
All right, so but there, I want to get this right. Is there a day in Jacksonville
Mm-hmm.
where you will go and meet with the women's tennis team, and also go over and help Greg with his tennis?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
And
He'll
that's,
be-
See, I
he'll
don't
be-
want to. One of the reasons I want it just to stay the way it is because if it involves passwords and stuff, I
Here he
don't
goes.
know what any of them.
I'll
are.
even go this far.
I know
You're
where
going to
none of
think
them are.
this is where y'all are going to say I'm stepping out. If you want me to go with you one day and pick out the
Oh,
appropriate TV, I can do that too.
Well, that's crazy.
Is there a chance, so you won't feel like that you're wasting time? Could you also teach Greg how to maybe serve better? Maybe teach him a little tennis at the same time.
Oh, my
if he wants
I may
that,
take
for
up a
sure.
little tennis.
I think Greg could play some of that old people tennis. I really
you
do.
realize
I think he could be good.
I've never.
What
held
about a
tennis racket
motivational
day of my life.
speech from you and Riley Green to the girls before they go home for the holidays?
There, how about that right there?
There you go.
In return for getting your Fire Stick working. So you're
right.
going to have to turn your Fire Stick over to him.
Well,
I
look,
can
just wanna
help
plug
you in
it
this world.
and it go.
They make them in the TV now.
Yeah,
but I don't want all that.
Greg
he
might
don't
as
wanna
well
hear
said,
that.
I just want to get Channel 4.
Is that going to involve passwords?
You can get your password back.
Bubba, I'm going to lead him into this, and he'll love it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Dippy, keep it or coaster?
I got to go with Bubba. Keep it.
Oh boy.
Vote Trump.
So,
I wish you'd give us that every time.
so Beth in Huntsville, what do you think?
This is Beth. Is that me?
That's you.
Okay,
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry.
That's all right.
I would like to keep this one and coast gobble gobble.
We are Trump supporters down to the bone, so this is the reason I wrote this song.
It looks
So
like
this
it's a
is
keep it,
what
boys.
I've got to say, 'cause he's made America
We'll
great
keep it.
today. Vote Trump. Yeah, baby, vote Trump.
All right, so this Lance Armstrong, I think I really,
This is bizarro, Rick.
well, I think I can understand it because, and I'll tell you something that you were actually part of, and you'll go, you know what, Rick, that does make sense. I don't know whether Lance Armstrong is he a Democrat or something, or what is he, anti the Trump administration? I'm not sure. But he drew fire because, first of all, the title disgraced former cyclist Lance Armstrong. I was telling the guys because of having Frenchie staying with us in the month of July, he was all about the Tour de France, and he would get updates. So one time I sat down with him, and I noticed as they got ready for the broadcast of the day, they run all these, just like any sport does, all the great historic moments in the Tour de France. And they have removed Lance Armstrong completely from the history of the Tour de France.
That's a big chunk of history.
Yeah.
Because he didn't win it just once.
Right.
No.
He's not even in it in any of the highlights they're showing as they build up. But anyway, so
But see, again, I don't know if that's the way. Shouldn't you show it and then say, "Hey, he was disqualified"? I mean, it's not. It's like the Russians used to do, like it never happened.
Right.
So
he tweeted about what he says was an encounter with Vice President Mike Pence, Greg, and they were in Nantucket for a fundraiser to benefit the Republican National Committee. So I'm asking who? Just Pence, or was Armstrong part of that too? He wasn't part of it, was he?
I somehow doubt.
Does it mean
who would invite Lance Armstrong to be there to represent? I mean, that doesn't even make sense.
So, and this is where I think I'll tell you about an incident that happened with me. So Lance Armstrong says, I can't drop many people on a bike these days, but I just blew the blanking doors off Mike Pence on a Nantucket bike path. Armstrong tweeted, "Day made." Well, people started really going after him, going, what have you proved? He's 13 years older than you and was never a professional cyclist.
They were not racing, were they? Wasn't he just out for a leisurely ride and he went flying by him? I mean, is this the James Canup of bike riding?
Right.
Pretty much owned him.
I pretty much owned you. Somebody else said, wow, a pro athlete whooped an elderly man in the sport of his choice. Man, you're a bad A. And then couldn't quite hang on to those Tour de France titles, but hey, at least you beat Karen and Mike Pence on a leisurely bike ride.
And that forced Lance to tweet again at the bottom of the page.
Yeah.
He said some people can't take a joke, and then he ends it. But I did.
Well, let me tell you what this
Blow
is.
his doors
Yeah,
off.
yeah. Let me tell you where Lance has found his life, and it's sad because I remember this sad moment for me and Bubba. You were part of it. As I begin to lose my athletic prowess, it's hard to face, and sometimes you just need to win. And Bubba was there when it happened. My wife Sherry had beat me in a sprint, and it crushed me. And you remember what I did?
Well, you re-raced her.
No.
Is this on the beach?
Yep. Do you remember?
I witnessed that one.
Do you remember what you went and got me to race so I could get a victory? A friend of ours that was recovering from cancer.
Oh! I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about the time you pushed her down.
No. This was the time I needed to build my confidence back up.
Yeah, that was another.
Rick, that is horrible.
And I blew his doors off.
Yeah.
You should have seen him separate.
You pretty much wore him out.
Yeah. Do you remember this, Bubba?
Yes, I do now.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about the time you pushed her down to win.
No. That's a whole different story. This was
Clearly
me.
she got in your lane though, right?
Yeah, well, she did. She was a sprinter. She knows you don't get over anybody's lane. She said, that was a different story because the big story there was who pushes their wife down to win. Mm-hmm. But this one was I had been beaten and I needed a win.
Yeah.
And so I challenged a friend of ours who had just come off chemotherapy, and I smoked him.
Yeah.
I mean,
even close, was it?
Yeah, it wasn't even close. And
the way you celebrated smoking him.
Well, guys,
you would
this was
think you'd go, okay, good. I mean,
this,
he was like,
think about what this did for his psyche. That he was in a race. This was the first sign he was getting his life back.
Yep.
And it was kind of a win-win.
You were somehow helping him out.
Yeah. I don't want to get some award or anything for trying to give confidence to somebody who'd been fighting cancer. But it was a win-win. It helped me a little bit because what I'm saying is sometimes you just need to win. You just need to win against anything. And I think Lance has had a tough time, and he just needed to blow past somebody, and nobody screamed steroids.
Yeah.
Now, sadly, he went after, like, say, a man 13 years older than him and his wife. And his wife, it'd be like him going by me and Sherry. Oh, phone troll time, America. Y'all ready? Fire them up. 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines are available. Calvin, Speedy, Wilburn taking phone calls. It's time for you to run the show at 866-WE-BE-BIG. If you're thinking, man, I wish they'd talk about, well, then bring it up. We'll talk about it. I got a question I want to ask. Ask it. I got a comment I want to make. Make it. So we are not doing meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs.
Get you the buzzer.
That we are not. So those will get an instant buzzer. No baby predictions or anything like that. This is all about bringing content to the show right now and asking ourselves sometimes a selfless question. If I were listening to this show or watching it on YouTube and I heard my own phone call, I mean, I literally heard myself, would I be informed? Would I be entertained? or would I have to be honest and say I would probably find myself annoyed? Yes, America, we can cull ourselves. To the phones we go. Let's start with Eric. He's in Columbus, Mississippi. He's got us on Laser 96.1. Eric, you got 30 seconds. Go right ahead.
Biggins, how are y'all?
We're fired up and ready.
Okay, was that Greg or Coach Burgess talking about his TV that last segment?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. The doesn't fall far from the tree. I mean, you literally just left out, I just want to get Channel 4. Curtis, also in Columbus, Mississippi. 96.1 is roaring. Curtis, go ahead.
Yes, it's for Greg. I think about 15 years ago on the George Norrie show, there was a scientist, and I think y'all might have had him on y'all show. He predicted that these volcanoes was going to start erupting in Iceland about 10 or 15 years ago, but I can't think of his name. He's a well-known scientist. I was wondering if Greg knew. I'll listen off air.
Well, if George Norrie said it, it had to be true. That's all I can tell you.
Yeah. I don't
coast
know.
to coast, east of the Rockies.
I don't remember. Do you guys? That's
no,
funny.
I don't really remember that. You know, we have volcanoes all the time, and we always have had them.
Yep. Mike in South Carolina. Mike, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Bubba, I have inherited some old ham radio equipment from my dad. It's over 30 years old. Is it worth it, or I need to get some new stuff?
Just depends on what it is. Shoot me an email. I'll try to help you out with it.
Oh, okay. And have y'all seen the Marvels movie? The only good part of it was Fraser Crane shows up at the very end.
You're talking the latest one about, what is it? What's the name of the hero this time? Captain
Marvel.
I haven't. No,
I have not.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, Rick. You let that get by?
Are y'all caught up on Frasier, the new one?
I am.
Yeah,
Yes, it's
good.
funny.
Are you staying current?
Yeah,
I am too.
they're good. It's good.
Yeah.
What
Now,
about
Greg
Baz?
wouldn't like it because it looks like it's shot on tape.
No, it's supposed to. Oh, it does look
Not
like,
film.
No, I like. Oh, no. Well, but that's okay on a sitcom.
Yeah.
I can live with it there.
They
By
say,
the way, you have an email that tells you how to cut that effect off.
Got it.
How about, yeah, I saw
I don't
that.
like it.
I didn't
I like
know.
that
I didn't know that was even available. I'm all
You
over
need
that.
to do it.
I
Tom
will.
Cruise is telling you how to cut it off.
But
Well, I can't wait to hear from Tom.
well, the they say the new Marvel movie, which is the female hero and the cast is all female, that it's tanking at the box office. And what was hilarious, Babylon.
Too many chicks.
Babylon B. Listen, Greg, Babylon B. has done when they said to save the movie, they've now superimposed Chris Pratt's head on all the characters.
Yeah, worst opening for a Marvel's film ever.
I've kind of cooled on it. I feel like Marvel is like trying to, they think, well, this is a moneymaker, but the greatest stories and the greatest movies have already been done. Yeah. And they're kind of just like throwing every pitch they can think of right now, and they're not landing like
Well,
they want to. I have no interest in this
again. Show me the information. Where's the data that everybody wanted a female-only all-star cast of superheroes?
Thank you.
The same one.
I carry
that
you back
did
to Ghostbusters.
Oh,
okay.
Right.
So they're just doing this so they can go to a meeting and say, look what we're doing.
Mm-hmm.
It's not financially feasible. How about this? Make good movies. You have actors, you have actresses. We all love them. They become rich and famous. You sell a lot of tickets. That's how this deal works.
That's it.
Yeah, the Ghostbusters, it tanked, didn't it?
Oh, yeah.
The female one.
And it had really good actresses in it.
Yeah.
And I saw a clip or two from it, and there were some parts of it were pretty funny. But the public as a whole is just not buying.
They weren't buying it.
No.
So give us what we want.
Yeah, when you put a marketing plan together, was it Bubba? When I tried to go woke, I ended up broke. Let's go to Jason in Phil Campbell, Alabama. Jason, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey,
I've got a great hire from Mississippi State's head football coach. He's got coaching experience. Let's go with Brett Favre, and Speedy can be his strength and conditioning coach.
Ken in Florida. Ken, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Never know.
30 seconds.
Hey, guys. Hope my phone sounds okay.
Yeah,
wanted to tell Greg that you can change the settings. If he's talking about that soap opera mode on newer TVs, is that what he's talking about?
Yeah, makes it real slick looking.
Looks ridiculous.
Yeah, you can go in, and every TV is different, the different manufacturers, but you can change the settings. It's always something different, but you can fix that. I hate it too.
That'll be done. Thank you.
Greg, get you one with a stick built in.
There you go.
I don't know. I like more
Jimmy in Decatur, 100.3 The River. Jimmy, go ahead.
Yeah, can y'all tell me who the guy wearing the black wizard suit at the National Capitol in front of the speaker was last night?
I didn't see it.
I don't know what
Black
you're talking
lizard
about.
suit?
No, he said wizard.
Wizard suit.
In front of what? The speaker?
Yeah, he was standing right in front of the podium wearing a black hood wizard suit with a gold chain and some kind of gold, something in his hand.
In front of what? What speaker?
The speaker of the house?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
I don't know either.
Black lizard.
Well, who was speaking with? I mean,
I didn't know the speaker spoke last night. Did they? Richard in Montgomery.
That's what the speaker does. He spoke.
Yeah, he does.
Speaks the
I-92 WLWI. Richard, go ahead.
Yeah, I was Saturday. I was, flipping around the channels, and I stumbled across the Beth Moen broadcast and didn't realize it was her. And the first thing I heard when the channel came up was, "Yeah, first down for the Cougs."
Yeah, first down for the Cougs.
Speedy said he heard it and was pretty good.
Yeah, Speedy's liked it. He did. He's changed. He's come full circle. Let's go to Alan, Nashville, Tennessee. Alan, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, fellas. I just wanted to tell you how much I love the show. I'm coming up
Thank
on
you.
2 years of nearly dying from COVID-19, and
Wow.
you guys were a big part of that, listening in the ICU for 13 days.
Wow.
Wanted to tell you, every time Rick starts talking about his house troubles, it makes me think about those days with Speedy's mudslide and all that stuff at his house, and y'all used to play the house song.
Yeah, our house.
Yeah, our house.
In the middle of the
I think
street.
it's going to make a comeback, no doubt. We continue. Not off to the best start. We start with Craig. Oh, we don't start. We go to Craig in Gardendale, 104.7 WZZK. Craig, go ahead.
Looking good. Holly Roll.
A little random, but a good one.
I don't know why people love that, but people say that to me all the time.
Holly Roll. Holly Roll. It was really smoking tonight.
There it is. Let's go to Brandon in Ohio. Brandon, go ahead.
Morning, brothers.
Hey, man.
Just one thing on the president. One thing that makes more sense is Abbott and Costello, who's on first, than what our president has to say.
That's true.
Yeah, it's easier to follow.
Yeah,
I feel like I'm in a comedy bit every time I hear him speak.
Well, the worst part is I find
But then it's more like a nightmare.
I find myself going, Rick, don't overreact. Give him the benefit of the doubt.
you wanna
Try to
try
figure out
to,
what
yeah.
he's saying. And sometimes I try and I exhaust myself, and I think he just doesn't know what he's talking
You
about.
want to be fair,
Yeah.
but wow.
Ron in Mississippi. Ron, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Morning, guys. Remember, Joe told illegals, don't come, more pile in. Then he told Iran, don't attack our bases. Then they attack even more. I'm going to step out on a limb here. I don't think nobody's listening to Joe. What you guys think?
I think you're
Doesn't
right.
seem to be that way.
I think whatever he says is a complete waste of his time and everybody else listens. No one responds to his. If he draws a line, people just laugh.
Yeah. Okay, pal.
Well, wouldn't you? Would
Well,
you take? Would you
he's
take
got-
him serious?
You know, he's
No,
got
'cause he's
G
not gonna
coming
remember.
into California this week, and I feel like with all these facts and the checks that now have come out showing this money trail from China, that he's going to have a meeting with G and say, hey, now let's keep it down home because you're going to have to cover me when this comes out.
But what if he walked out and in Chinese across his shirt was a shirt, and we were like, what is that? And we translated, and it was keep it down home, cuz.
Yeah. Or let's go, Brandon.
Right. Keep it down home, G. We'll come back. Bubba, did you say you had a question?
Yeah, I got a question. I'm interested to know if you're aware of this person and what they're doing.
Okay. All right. Of course. Makes me nervous. We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG's the number. We'll get phone calls later in the program again. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
At the beach as we're riding our bikes and thinking he did so.
Yeah.
Well, he knows Pence is a nice guy. He wouldn't holler roids at him or something, you know.
But I hate to say it, I think that's what it was. To Matt and Alexandria. Matt, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go, buddy.
Yeah, hey, so my son and me are watching YouTube this morning, and he asked me, does Rick and Bubba have merch? Like, because all the YouTube guys have merch. And so I said, yeah, Rick and Bubba have merch. And we were on the website, and he wears a double extra large men's
handled
whatever shirt you want to send us.
Well, look, it's all there.
Well played.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah. It's good to hear.
That's really not how it works.
How about this? Good to hear from the 3 Democrats that listen to the program.
What you gonna give me?
Does people have to pay for them?
Oh no!
What?
Oh, no.
I thought merch was free. Does it cost y'all anything to have it? It must come out of heaven for y'all too.
Well, why not?
Playing
the
all them
wishing game.
tubers he's talking about bought theirs. They did. They had merch. Now look, if you want to win some on the wheel of meat,
There you
got
go.
a chance.
That's right. If you listen and win, you could get something.
That
Other than
happens.
there's a spot, and you go in there and do what you got to do, pick it out, pay for it.
But there's nothing that works smoother than clicking and putting in your
Yeah.
information and buying it.
Oh, it'll be there before you know it.
That gives quick.
Yeah.
Tell your boy to pick him one out, and Daddy, pick him one up. Of course, if he's old enough, tell him to buy him himself.
He wears 2 eggs. He's a big boy.
He is a big boy. That's old man so-and-so's boy. Yeah. Let's go to Keith and Coleman. Keith, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
How you fellas doing this morning?
Good, buddy. How you doing?
All right. Only teenage boy getting mauled by the dogs. You said he was climbing over a backyard fence, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Well, in my opinion, if he's climbing over the backyard fence in somebody else's property, I feel sorry he got killed, but you climbing over in somebody else's yard, you get what you get.
Yeah, the owner
Well
is
put.
I've heard it said other ways, but yes, I agree. The owner is not being prosecuted.
Yeah, no. This is just more talking about that this breed of dogs, when they don't bark to scare you off, they don't come after you and whatever. If they go on the attack, it's usually quite a mauling.
But you do, like he says, you don't need to climb another people's property.
No, absolutely.
You don't know
Well,
what?
I tell you, you're going to get what you get.
You gonna get what you get. See, I
roll tide.
I would prefer like if one of
Okay.
and all my pit bulls will kill you too if you climb mine.
That's right. They train.
What you get. We continue. Let's go to Stephen in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Stephen, go ahead.
Yeah, first part is, what do y'all think about the people at Walmart was going to do a walkout to get Walmart to quit selling guns? And then also get one of the gun haters to explain how a gun kills somebody, because unless it's an idiot holding it, a gun can't kill someone unless that trigger is pulled by them.
Well, I thought,
Stephen, where were they walking out at?
I think it was in Texas. They was going to do the walkout to protest selling guns.
Yeah, Texas. Let me tell you this. The problem with doing a walkout on gun sales at Walmart, when the people who wanted to walk out walked out, there were still 1,200 people still in there.
It didn't make a dent.
It didn't make a dent in it.
Yeah.
Everybody who doesn't like guns, leave Walmart. Is anybody left? Yeah, one person walked out. Okay, the rest of us still here. We can keep moving.
And think about this: the
Or
ones
was he
leaving.
saying the people working there were going to do it?
You know what? They get
whoever's
replaced. They
against
get
it.
replaced the next day.
Yeah, that ain't a problem.
They're not as valuable to Walmart as Antonio Brown is to the Raiders.
He has a better chance of getting a new helmet. Than that.
he does.
He does. I'll give him that.
Oh, man. We continue.
Well, the phones.
Let's go to.
There's a theme on this one.
Oh, look, this is our favorite hour. Y'all
Please pick another good one.
Mike in Alabama. Mike, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, guys, how y'all this morning?
Good.
Great.
And out in the big truck making deliveries.
Thank you, man.
Listening to you about Lance Armstrong this morning. I just wonder how the hell close he got to the vice president with the Secret Service around him to blow his doors off.
Well, I didn't think about that.
Yeah, I'd like to know a little more detail on that whole thing.
Well, he left out that he was beaten by one of the guys from the Secret Service on 10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Coming up on December the 1st, live from New York City, Promise Keepers Daring Faith conferences that have been on tour, and of course they've been run off of a few places, but New York City, they'll be there on the 1st of December, and I'm honored to be part of what's going on there. I actually have a Zoom call on that today to get more details, but if you can't be in New York City, but you still like to have the Daring Faith Conference simulcast to your church or to your location, you can do that. Contact Promise Keepers. We have the link there at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events, also themanchurch.com under upcoming events. Just use that link. So, Bubba, you had a question. What'd you have here?
Rick, I was looking through the show prep this week, and I came across the name Jacob Chansley. He is going to run for Congress. Do you know who Jacob Chansley is?
I do not.
You may know him by his other name, the QAnon Shaman.
No.
Is he still wearing his face paint, or does he look different?
He is running for Congress, Arizona 8. The representative there has said she will not seek another term, and he is running as an independent for that. He's a Navy veteran. He served 27 months of a 41-month sentence and then was released after video came out of him being escorted through the Capitol as opposed to illegally trespassing.
You're talking about evidence that was readily available?
Yeah. And he will be making his bid in Arizona's 8th Congressional District. He's a 35-year-old. He served a statement of intent on Thursday that he intends to run on the Libertarian Party ticket.
I bet.
Per Daily Mail. This comes after the Republican, as I said, who has held the seat since 2018, Debbie Lesko, said she will not be on the ballot. She is 64.
Do you think the shaman can garner some votes?
I think he probably will garner some votes. Now, will he be able to, come over some of the party, the folks who are going to vote a straight ticket? I don't know. Will he hurt the Republicans more than the Democrats? Probably. I don't know why he didn't just run as a Republican, but I think he is wanting to run on a platform of being independent and an outsider, and he felt like being in any of those parties would have compromised his position.
So if the shaman was available, would you cast a vote for the shaman? I mean,
I don't. I know what he
I'm
did.
worried about the shaman.
And,
right.
and I don't know what he stands for. I mean, I'd have to see him as a candidate. Does the fact he got caught up in the January 6th stuff hurt him, or does that make him a hero with a lot of people?
Well, looking at the picture that Adler just put on the screen behind us, and if you're watching on YouTube, he certainly gets the tat vote.
He does.
I would think, yeah. Are those all straight up tats, or are those any drawings just for the occasion?
I think those were straight up.
Okay.
He looks very different with a buffalo hat on and face paint.
Yes, he does. I'll give you
That will change the way you look, but wow, does he look different.
Yeah.
If you're running for a libertarian vote, do you put on your campaign material you as the shaman?
Yes.
Oh, I think
Absolutely.
so.
Yeah.
I think you like do
You're
debates
serious
and
about it.
all the headdress and everything.
Yeah, you
gotta
do.
have.
You
got to.
Shirtless.
They point out
Howling.
that Republicans and Libertarians share many common values, but differ on some other key points, including the legalization of various recreational drugs.
Yeah.
Just for one.
You think the shaman's not for that? I could see.
I could see he
If
might
I
be
had
that
to
one.
guess.
I believe those shaman might burn one.
Yes, Greg. I think I would see the shaman twist one.
He is a shaman. He's a licensed shaman.
Yes, true.
So that's something.
Yeah. So I don't know, but that's interesting. I'm not surprised by that. But the biggest story is what Bubba mentioned and we all talked about. This guy was getting railroaded and about to serve, a long jail term until evidence, strange concept, actually showed that, no pun intended, the picture painted of him by those who opposed him was not accurate.
Right.
No.
Yeah.
It's almost like some people let it happen and they wanted those optics to tear
Well,
to look.
here you
it's
go,
almost,
alt-right Adler.
It's crazy.
It does feel that way, doesn't it?
Yes.
And I said, I was saying that I think there is a trap being set for Trump that he will easily walk right into.
Yes.
Yeah.
And did.
Rick, to your point, he was sentenced to 41 months in prison, November 2021. Served about 27 of those months. Then all that came out, and he was transferred to a
27.
Phoenix.
He was in there a while.
Phoenix halfway house in March of 2023.
Okay.
So well, you talking about somebody that looks different? I guess we all would look different if we didn't have all that on.
Oh yeah, if I put on a buffalo head and painted my face up and went shirtless with tats all over me, and then you had a picture of me in a button down and no buffalo headdress and no paint on my face, I would look different.
Yeah, Paul Stanley looks different too.
Right. Yeah, you're right. He's a great point.
Stand up and shout.
Adler, can we see cut 2 also? You know, the Trump trial continues, and we've talked about this. It's Rick, this is really bizarre because we're talking about a prosecution here of a private citizen and a private company who they're saying exaggerated their net worth. Well, you know, they were borrowing money. They wasn't borrowing money from MasterCard. Okay, these were really sophisticated lenders. These were multinational banks that they're doing this from. They do their own analysis of your assets and all this. There is no victim here either. Nobody come out and said, man, I lost money because Trump did this to me. He hasn't defaulted on any loans. It's really one of the more stranger prosecutions. It's almost like we're prosecuting and there hasn't been a crime.
Yeah.
Right. If you ask somebody on the streets, what is Trump being prosecuted for? I don't know that any of us could answer it and have a clear answer.
And when you get into the evaluation of property, of course, that's always in the eye of the beholder, but you know, there's standards that they go through. They get, you know, comparative properties, and they have, you know, formulas they work through and all that. And Trump has said all along that his properties are worth more because his name is on it.
Right.
And there's something to that. I would have to agree with that.
Yep.
But here you see in this, you're going to see Chuck Schumer dancing with the Attorney General who is prosecuting Trump.
Sorry, Steve. Boy, sweating.
I was about to say, this was on one of the warmer days.
My goodness.
Well, Chucky is a sweater. He will sweat.
He'll dance, too.
Yeah. Yeah, and they'll probably do that same dance if they can get Trump, you know, guilty.
Again, and this is a trial where the judge is going to decide the case and not a jury. I don't understand some of that. It's legally way out of my my wheelhouse.
I think Trump's attorney came out yesterday and said they're pushing for a mistrial here.
They
because of all the evidence and what she ran on and everything.
I mean, there's no way in any other trial in the world that the district attorney could run on a campaign to be elected to get you,
right, and
then get elected, file charges against you, and prosecute you when there has not been a victim in the crime. Nobody's lost money.
No.
It's just very, very strange. And I don't think I wouldn't want that to happen to anybody in this country.
No.
If you think Hunter Biden could get a fair trial if he was in Birmingham, Alabama, or Shelby County, Alabama, I doubt it. You know, the jury's going to be stacked against him right out of the gate politically. So if you're talking about a fair trial, there's no way Trump's getting one in New York. And I think any court worth its weight will throw this out once it's appealed.
Well, I remember there were a number of commentators out there that were saying months ago, if he goes into a courtroom in New York, it's over.
Yeah, we can't win there.
Yeah, and so...
especially when the judge told him before the trial that he's lost.
Yeah,
right. Yeah.
He's already guilty.
You really don't want to...
And Bubba, you mentioned it, and Don Jr. mentioned it. There's not even anybody complaining like, I was scammed. I had a crime committed against me. There's nobody even doing that in this. There's no victim in this crime.
No one went to the police and filed a report. Nobody.
Top of the hour. If you leave us, have a great day. If you got more Rick and Bubba, hang on.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And I picture them with their tie and their coat on while on the bike.
Lake Martin, Mark standing by. Mark, go. 30 seconds.
Hey, good morning, Pastor.
Hey.
Yeah, that sounds good.
I was,
can't handle
please let it go, Mark.
So sorry. Your phone just wasn't there.
Greg, sadly, he's calling from underneath Lake Martin.
Actually, he's right up.
His phone was motorboating, wasn't it?
That's pretty good. He's got it.
This is why our family's right here. Don't think we work.
I know. That's a good point.
It's really line
this is it.
Which one, buddy?
Line 6. I just want to hear somebody say.
We got a new character, Underwater Man.
We got it. Let's go to.
I want to know what Underwater Man thinks about it.
Ty in Mississippi. Ty, go ahead.
SpongeBob Calvin.
Yeah, I need to know how I can get that song, the Trump rap. I need it.
You know what? It doesn't tell us how it's
Or
available.
are you wanting to eat the beats?
Oh, here you
sir?
go.
I think you go to
Listen,
Eat My Beats.
Hey, by the way,
to no one's surprise.
do not do that, y'all. I don't know what that is.
To no one's surprise. I kid you not.
Rick has it.
Do you know how you get one? It's got her phone number.
Give it out.
You just call her cell.
Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Unpacking the stories of the day, Wheel of Meat has not spun, so we're in day 2 of the week, so it could happen.
You never know.
Still a lot going on with Jeffrey Epstein. I know we're searching his home now. That story continues to dominate, so we keep waiting for something. They'll give us some idea of what's going on. I'm not all that thrilled with Greg today, and I'll be taking that on.
What has Greg done, Rick?
Well, I'm just You know, there's supposed to be a bond between brothers, and you're supposed to look out for each other.
You know, blood's thicker than water.
It
all
is.
that stuff?
It is. I mean, we're supposed to go back to back and take on all comers, but felt like I didn't get a warning from you that I needed.
Oh,
and that's.
Wow.
I know you're tired. I get it. You got a lot going on, and I took that into account. That there's.
Sorry.
Yeah. Well, it is. You know, it's just these different stages of life, man. They're just so full of. I mean, we just doggone it. For some reason, my wife thinks the bicycle will fit in the back seat of our truck, but it's not going to.
No,
But
nowhere close.
but anyway,
really, no.
so we
Pedals are going to cause problems.
Yeah. So you know,
Dang pedals.
I am dreading the move in on Thursday because I've done this before. See, it's one thing when you're kind of have a first year kid going to college and you have you're delusional about, but then once you've seen how it can be, you know exactly how it's going to go.
Mm-hmm.
And when your kids go to colleges of any size and they're living in the dorm their freshman year, you're just assigned a time, and then you get your stuff there, and it's in a pile, and you're just waiting on your time. And of course, the people who had the time before you always drag, and they don't get out. And and you're left out there hanging. And you know, especially if you can get in Alabama, see, it's going to be like 1,000 degrees.
Yeah.
Thursday, and probably if you can get one of them real good soaking storms to come through about the time you got your stuff outside trying to get in.
Yeah.
These are all things that I've seen, and so I know that's coming up. But you had a lot going on. I had some French kids stay with me, for a whole month, and that was fun. But it was a lot going on, and but I now again, it could be that Greg's innocent here. It could be that when I present the case, he could say I'm not sure you got the information right on that, and that's possible.
I mean, it sounds like a throw under the bus.
Well, let me tell you.
I didn't even know I did anything.
Well, it's not so much a throw under the bus as it is a no heads up. You know what I mean?
Do you have any clue of what he's talking about?
Not really. No.
Okay. Well, we'll come back to talk.
Not really.
We'll come back. We'll talk about it next.
No
week.
inkling.
I don't want it to hang over. So let's talk about it next.
We got to break it down.
Yeah, it's and we try to do a good job giving each other a heads up. We try, and but it's I understand. You're a commuter. You got a lot going on.
I do.
You got all kinds of things.
Yeah. It's early.
You're a granddaddy now. You drive to Atlanta every day. It's
Well, Greg did say he wished he was more thoughtful. He's admitted that. You think maybe he didn't think about giving you a heads up?
No. This what it is. I promise you. He meant to, and then he got to go and
got busy.
Got busy.
Got away from it.
Moved right off the old page.
That's the reason why let me tell you how I've learned. I've learned, almost to the point that I go too far the other way because I know myself.
Yeah.
If something just pops up, and Sherry will get on to me going, why are you doing that right now? I said, because if I don't do it right now, I'm not going to remember to do it.
Yeah.
She's like, we're just talking about that. What are you doing? I said, I'm handling it.
Yeah.
Why are you handling it now? You don't have to handle that right now. Well, if I don't, I won't. I'll forget about it. We'll be back 15 minutes past the hour. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past. Brand new hour of the Rick and Bubba Show starts right now. The gang's all here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. It is the little party, the Rick and Bubba Show.
America, looking good. Looking good, America. Well, these are not good images. You see a lot going on as the crime continues to skyrocket all over America. And that will happen if you're not serious about law and order. And usually when men abandon their roles inside communities in the family, it turns into total chaos. I tell you what, you don't have a commitment to law and order and the men leave our responsibilities, you got problems. And so here's some pretty heartbreaking video of things going on all over the country. When's the last time that you went to a small kid birthday party where they flash money and guns? And I'm not talking about fake guns. So here is a kid's party. This is a viral video. Now, these are little kids. Here,
say that one there. We'll deal with him in about 10 minutes.
Here at the party, they are flashing guns and money and kind of acting like they're gangsters. And the parents, of course, are this is the images they want the kids to do. You know, it was one thing back when we would dress up as a cowboy, and have our little fake holster and our fake guns.
Rick. Right. Or even an army man.
Yeah, none of that really represented I want to be a gangster or a thug or a criminal. Well, Greg, I don't know how it can't be real.
It comes with music we can't play, but they're having a good old time.
Right. You know, you talk about kids today. Yeah, you hear that.
And hopefully,
standing behind them. There's your problem.
Yeah,
those parents today.
Hopefully, those are fake guns that just look like
even if they ain't
real Glocks. But
I mean, even if they are,
I think
fake,
they're real. They're just hopefully not loaded.
Surely not.
Goodness.
But anyway, just the image that the kids are portraying is, like you're saying, I'm not sure that, it's one thing. Usually you would let your kids dress up as things like astronauts and, doctors, and if you want to go cowboys or, something like that, superheroes, that kind of thing. There's just something about perpetuating, hey, let's all immerse our kids that maybe they'll grow up to be criminals. I don't ever remember that. That was never the thing.
Yeah, kids need father figures, but that needs to be a good example.
Some fathers don't need to be figured.
Right.
So here's another one. It just gets better. Here's a bunch of kids robbing an Amazon truck in the middle of the day.
Yeah.
Hey, look at that. Now I'm grabbing stuff. I have no idea what it is.
Yeah, here's more.
But it's somebody's.
Here's more of America's youth. There's the Amazon driver. Of course, she's not going to put herself in danger, but she should. Yeah. They're just jumping on the Amazon truck in the middle of the day, by the way, and just stealing whatever they can find. And the reason why I would think, being someone and when you were thinking about things you would or wouldn't do, the reason why you're seeing this on the rise is they keep watching video after video after video of people going into retail stores, grabbing stuff, walking out, and nothing's happening to them.
Yeah, nobody's right.
So if you're a young, impressionable person, you start to, unfortunately, get the idea that you can steal and there's no repercussion.
That's right.
If you want it, just take it.
Didn't we have a police chief or a sheriff or something that was pretty outspoken about Target's policy out in California? Like, don't arrest the shoplifters, or it was something to that effect. That was Target's policy.
Yeah, and they were told don't arrest them.
Yeah. Which, what are you going to do?
I think there was even a law passed to protect some of these people.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
If they stole my Amazon packages, they'd be like, "Oh, this is a good one. It's really heavy." They'd get it home and it'd be dog food.
I know. It's hard to say. You don't know. I mean, you may be stealing a toilet seat.
Right.
Or worse than that, maybe a shovel and a hammer, something you could work with. They definitely don't want it.
Can you imagine? I just don't think there's a lot of profit on the toilet seat black market. Do you?
No, I really don't.
Hey, come here. You want a toilet seat? No, I'm good. Thank you.
Got a great deal on them.
This is one of those extra large ones.
Right.
This is one of them cushion ones.
This one right here is the one that kind of goes down real slow, super nice.
No slam.
No slam.
I never liked the cushion ones.
Yeah,
We talk about ill-gotten gains. You don't win when you do this, and you look around and you see that no one's winning doing this.
Yeah.
So I don't get it.
This is not winning, is it, Bubba?
No, it isn't.
All right, the next one, let's go to carjackings.
Yeah.
As America continues to show out today, carjackings
Look out the window.
have gotten so bad in D.C. We got 3 individuals, and they tried to steal the Secret Service vehicle that carries Joe Biden's granddaughter, and this is Hunter Biden's daughter, Naomi.
Good.
And the agents actually opened.
He actually claims her.
They opened fire, but the offenders got away. So they're becoming so emboldened. That they're trying to steal the Secret Service vehicle. that has the president's grandkid in it. So here we go.
About Secret Service opening fire to protect President Biden's granddaughter. Peter?
Yes, the carjacking and car stealing problem in Washington, D.C. has now extended to somebody with Secret Service protection. At 11:58 p.m. last night in Georgetown, which is about a mile and a half from where we're standing right now, Secret Service officers who are assigned to protect Naomi Biden, that's President Biden's granddaughter, Hunter Biden's daughter, opened fire at 3 people who were trying to steal one of the Secret Service vehicles. We don't know exactly what kind of a car this was, but according to the Secret Service, who just sent us a statement, Secret Service agents encountered possibly 3 individuals breaking a window on a parked and unoccupied government vehicle. During the encounter, a federal agent discharged a service weapon, and it is believed no one was struck. The offenders immediately fled the scene in a red vehicle, and a regional lookout was issued to supporting units. That means that somebody tried to steal a Secret Service car from the agents that were protecting the president's granddaughter, and they got away. They're still out there this morning. Back to you.
Golly.
You're not afraid of anything now.
Mm-mm.
If you're saying that you would carjack a Secret Service vehicle.
Now that is one of the that's the granddaughter he admits.
Correct.
to
Yes.
having, right?
Yeah. That's the one. Do you think that Xi is coming to maybe just hand deliver some stuff to the Biden family this time?
I think they're keep it down home because
they go meet in San Fran and make the swap.
Yeah.
So there's crime is on the rise and criminals. We've talked about this 1,000 times. This is not a complicated concept that criminals fear repercussion, and if they don't think there is any, they become emboldened and they become dangerous, and they'll do anything.
Mm-hmm.
It's repercussions is all they understand.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's that ex-NASA scientist, YouTuber guy, Mark Rober. Carjackings are so common in San Francisco, he's able to put these glitter bomb packages just in the back seats of cars. People steal them, and he's got like a device in there that records the entire thing. This glitter, they open the package, a glitter bomb goes off inside these people's apartments, a stink bomb goes off. But it's so common, he's able to put these in the backs of cars, and he'll get a dozen a day. Carjackings, and that's how common it is. But the videos are pretty great. People open these.
I've seen those.
Okay, they think it's headphones or something, and it's like
great.
fart spray in their house.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
I also saw there was one guy that, and some reason he got with Jimmy Kimmel, and it's a long video, so we
Same
can't show
guy.
it. Same guy.
Yes.
And he also set up booby traps for the people that were hoarding the candy on Halloween and trying to take all of it.
Yes.
He set up some really cool booby traps for them, and it was fantastic.
I thought of Bubba when I saw one of those booby traps. It was a speaker that was super directional. Most of the time when you have like a speaker putting out sound, the sound waves are really long, but this is a special kind of speaker that puts out a really short wave so that it can make it really directional. So people would be walking up to the porch, not hear anything, and then they would get within the beam of this speaker, and it would be like, hey, it would be like a whispering sound, and people would freak out. And Bubba, I thought of you. You're talking about wavelengths all the time.
Yeah.
And I didn't know that was a thing. I thought that was very interesting.
He had some great ones. I mean, he had one where all of a sudden he'd set it up where the bow would actually go down and disappear, and the empty bow would be there.
That's great.
Yeah, he had some great ones. And watching people freak out. That was good.
Fantastic.
15 minutes past 866. We Be Big is the number. We will continue. Got more stories today, more of your phone calls coming up. And you can keep up with any Rick and Bubba content you missed on the live show by getting our YouTube or our podcast archives every day. They're available to you.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, folks. Thank you for being with us today. Our number is 866-WE-BE-BIG. Foreigner overload.
I may have foreigner Tuesday.
Ricky's had a foreigner sigh combo going
It's
the
an
past
amazing
week.
combo.
Yeah.
Listen, my playlist is diverse, my friend.
Yeah, but those two for the past week and a half had it.
I almost didn't play that because I knew we'd lose him. And look, they're going to get put in the Hall of Fame.
I forget how many great hits they've
They had a lot.
You know, I'll be right.
They got a little poppy at the end.
I forgot about that.
Of course, Bubba, they got a little poppy at the end. Well, you know how I am about that.
Yeah.
It's just good music, Greg. Got
a little poppy.
Yeah, a lot of keyboard.
That was yesterday and all that. I didn't like that.
Oh, that was
Say
a good one.
you will, say you will. I don't count that. None of those count. I knew he'd like that.
I don't mind, believe it or not. I want to know what love is, but I do
Stop right there.
But back to what Bubba's saying, I don't like That Was Yesterday, and I don't like Say Will or Say You, whatever it is, because I don't think they're good songs.
They're not.
Yeah, there's nothing to do with the style of it. I just don't think it's a good song.
I love it. It's a toe tapper.
Right. So, Greg, let's.
I know. I went different. I got it.
Let's talk about
Jukebox Hero.
Yeah, I really.
Yeah, Bubba,
that's all good.
Why are you mad at Greg?
See, I don't see the big change in that, and say you will. To me, it's all
evidently.
Right.
Oh, I look at it on a whole different level.
Bubba, this is how
I won't acknowledge.
This is how it must feel when people try to talk about space around you.
Rick, I won't acknowledge Say You Will, Say You Won't.
No, that's the worst song.
I won't acknowledge
I think that may be the worst song Foreigner ever did.
No,
I mean, it's terrible.
Matter of fact, that was the last one I heard before I got out.
I'll be honest with you, Rick. When they pulled the saxophone out on Urgent, kind of lost me.
Now, Greg,
that's a good run.
That's when they started losing me. Though.
It is,
but they were a rock band.
Especially when you realize that's the same saxophone player that was with Billy Joel. He's just a hired gun.
Plays with everybody.
Yeah. So, but
you should know his name.
Wow. He's not even a member of the band.
You know, y'all have ruined a lot of things for me.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Rick.
With your knowledge of music and stuff.
Don't let them ruin it, Speedy.
No,
I'm holding to my foreigner.
I'm really not. I'm really
and my
not,
sticks.
I probably am not as purist. I mean, I'm not really.
You're not near the purist, Greg.
No, I have a style of music I prefer,
and I'm not near the purist you are.
Yeah. I have a style of music that I just prefer, just like everybody has a style of music. There are styles of music.
Yeah.
Then you have those things that leave your style of music that's just a good song. But my thing against That Was Yesterday, it's just not a good song.
Yeah.
I mean, it just doesn't. There's nothing to it. It doesn't have any.
Rick, it's got deep vocals, deep thoughts, powerful vocals.
Well, then maybe it'd be a good poem.
There's a long way, Rick. There's a long way from Hot Blooded to Say You Will, Say You Won't.
Oh my gosh, that is a journey right down, and it is going downhill.
Boy.
So here's the situation, Greg, and I'm just asking you as my brother and to look after me more. And we try to give each other a heads up. Yeah. So I was at home last night. Now I did make a son mistake. I did, and this is a mistake married sons make. I try to sometimes count a long conversation with my mother and wife as me checking in, and that's a mistake. You don't do that. Okay, just give young husbands something. If your wife is on the phone with your mother, getting all the information and updates, and then passes them along to you, no true mother, especially a mother that counts that as their son getting in contact with.
Oh, I got you.
So you start to come back to you now?
Yeah, you got to make your own.
Starting to come back now, Greg?
I think I do.
Yeah. I'd like for it came back to you about 2-3 days ago. But anyway, so
I know exactly what you're doing.
So I said to myself, and there's a line in here that Greg, I mean, you just have to say just whatever the punishment is, because I am guilty, Rick, of breaking a brother code. So you got to help each other out, okay? So, and there's no excuse, because our mothers, if they're still here with you on earth, they're to be held in high regard and a place of respect. And you need to check in with your mom, and you need to look after them.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I try to do a good job on that. I do, but I'm imperfect, and undoubtedly I had let too much time go as far as mom was concerned, that I had not checked in.
Oh yeah.
But here's where it all went downhill when I called her last night, because I was trying to get organized with what we're going to be doing this fall, and sometimes they like to go see the boys at college and go to a ball game, and I was trying to figure out what ball games we're going to go to, what I need tickets for. And another great honor, Dad is going to be honored at an Auburn game this year for going into the Hall of Fame. He and Tommy Agee, so that'll be great. That'll be handles for us. But anyway, so I realized I need to call Mom and let's kind of get our fall together. Well, I was just telling Greg. Now that's the most damning statement.
Yeah.
Right.
Rick and Bubba tonight. the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. So a couple of items out of the political front. Yeah, politics. Them politicians. Yeah, I've got too much.
Get away from me.
Too much time on my hands. Nine weeks to go until the first votes, and Donald J. Trump remains the commanding front runner as the GOP field keeps shrinking. Commanding.
Yep.
So we would say, barring Trump somehow being put in jail or legally unable to run,
yes,
he would be far and away the Republican nominee.
That looks to be the case.
Okay. So then you start.
If the election was today.
If the election was today. We're 9 weeks away from the first vote. So, so interesting to see how that goes. Now, we still have some others, video 7, Adler.
Can I say this, Rick?
Yes,
Tucker
sure you
Carlson
can.
is now being rumored to be a vice president candidate.
That
he
owns
was
me.
With Trump and
That-
Don Jr.
that
and
owns
others at the big MMA fight the other night. They all came out together, and now Tucker is in Spain, and he's with a lot of folks protesting a lot of the socialism that's trying to be pushed on those in Spain. But that's the big social media rumor: is Tucker aligning himself to be a vice president?
Okay, so we'll look at some of that. We do have a video 5. Tucker's there saying nobody will cover the fact that the Spaniards are protesting against socialism because it's failed again, and nobody wants to cover that. But we'll go back to what I pitched the first one, and that is 7. Is it, say his name again, Adler? You're in charge of Ramaswamy's first name.
Vivek.
Yeah.
I think it rhymes with cake.
Yeah. So the ones, the others are still sparring. Here is Vivek talking to Chris Cuomo on News Nation, and he goes after Cuomo saying that, hey, you're pretending that you're not part of what you know you're still part of. So he gets mad, and here he goes, lighting him up a little bit. Here we go.
Even come on my show.
tapestry
What are you
of
talking about that
conspiracies.
thing?
I'm sure
Hold
she
on a
doesn't.
second. Hold on a second. I let you put it out there, and now I get to finish smoking, and now I get to answer, which is, this is what the media is doing, is putting up Nikki Haley against me
absolutely what
because
the
they
media
know
is
I'm the
doing.
real
They've
deal.
picked-
Please. She hasn't
they
even been
picked
on my
they
show.
picked
I'm
Chris,
just
please.
watching you get
You know what?
slapped
I
around
call
by
that
her,
Kristen
and I'm
Welker.
wondering what your strategy is.
The fact of the matter is, Chris, my strategy is calling out the mainstream media like I did to Kristen Welker at the start of that debate. I asked her about the Trump-Russia collusion hoax, told her to look the audience in the eye and apologize to them. Just like I'll tell you, you're part of the mainstream media despite pretending like you're not. Look the audience in the eye and tell how you covered for your brother. For all that happened.
I'm part
Absolutely
of the mainstream media.
Hey,
listen.
And you play the same games that the rest of the mainstream
you
media
don't
does.
Take care of
You're
your
doing
family?
it tonight.
That's fine.
You
Vivek,
have been
I'm not playing
covering
a game.
for your
You
brother.
think-
You have been playing a game. You were
of course
kicked
I
off there
cover
on
for my
CNN,
brother.
so
Of course I help my brother. Of course I do.
And you know what? That's been journalistic standards that have now been failed, not just by you, but by every member of the broken political media. So yes, it is going to take an outsider
everyone in
to
the
call
media,
it out. And you want to look
everyone
at
in the media
most
is
of the,
responsible for covering for my brother. See what I'm saying?
90%.
You miss
90% of the media is colluding with respect to pushing one answer
Vivek,
on the American public for the origin of COVID-19,
which is what?
to the Hunter Biden laptop story,
What
to
does
now
this
which
have to
people they
do?
decide they want to put up as their puppets
What
to take
does
on
any
Donald
of
Trump.
that
And
have
that's just
to
the
do?
fact of the matter.
Look.
Wow. Yeah, no wonder people don't like us talking over each other. That's hard. That's hard to listen to.
Yeah.
So there you are.
Who do you tend to agree with on that argument?
I couldn't understand it. It was hard for me to
I
follow.
would tend to agree with Vivek.
Well,
on
of
that.
course, yeah, of course. And he's just trying to get Cuomo to say, that you
carried the mail for your brother.
You know you did.
Covered for him.
And at one time he kind of said, yes, I did. But then somehow that we were supposed to applaud that. But we would if you were just out in your private life, I guess. But I'm not going to defend Greg, nor would he defend me if what we're doing is wrong. No matter what. All right, next we have Georgia County Commissioner, number 8, Democrat Felicia Franklin. And based on what I'm reading here, can we even show this?
This is pretty bad.
Can
what
we
I
show
saw
this?
was bleeped out.
It's bleeped,
Unfortunately, the Georgia County Commissioner was found passed out along the sidewalk by cops, and she became unruly with them and medics who were trying to help her. Obviously,
now what county is she from?
It looks. This is County Commissioner. It's looking here in this story. If it says Clayton County, and it says that she's saying she was drugged, despite the toxology report, which says no, you
something
weren't.
else.
Yeah, something else.
Yeah, they found her.
Yeah, right.
This is how they found her here.
Oh boy.
But then they tried to get her on a stretcher. Now she's screaming no.
Yeah, that's.
Now she's saying that one of the EMTs needs to get out of the ambulance.
Oh wow.
And then her friend is trying to calm.
I'm right here. I'm not going anywhere.
Her friend's gonna try to help her.
Spitting up. She's throwing up. Hey, don't leave me. I'm not leaving you.
Oh wow.
No, she's not. He's
okay,
not.
let's kill that. All right, so anyway, they did say though that despite all this, that the people who voted for her still will because Trump is mean.
Yeah, right.
Sure.
So she'll probably still have no problem with hanging on
we
that
joke,
job.
but
I would no, you. But anyway, maybe they could find someone else, even that is a Democrat, that might not be in this condition. But they're saying her claim of being drugged is not supported by the tests that they ran to find out why she was in this state. So hopefully she can get help if she has a problem, or if she's just on a bench here. Maybe she can get her act together. So wow. All right. So here's Tucker Carlson, cut 5. He is saying the world needs to see what's happening in Spain. We mentioned that because the people are rejecting socialism, but no one wants you to know that. So here it is.
You've been with Donald Trump the last days. Now you're here in Spain meeting Spanish leaders. How is the world seeing these weird events that is happening in Spain? This violation to our democracy?
Well, the world isn't seeing it enough, and that's why we wanted to come, because it's not getting the coverage it deserves. I mean, anybody who would violate your Constitution, potentially use physical violence to end democracy is a tyrant, is a dictator. And this is happening in the middle of Europe. So we thought it deserved more coverage than it's getting.
But is the world actually seeing how important is what is happening here?
No, the world is not seeing how important it is. But we hope to change that.
Yeah, I'm sure you will. Thank you very much.
To his point, I didn't even know that was going on.
No, I didn't either. I didn't either. And so we'll come back. Phone calls are next. 866-WE-BE-BIG on any topic. We'll chat with you. You can comment on the things you've already heard this hour or throughout the show. Or you can bring up something that you'd like for us to comment on or ask a question when the Rick and Bubba Show continues with your phone calls right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I was just telling Greg that I guess your dad and I have gotten so old that Rick doesn't want anything to do with this because he doesn't like old people.
Yeah, she did say that. I thought she was just kidding. Rick, I took it as a joke.
She goes, I've come to the conclusion, he's not crazy about pets. And, there's a certain things about old people. And
certain foreigner songs.
Yeah, and all this. And I said, Mom.
I told her as long as she didn't eat around you, she was good.
And she started asking, what food should I not eat around you? And I said, Mom, this. I said,
so is this the first time she's heard your speech on
that? She's heard it on the show. No, but this is the line. As I was telling Greg the other day, I haven't heard from Rick. And I guess we've gotten so old that he doesn't want anything to do with us.
Greg. Well, that's so ridiculous.
How do you not come to me?
Rick, that's so ridiculous. I didn't even really pay much
But what I'm
attention.
talking about, why don't you come to me and say, hey, just heads up, Mom's needing to hear
I'm
from
gonna be
you.
honest with you, I completely forgot.
Yeah, I know, Greg. I know. I got that. Hey, you know what? I didn't need
But
you.
she was laughing
Greg, I don't have to be Sherlock Holmes to have come to the conclusion that you didn't tell me
But
about
understand-
it, and you forgot about it because I didn't get a heads up.
But understand, she was kind of laughing it up, so I didn't take it like,
Oh,
hey, this
no,
is
no.
a big serious
No,
thing.
no, no.
Did I misinterpret it?
Yes, you did. Well, I was just telling Greg.
Well, I was going to wait you out and see how long you'd wait.
And well, look, and then
I felt bad for Mom.
right? And of course, you know,
Oh, spin it.
and it may be true, by the way, and some of y'all you're gonna hear from Greg and I if it's true. And you know, she thinks that anytime people do work there, that they're taking advantage of them because
Yeah,
they're
this one we
the septic tank people.
Yeah.
we need to come down.
Yeah,
on
we
them.
need to come down on them hard.
But anyway, and I think there's sadly there
Huh?
is some of that people try to take,
Absolutely.
try to take senior citizens and take them for a ride.
Right.
You know, overcharge.
Yeah, I
them
believe
and,
they got 'em on this
Yeah,
one.
don't do things. You know, hey, your warranty covered it, but look how much I charge
But
you.
of course,
for
let me
labor.
throw it back.
You know what I mean?
Rick, well, let me throw it back for just a second. Like that situation. I said, Mother, why didn't you call? Because, you know, I mean, it helps to get somebody else's opinion. Not that I know everything, but
Right.
I know people who do.
Right.
Well, I didn't want to bother you.
You know what she
well,
said?
how you going to bother me?
Right. Well,
you know what I'm saying? In that situation.
Yeah.
And,
Well,
you know,
I know y'all are busy. And
No,
I was telling Greg the other day I haven't heard from you in 3 weeks.
she did say 3 weeks.
Yeah. Oh, she had it down.
I want to see how long it can go.
See, but here's
how about this? Rick, I think she's incorrect on that.
But here's the thing that got me, and this is my mistake. I take full responsibility, and I apologize to
Now,
her.
Tom, it
and
does
everything.
get away from
Yeah.
us.
No, I said that, but I said I made a mistake, and of course, this is probably then Sherry afterwards said, "Hey, thanks." I said, "Didn't you and Sherry just talk like for about an hour and a half?
Oh yeah,
the last few days."
Doesn't count.
Yeah, I said, well, I was in the house. I heard y'all talking. I said,
I do try to count that.
Sherry told me.
I try to count it too.
Sherry told me everything that you. Well, I just hadn't heard from you. And I know we're getting older.
So she
and
said I was telling Greg.
Yeah, I was when I heard the phrase. I was telling Greg. I said that. Greg, you got to come tell me about that. You can't leave me out there like that.
I'll be honest, it just slipped my mind.
I'd call up thinking I'm ready to get business done, and all of a sudden I'm hit with well, I wonder where you went.
Well, hey, stranger.
Yeah, I told Greg the other day we're probably getting too old for him. Golly.
That's on me. Come on, Greg.
Do you want to apologize?
I'm sorry for that. I should have given you a heads up.
Just
You're
say-
right.
oh, you
'Cause
got-
I want you to give me the same.
Now I need to do a better job in not being in that situation.
Yeah.
But if I'm in that situation, let me know.
I should have called.
Don't let me get blindsided like that.
I got distracted.
Yeah, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Couple of offers out there. Now, here's the good and the bad on, I don't know how many of you Jimmy John's people are out there, but Jimmy John's, they're saying that they're going to take, and Bubba, this is not the kind of thing you're looking for, especially when you're kind of out of the delivery zone on a lot of Uber Eats. So now they're actually going to take their zone and make it smaller, and they're only going to deliver to within 5 minutes of their stores because they wanted to keep the food freaky fresh and it be freaky fast.
I think that's their policy now.
Yeah.
I think they have a very limited delivery area, but they make it very fast. And
Right.
the whole point is that they say they want it to be freaky fresh and freaky fast. That's why you have to be in.
And it is,
And
by
it's
the
just
way.
a small little zone. But
couldn't I always be able to deliver it freaky fast if I made it real close?
Well, yeah. I mean, that's the underpinning
It's
of
a
this.
cold cut sandwich.
It's a good
it's going to
sandwich.
hold together.
Yeah.
I mean,
Some
it
are
ain't like
warm.
something that's.
But here is what they're trying to have compassion for people who live outside their freaky fresh, freaky fast zone.
Right.
So they are offering, and this is going to be a national contest, to buy someone a house inside that zone who currently is outside. In other words, they're not saying they're going to deliver to you.
Right.
They're going to move you into
That's
their
funny.
zone.
That's a great promotion. $250,000 is the maximum, but they'll give you $250,000, as Bubba just said, to put your home inside their delivery zone. That's funny.
Now, I noticed Speedy was thumbing through this.
Yeah,
I'm not
well,
sure.
it's in this
Hey,
home
it's a good
buyer.
sandwich. That
I
Vito, that Vito, good man. Add some hot peppers to it. That Vito's excellent.
The I don't.
It is.
Oh, you got to write a paper, Speedy. 250 words or less.
He's out.
We're back 35 minutes past the hour, so let's go phone calls. All 10, well, actually about 9 lines are available. I have one caller ready to go. You can join him at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Helmsy's got phone calls right now. So we are starting to think about the biggest shopping day of the year is headed our way. So why don't you go right now to buyraycon.com/Bubba and beat the crowds. Never too early to start. Look, Black Friday is a week from this Friday, right? I mean, guys, my goodness. So why don't you go right now to buyraycon.com/Bubba. Early Black Friday sale going on now. The Raycon products are available at 20% off site-wide, but up to 50% off with selected items. They've expanded the entire business with introduction of home and power tech items too. So go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. We know that they're known for delivering high quality. And when it comes to those earbuds, about half the price of the other premium audio brands. And then we're getting you additional savings now. So we know how well they work, how much more comfortable they are. Everybody's loving them. But you might want to look at the same quality commitment on some of their other items as they've expanded their business model. So go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. Early Black Friday sale, 20% off everything on the site. Select products up to 50% off. So take advantage of that now. Phone calls coming in, 866-WE-BE-BIG, and yours can be part of it. Wes is out of Spanish Fort, and Wes will get us started. If you want to join us, you call now. Wes, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Yeah, guys, I was watching the debate last week, and I haven't had a chance to call, and I was thinking if Nikki Haley, I know she has no chance, but if Nikki Haley got the nomination and elected, what would Greg do? I mean, he would just lose himself, I think.
Yeah, I mean, there'd be a lot of material there.
Yeah, when Greg does his stereotypes on names, which again doesn't mean that they're accurate.
There's exceptions.
There's exceptions. I do think that would present an ongoing issue for all of us here. So there's, does she have another name other than Nikki that she could go by?
I'm afraid not, Rick.
No, okay.
She's been raising money $2 at a time.
How did you let him pull you into that? Well, how did you let that happen?
Well, it was
we're sitting too close to him.
Great,
so I'm gonna have to tell you.
See what I say? We got a lot of material coming out of this.
It's too easy.
See, I'm gonna have to tell you and Adler to cut your time with Greg in half. You know,
Bob, I'm really proud of you.
That's great. I don't know whether
Rick, hit that button. Hit that button.
I mean, look, but we should not encourage that.
Bubba, you are intelligent.
To the phones we go.
Great example.
New Mexico is standing by. Cody, is this Cody that visited the golden ticket seats out in New Mexico?
Yes, sir. I was just there Friday.
How about it, Cody? All right, that's great, man. Good to talk to you again. So what's on your mind today?
Well, I was going to tell you can't have nothing. Got back to the car after we landed. We actually flew. We didn't drive, but
okay.
Car was dead.
What?
So, yeah, car was dead. So we got that jumped, got back home. But the reason I called is I want to know, has Greg touched his hat and shirt?
No,
it was sitting on his desk because he had touched it on Friday when I did.
It's gone.
Is it gone?
So I want you to take note. This is I think it's the 14th. That's 7 days. I listened to the podcast. I was actually listening to the podcast. I'm working right now. I was listening to the podcast from last Tuesday. And he hadn't touched it then either.
Yeah, well, I have.
All right, so what's happening
now? There may be some peanut holes in there, but the hat.
All right, so update us. Where has the shirt and hat gone?
It's gone home with me.
Okay, so
I went ahead and took it with that other hat that guy gave us that I like.
With the bees on it.
Yeah,
I like that because of our last name.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, thanks, Cody. It was good to see you too, man.
No
Nice
problem,
to meet
buddy.
you. Thanks. So you do have it at home now.
Yes.
Is Elisa going to wash it one time, or are you going to wear it wrinkly?
I'll probably wash it one time.
Mm-hmm. Have you worn the hat yet?
No.
Okay. What about the other hat the guy gave us?
Well, I wore it. I hadn't had it out in public yet. No.
Right.
I've got mine in my truck ready to go if I need it.
Okay.
I don't wear a lot of hats.
You don't?
I wore a hat all them years at work.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Don't you blame that for your hair loss?
Yeah, but that's probably not true. But
right.
But yeah, I'll wear a cap, but I don't wear them like I used to.
You don't see a lot of balding people in our family, though.
No, there's not.
So you wonder if there wasn't something.
I don't know.
Yeah, that the hat might have played a role.
Who knows?
Yeah.
Rick?
That or electromagnetic fields.
You think?
How often do you wear a hat, Bubba?
Just depends on how sunny it is outside, and I've really become more of a visor guy the last few years.
Yeah. Do you wear a hat, Speedy, much? You used to wear them all the time.
Not much. Hunting and
Out in the sun.
at the ballpark or something, just because I have to cover the head because it's getting sunburned.
Sherry pointed something out the other day, and I am guilty of it. She's 100% right. She goes, I noticed, so you can't go to the farm without putting a hat on. I said, if I'm going to the farm, I have to put a hat on.
Do a little work in the
And she goes,
woods.
but why? And I said, well, I have
don't
to have
get
a hat
tick
on.
on your head.
I have to have a hat on.
You just don't look right out there, Rick. I'm walking in the pasture without a cap on.
But I honestly think
dropping on you.
Yeah, well, what I was thinking about though, now that
if it drops on your head, it'll just crawl down.
now that
your
we've had
neck.
a freeze and all that, because I did bring that up, Sherry said, but you wear that no matter what the weather is.
Yeah.
And I said, she said we could have like
Spiders
She
and
goes,
stuff.
even last year when we had the Arctic blast, you still wore the hat.
Yeah.
And well, here's the thing, I want y'all to know I don't wear it for functionality. There's something about if my feet touch the soil. So I'm thinking if I move down there full time, will I be in a hat all the time?
Right.
You would.
It's almost
You'll
like
have
it's
to have a
an
hat by the door.
It represents an attitude.
Yeah.
Oh,
I must have a hat on.
If I'm going out to do a little work around the house or something like that, or go to a
farm,
farm,
must have it.
I've had every time.
And I know for some of you
business
out
is
there
what
that
I
are
mean.
saying, and I know a lot of you, and I have a couple of friends, Rob Thomas. You got to come off this thing that when we say hats, you're going, well, what you're talking about is a cap.
cap. I get it.
Please don't do that, Rob.
Now, Speedy wears a bucket hat every now and then.
Yeah.
I do.
Hat
Sometimes.
to me means caps and hats.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a cap. I
Bring
get
back
it.
the
I
Great
know.
Kango, too, if you don't
All right,
know.
let's go to Maine, where lobster is what, $9.99. Chris, welcome to the program. Go ahead.
How are we doing, Biggins? This
buddy.
is for Bubba, who's
Yes, sir.
very intelligent, and for Greg. That was a nice little dig y'all had on Mickey, but you forgot to tell him who's throwing those $2 out on stage for.
No, Chris, don't let them pull you into this. You're better than this.
They pulled me into it. That's Boeing and Allied Defense. Come on now.
They throwing them up there.
Okay, that's funny.
I love it. See
Alex,
the potential.
Yeah, Muscle Shoals, Alabama.
I blame Bubba.
It's
He
worse than
started
I
the
even
whole
thought. I bet it's worse than I thought.
He started the whole thing.
Alex and Muscle Shoals, WLAY.
Got y'all looking.
Alex, go ahead.
Yes, sir. I'm just gonna ask a question about how do you Bible study with your kids? I know you said before, you kind of study with them at night a little bit, but how do you shift from? And I know I sound guilty saying this. Shift from the sports dad, just the doing all the things, and then at night, we shift to Bible study dad. How do you make that transition?
I think you got to be intentional. First of all, I think you want to intentionally communicate to your children that this is a priority for dad, and explain to them why it should be also a priority for them. I mean, if you think about it, if you believe what obviously you believe, or you wouldn't be doing a Bible study, that you are holding in your hand the inspired word of the one and only living God, with everything that is being communicated to us about him, about us, who we are, where we came from, and why we're here, then that shouldn't be too difficult of a campaign of convincing everybody this is pretty important.
Mm-hmm.
And so I would just communicate that it's important and why it's important. But then you got to be strategic based on the age of the kids. Like you've heard us talk about before. You don't want to get into some deep. Let's read through several chapters. Probably no more than 10 minutes at the most. 15 is a stretch. For them to kind of get introduced to it. Now, of course, you and I and all of us as dads, we got to know what we're talking about. I can't teach my kids anything I don't know. And that was a big conviction in my life. So I remedied that and continue to remedy that with grandchildren that might be coming. So we can't teach something we don't know. And we can't convince them that something's a priority in our life that we don't act like it really is. Mm-hmm. If we act like that sports means more to us than the Bible, then they probably think that's true. Mm-hmm. If we act like that the Bible means more to us than sports, and sports has a place, but it's in its proper place, they probably understand that too. And there's also a great resource that is coming out. Lance Ingram is going to be on a podcast with us in December, and he has spent a lot of time working on a 365-day devotional that is designed for just what you're talking about. All it's designed for is parents to spend a small amount of time in a devotion with small children, and that'll be a great resource for you too. That kind of sets it up for you. But that would be my advice: is you just intentionally communicate why it's a priority, and then also be strategic on how you teach it, and also let them see in your life that it really does mean that to you. We can claim something means a lot to us, but they see whether we really mean it or not by the way we actually live.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be my advice. We'll come back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big. Any headlines that we might have missed?
Yeah, we got a couple of stories here we need to mention on the way in the next segment.
We will hash those out for you. All coming up when the Rick and Bubba Show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Never mind.
Why you want to live within a sandwich delivery zone?
I'm sorry, Speedy. I'm sorry, buddy.
Gosh.
That looks like you're out.
Maybe an intern could write it for me.
Well, you could do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
won't happen today.
But
listen, this is
dang it.
It says too that they want to help as millennials are struggling with crippling student debt and mounting living cost. They want them to be able to own property too.
Okay, that's not going to help them.
Crippling student debt.
So we'll do that. You know, in this world of these type sandwiches, I don't know how much difference there really is, but I will tell you this. I usually, and I don't go to this world a lot. This is not a mainstay in my eating experiences, these kinds of sandwich places. But usually in this little group of them, I'm usually a Firehouse guy.
Okay.
Good sandwich.
That is a good sandwich.
See how he's looking around.
Talking about the old hook and ladder?
Yeah. I prefer a warm sandwich over a cold sandwich.
I do too. It just depends on what mood I'm in. But
I go either way. Just depending.
So Bubba,
look at me. I'm not really real selective. I'll take either.
It's all
one.
about location.
I got. Let me tell you something. Do you go to that type of food much though? I don't see you with that. Food much.
It just depends where I am and what we're doing. When we're out of town at tennis tournaments and stuff, we hit a whole lot more of these than I normally would.
It is situational.
And it depends what town I'm in. At a certain town, we have a Firehouse we always go to, and there's other towns where there's Jimmy John's that we go to.
So and then now
depends where we are.
Yeah. So you know Subway guy?
Oh yeah, I like that.
To me, they're all the same.
I probably lean a little more that. It just they're all good.
Of those three,
location probably makes that decision for me.
Me too. Of those three, if they're like say all three were sitting side by side, I usually would eat Firehouse.
I think if all three was side by side, I might lean Subway just because I think it's brighter in there. I don't know.
That's a good reason.
You could see it a little bit better. Right. I'll probably eat it more Subways historically because I think there's more of them.
Yeah. Oh, they're everywhere. Yeah.
You think they're brighter inside than the other?
Yeah, you can see in there a little bit better.
I know what he's talking about. I actually fully understand that.
Yeah,
I've never noticed.
Jimmy John's I've been to seem dark every time I'm in.
No, I don't know about that.
Oh my goodness.
But yeah, it's just
they're freaky fast.
Yeah. Well, yeah. If Craig, if the only place I deliver is 5 minutes away, I'm always going to be fast.
I can be real fast.
But all you've done is just say we're not going as far.
Yeah.
But anyway, all right. So
look, I'm good with either.
I am too. Matter of fact, let me tell you how I'd pick from these three. Whichever one of y'all want to advertise with us.
Yeah, that's it. No, I would support the advertising.
Because all of you got good food. Olive Garden is offering lifetime pasta passes, but only for 50 diners that are willing to fork over enough dough. So that you can.
This is the first time ever, Rick. They're offering this.
This is kind of like you and me with a lifetime hunting license, isn't it? Can you buy a lifetime pasta license?
Well,
pasta pass.
50 people will be able to. It's part of this year's never-ending pasta pass promotion.
Well, I like that.
So, what do you win it or do you buy it? What's the deal? I don't have the details.
You got to buy it.
Where is it?
It says the never-ending.
Look at that card.
Yeah,
I like that.
That is it. The never-ending.
That's a great logo, by the way, with the spaghetti and the fork.
The never-ending pasta passes go on sale at pastapass.com, and they are $100 plus tax. And the first 50 people to get them is all who get them.
Wait a minute. Where's it say that?
Right here in the middle of the story. Right here. Look right in the middle. Look on second page.
Bubby, quit looking at the pictures of food and read it.
I was looking at something here on the back.
Yeah, and there's
what is this? Olive Garden claimed that if you were to purchase the $500 lifetime pasta pass and somehow consume a bowl of pasta per day for 60 years, it would work out.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
to the top of the hour, the old Rick and Bubba Show. It's coming. It'll be here before you know it. The 12 working days of Christmas. And we work our way to the big year ender. And we will put 30 years up, celebrate our 30th birthday in January, Lord willing, and work on year 31. So, Bubba, did you know this? And it was actually one of our tubers, and I may be late to the game on this. I may be completely late to the game, and I'm just a doofus and never missed it and didn't remember the beginning. Did we on purpose the phrase "big year ender" on purpose? You realize the acronym for that is BYE. BYE. See you later. Did we do that on purpose?
What is it? No.
No,
we just called it the big year ender.
Took me a second. So we were not really that clever.
No, it just accidentally worked out.
Somebody was like, "I'm looking forward to BYE," and BYE, and I was like, "What is that?" And then I realized, and they said "big year ender." I'm like, "Oh yeah, that's what
we don't
meant."
do acronyms.
No, but I mean,
who you, Gary Busey?
Has that ever hit you though?
No,
the
never.
big year ender is
Never.
BYE.
No, it took me a second just
thought
then.
of that.
Yeah, that's a dandy. Headlines we haven't gotten to, Bussy.
Rick, a new master's degree in beer brewing. How about that? Brewing Science and Operations.
Speedy, you
now offered Auburn University.
Speedy, you have to have a comment on that.
War Eagle.
Are you shocked?
WDE.
Are you shocked that's not Ole Miss?
Well, I know that
BYE.
Mississippi State has one for wine or whatever, but I would think this whole would stay in
can get a
Mississippi
degree in,
because Ole Miss. I mean, there's some guys that already have a master's at that.
Oh, well.
on campus. You know.
The most basic requirement is having a bachelor's degree. Additionally, we select students based on their experience in the craft beer industry and home brewing. Most of our students have at least some home brewing experience or interest in craft beer. It also doesn't hurt to have some knowledge of biology and chemistry. According to the director, they expect the first students to graduate in August of 2023. Greg, this may be Greg's chance to go back to college.
It's science, man.
Somebody said, I could be wrong, the professor is actually drunk Albie.
Look at that high-tech
That's a good one.
Drunk Albie.
You want to hear about it?
Not really, no.
That's scientific.
Do we have to hear the whole? Is it gonna be a package on it or something?
It's a little. It's a guy.
How
from
long
Auburn.
is it?
It's quick.
Okay, go ahead.
A brewer is not only someone that's making great things to drink, but they're a chemist, they're a microbiologist, and a lot of times they're an engineer.
New Realm found this to be an absolutely unique and incredible challenge. And to our benefit, we'll be hiring the folks that are coming out of this program.
I think we are trying to make a difference in the minds of employers. You really need to have that unique selling proposition.
You know, what better way to train students and have a commercial partner that's doing beer?
Hey.
Did I?
Sounds good to me. I've not seen Greg get this excited. I don't know how long.
Wait a minute. Well, the funny thing was, like, I think they just tried to sell me that somehow this is some great service to humanity.
It is.
Giving people future jobs.
I was like, what?
Jobs.
Yeah.
Also,
I wonder how much eligibility I got left.
We're headed into the Christmas season. Still some shortages out there. How about they're saying there's going to be a shortage of Christmas trees this year?
Yeah, isn't
I
somebody
wish mine was shorted.
Yeah, I do too. But isn't there some expert saying don't worry? What do they mean don't worry? Why are they making us
talking about shortages?
Right, yeah. Christmas tree shortages.
Are there that many?
Didn't we have a Christmas tree shortage like a Christmas ago?
Well,
or
here's
so?
the deal. If you can't if they run out, and you're just going to have to get a fake one. They got plenty of them at Walmart. I've seen them.
Now, these are real trees, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So they're saying that there was a major shipment from Fraser Christmas trees that was canceled because of shortages.
Oh, boy.
And that got everybody stirred up. This was in Long Island. He's like, hey, I just got word that I can't get my trees.
Yeah, we've got several farms that grow these trees saying that they are not going to be able to meet needs this year, and some of them are just closing down till next year.
Straight up.
Yep, that's what they're saying.
Okay.
Said they didn't want to deliver partial orders.
Get a fake one.
And I'm reading that low demand is playing into this as well. So you've got less people selling trees as well. Is it what I'm reading in this?
Low demand or low supply?
Low demand is feeding into it.
You mean there's fewer people wanting them?
And less people, so less people are growing them
I see, yeah,
as
I got
well.
you. They don't think there's a need for as many.
Having deja vu right now. So
Don't
weird.
you hate that?
And I don't do this much, but it is weird.
I've had that happen to me too, and it's an
Golly.
odd feeling where you think I've already done this conversation. You knew what we were going to say and everything.
Even the text message that I was just sending when it was going on, and just the whole thing was weird for me.
Yeah. So I don't know. We got.
By the way, we're going artificial this year. It's already up, and the girls did that this weekend while I was gone, which I was ecstatic about. And so no new tree. We don't have to go out and get one like we normally do.
The shortage isn't going to affect you.
Not going to affect us at all.
The one I'm seeing, one of the farms in Louisiana said they've had extensive damage to their crop due to drought and heat this year. So they're not going to be able to supply. And I'm not seeing it being a demand issue here in this story, and that may be
Do you
right.
see what Marcia Gray says, the executive director of the Real Christmas Tree Board?
I didn't know there was such a thing.
Marcia.
She says it's not really a nationwide problem. It all depends on where you're living because we really do have a good supply of trees.
Okay, everybody's exaggerating.
They said no, areas are having a problem, but it's not a nationwide problem.
They're also blaming the Canadian wildfires.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Get your tree early.
Wait a minute, don't they grow them down here? Like if you're close, don't come all from Canada, right?
Like I say, you had
what you want, Greg.
We've had droughts and heat issues. So
Douglas fir, high demand.
I heard the beetles were bad too.
Tearing
up the trees.
How about
this has been a heck of a year.
How about I noticed the word must be out on the crest that we're not doing the lights this year on the house.
Oh, you're not?
And the word must be out. Because I noticed that some of the neighbors are popping theirs up early this year to try to say we'll take the attention this year, and so we're not doing the lights this year.
What are your thoughts on the new home once it's built? I know you don't think
Major
that's
lights.
happening, so you really going to turn it up?
Matter of fact,
Okay.
what we're doing right now is going. This house doesn't have much left. Not going to make that investment this round. That investment needs to go in the new project.
Okay,
and we will. The new project will be. I'm talking about people lined up and down the county road to look at it.
Okay.
Yeah,
I like it.
It'll be.
You gonna have a sign out there?
Of course, if it was going to be at the
Big Up City.
yeah. Of course, that was all intended on it being where it was supposed to be. Where it was actually put on Saturday wouldn't have been a very big deal at all because it wouldn't have been up on the rise. But now that it's going to be up there where it was supposed to be,
are you wiring in special plugs for all that?
Sure.
Yeah.
How's the live nativity?
As a matter of fact, there's a gigantic natural Christmas tree that grows down at the farm that we've threatened to light for years, but being part-time down there, it really didn't make any sense. So now, there's a big old salty dog that's going to be.
I'm a big fan of that. I think that's fantastic.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So we're delaying. Not this year. We'll have your standard, but we're all that illumination's in the future project now. So there we go.
Good to know.
I got to get up on my roof.
The crest. My neighbors across the street will be thrilled. The ones who could ride by and look will be disappointed. But those that are nearly blinded and can't sleep till we cut the lights off, they'll be thrilled. Yeah.
Yeah.
You'll be missed, Rick.
I'll be back.
Okay.
Top of the hour. If you're leaving us, we hope you have a splendid day. If you got more Rick and Bubba content, enjoy.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other
Rick and Bubba.
waking on their blubber.
Rick and